She didn't even know how she managed to walk out of the office. All she remembered was slapping the man with the employee ID 1753. At that time, she was completely immersed in her own pain and didn't notice her male colleague at all. It wasn't until she heard the commotion and shouting in the office that Guyan was shocked. What was happening inside? Could it be this male colleague? She dare not think further, but a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. And that hope peaked when she saw what was behind the half-open office door, because the greasy man she loathed so much was dead. Dead on her own desk, like a dog. She suddenly felt a sense of relief, even an inexplicable urge to cry. And upon seeing Zuan about to leave, that urge translated into a desire to leave this place. She followed close behind Zuan, stealing glances at him from time to time. Somehow, this ordinary male colleague now seemed so comforting. They soon walked out of the office building. When Guyan saw the crimson sky, she took a deep breath and felt an immense sense of relief. Even if she might be caught and executed by the company tomorrow, Guyan had no regrets. At least she was free now. As for everything else, she didn't give a damn. With this thought, she even couldn't help but smile out loud. "What are you laughing at, Zuan?" asked. "Nothing. Just happy is all." "Wait, I forgot to thank you." "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for getting rid of that fat pig from me." Guyan spoke sincerely. Zuan and smiled faintly. "You're welcome. Where are you headed?" "My place is nearby. Would you like to have a drink?" Watching the smile on this male colleague's face, Guyan's heart suddenly quickened, and with courage, she invited him. Located on the edge of the inner city, this is undoubtedly a slum area. Despite that, being able to live here is a dream come true for many from the outer city. After all, there is still a bit of order here. Although life is very difficult, at least one can still survive, unlike the chaotic and disorderly outer city, where one's life is always at risk. Zuan and briskly walked through the messy alleyways, arriving in front of a dilapidated building. Before he could even climb the stairs, the landlord quickly sprang out from the doorway. "Number 39. Rent is due. You are already 3 days late. Do you know how much interest I've lost because you are 3 days late? So, next month's rent will increase by another 100. The landlord, with his sharp features and height of no more than 5 feet, shouted as he hopped up and down. Zuan and glanced at him, feeling a wave of disgust overcoming him. This landlord was the kingpin of this slum area, relying on this to ruthlessly bully newcomers, especially Zuan's predecessor, who, being alone and a corporate slave, was bullied the most severely. Without saying anything else, his rent was the highest among all tenants and would increase without fail. But at this moment, as Zuan looked at this little guy in front of him showing off, he found it somewhat amusing. His predecessor, whom he had crossed over from, was indeed too timid. To be intimidated by such a nobody was a joke. Zuan knew these kinds of people too well. These self-proclaimed kingpins were best at bullying the weak. Once they had a hold on you, they would go to any lengths to harass you. However, dealing with such people was simple. Just one word: fight. A loud slap rang out, sending the landlord flying in the air before landing on the ground. After landing, the landlord was dumbfounded, holding his rapidly swelling face, staring blankly at Zuan. "No more rent, and there won't be any in the future. I've already paid enough rent before. Understand, Zuan?" and said calmly. The landlord shivered, nodding repeatedly. Understood. Understood. He had a strong premonition that if he said a word wrong, the youth in front of him, who seemed to have transformed, would make him suffer. So he obediently responded, not daring to play any tricks. Zuan smiled but ignored the guy. Dealing with such a person would only dirty his hands. He turned around and headed back to his room on the second floor. Upon opening the door, he was met with a suffocating sight, a room with only a bed and a cooking stove among various clutter. This, coupled with the fact that his predecessor was always busy and had no time to clean up, made the room terribly messy. Seeing this scene, Zuan furrowed his brows. He had returned here following the memories left by his predecessor, hoping for something, but he had underestimated the poverty of a corporate slave. Perhaps the most valuable thing in this room was the clothes on his back. Without any hesitation, Zuan turned and left. He would not stay here any longer, and he had no need for the pots and pans either. As he descended the stairs, a figure appeared in the window of the gatehouse. Zuan smiled, knowing it was the landlord peeking. Ignoring him, he walked over to the gatehouse window. "Do you know of any lively bars nearby?" His predecessor had apparently been a very honest man, as there were no clues in his memory about such places. So Zuen decided to ask the landlord, who had been the boss of this area for many years and must know what was around. There was silence in the room at first, then the landlord trembled and said, "Turn left after you go out, keep going till the end, then turn right, and you will see it." "What is it?" "It's a bar." "Is it lively?" "It's very lively. Sometimes even the big shots from the inner city come to this bar to spend money," the landlord explained hastily. Zhu and nodded. "Very well. I hope you're not lying to me." With that, he turned and left. After a while, the landlord cautiously peeked out and, seeing that Zuen had really left, his previous timidness disappeared. His face was full of resentment as he spat with disdain. "HMPH. Kid. Daring to hit me. I'll show you how fierce I can be now. That bar is the territory of the Black Snake Gang. If you go there like this, you'll get your bones swallowed up." After saying these harsh words, the landlord laughed contentedly, as if he could already see the scene of Zuen being tormented to death. Meanwhile, Zuen followed the landlord's directions and arrived in front of a dazzling bar. Looking up, he could see the neon sign flashing with a few large characters, "Live to drink, dream of death." Even standing at the door, one could faintly hear the violent music emanating from inside. Zhu and smiled. He was not here for revelry, but to gather information. Throughout history, such places filled with all kinds of people were the best for collecting information. He took a step inside, but was stopped at the door. "Hey. Hold on, Zhu, and raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the security guard who had stopped him. "Kid, get a grip. This is a bar, not a tea shop. Shouldn't you corporate slaves be going to tea shops for yogurt puddings? Why come running here?" The security guard shouted in an exaggerated tone, causing those behind him to burst into laughter. At this moment, Zuen was still dressed in his work clothes from the daytime, which was completely out of place in this bar, leading to the security guard's interception and ridicule. For them, corporate slaves like Zuen were the weakest and most incompetent people who could be bullied at will. However, Zuen quickly put an end to the mockery. He reached out and grabbed the guard's neck, lifting him up into the air. "Still funny?" Zuen said calmly. The security guard's face turned purple, unable to laugh anymore. As for the other security guards behind him, they were all shocked by Zuen's unexpected action and dared not come closer. With a casual toss, Zuen threw the big security guard out like a piece of trash. "Sout, where is this kid from? Why is he so overbearing?" The security guard's face gradually returned to normal, fear written all over his face, unable to articulate any words. The incident at the door did not attract much attention from the bystanders. After all, in a place like this, conflicts and fights were commonplace. No one cared about a minor scuffle where no blood was shed. The security guards at the door didn't even take notice. Zuen naturally paid no mind to it and had already entered the interior of the bar. As soon as he stepped in, a violent wave of music hit him, along with a strange mix of alcohol, smoke, and makeup scents. Under the dim lighting, countless people were swaying wildly to the music and alcohol-induced rhythm. Shrill screams echoed back and forth. This was a truly lawless place, and Zuen even saw a few intoxicated individuals in a corner of the bar engaging in a physical altercation, fists flying and drawing blood. Some people were sprawled on the ground, their condition looking grim with blood and flesh blurred. But no one cared, not even a woman high on alcohol sitting in a pool of blood, giggling and oblivious to what was happening. Zuen might have been the only one in the dance floor maintaining his composure. He squeezed through the crowd and made his way to the bar counter, where a black bartender in heavy metal attire was swaying to the music. "A drink." No response. Zuen slammed the table. "A drink." The loud bang finally woke the bartender, who glanced at Zuen, grumbled something under his breath, and poured a suspicious-looking colored drink from a nearly opaque barrel, handing it to Zuen. Zuen's mouth twitched. There was no need to drink it. Just by looking at it, one could tell that the drink was definitely spiked. The psychedelic purple color with flecks of fluorescent particles suspended in it was outright challenging one's moral boundaries. Zuen realized he had overestimated the bar or the people's morals. The black bartender kept eyeing Zuen and, seeing him hesitate to drink, couldn't help but smirk. "Kid, you wanted a drink, right? Here it is. Why aren't you drinking?" Zhu and furrowed his brow. He didn't want to escalate the situation now, since he hadn't confirmed any information he wanted to gather. But if the bartender insisted on pressuring him, Zuin didn't mind shutting down this den of iniquity right away. Just then, an enchanting female voice sounded beside him. "Give him a bottle of top shelf, it's on me." Zuin turned to see a captivatingly made-up woman smiling at him. The black bartender seemed to know her, nodded at her words, and retrieved a bottle from under the counter. At least this bottle looked normal color. Zuin didn't refuse and, after taking the bottle, smiled at the woman. "Care for a drink?" "Sure." With a gulp of the drink, the woman's eyes became even more seductive. "I've never seen someone wearing work clothes in a bar before." "That's because I don't have any other clothes," Zuin replied nonchalantly. "You work at Chanlong Corporation, right?" "I guess so." Zuin vaguely remembered that the 4 words Chanlong Corporation were indeed written on his work badge. "Ha ha. Why just a guess? And doesn't Chanlong Corporation make you work late every day? How did you escape?" The woman asked curiously. "Because I've quit, so no more overtime," Zuin admitted frankly. "Quit?" The woman was taken aback and then chuckled. "Are you joking? Everyone in Huacheng City knows that once you join Chanlong Corporation, you are a lifelong employee. How could you quit?" "That's for others, I'm different." Zhu and downed another glass of alcohol. This level of alcohol content might deter others, but to Zuan, it was like water. "How are you different?" "I killed our office director," Zhu and stated calmly. The woman was stunned. "Lu Shuai. I don't know his name, but he was very fat." "Then you've got the right guy. How did you kill him?" "Quite simply, I used his pen to pin him to the office desk." The woman fell silent for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. "Impressive." "Heh." Zhu and smiled but didn't say much more. "Did you know, if I were you, I wouldn't be drinking here right now." "Oh, what should I do then? Run?" "Yes, because you have no idea about the giant mess you've stirred up with Chanlong Corporation, especially after killing Lu Shuai. That guy indeed is both ugly and stupid, but his big brother carries some weight, so things are probably heating up outside right now." The woman sighed lightly. Zuin just smiled. "Are they searching for me everywhere? You seem not afraid at all." The woman couldn't help but ask, "Is fear useful?" Zhu and retorted, "Fair point." The woman nodded, then called out to the bartender, "Another top shelf, this one is on him." The bartender handed over a bottle of wine in a wooden box. The woman happily opened it, took a sniff before raving, "Now, this is proper alcohol. Here, fill it up." The woman poured a glass for Zuan. Looking at the woman, Zuan questioned, "Why tag the bill to me if you're the one drinking?" "Oh, you're nearly dead anyway. Might as well take advantage while the bartender is oblivious. Why wait to enjoy good drinks?" The woman jovially took a sip. "That actually makes sense." "It sure does. I always make sense. If you have any last wishes, you can entrust them to me. I promise to spend your money wisely. No need for any last wishes." "Oh, don't you trust me?" "It's not about trusting you. It's just not necessary." The woman seemed to notice something odd and bizarrely scrutinized Zuan for a moment. "At first, I found you weird for wearing work clothes in a bar. Later, I thought you looked good, which prompted me to start a conversation, but now I realize I was wrong. You're quite arrogant." "Does this count as arrogance?" "Doesn't it?" Zhu and shook his head with a smile. "Of course not." Just then, the crowd parted, and a group of people approached the bar counter. Many in the vicinity knew that a fight was about to break out, but instead of fear, these people were excited and eager to watch. Leading them was a well-dressed man. He arrived at the bar counter and gazed at Zuan. He only asked one question: "Who did it?" The captain responsible for the security of this branch rushed forward, sweating profusely, and explained, "It was an employee of the company, number 1753. "Good. I want all his information right now," Lu Qing said before turning around and walking away. Yes, the information is all prepared. Just waiting for you to review it. Take my stupid cousin's body out and dispose of it," Lu Qing said, indifferently. "What?" The security captain thought he misheard. Lu Qing suddenly became furious. "I said to dispose of his body. Didn't you hear me? This fool made me rush back to the company overnight, only to find him dead so comfortably. Shouldn't we dispose of him?" Yes, I will send someone to take care of it right away." The security captain wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, repeatedly agreeing. Lu Qing had already finished reviewing all the information about Zhu, and by this time, then he yawned. "Let's go. Hurry up and get rid of this guy who killed my cousin. I still need to go back and have a drink." A quarter of an hour later, they appeared in front of the house where Zuan was renting. The usually arrogant landlord was now like a mouse seeing a cat, kneeling in front of Lu Qing trembling. Lu Qing frowned slightly. "You said that guy came back for a visit, then quickly left, inquiring about any lively bars nearby before he left." "Yes. Yes, sir. How could I dare to hide such a thing? That darn guy did exactly that. Not only that, but he also slapped me before he left. Look, my face is still swollen." The landlord began to complain, but Lu Qing's eyes gradually lit up. "Interesting. Instead of escaping after killing my cousin, he went to a bar for a drink. Very interesting." The landlord mistook Lu Qing's mutterings as praise and crawled forward with a smile on his face. "Sir, you must punish that boy, assaulting an old man for no reason. This guy's heart is truly wicked." But his words did not elicit any sympathy from Lu Qing. Instead, it led to a beating. After a series of punches and kicks, Lu Qing loosened his tie, breathing heavily, and the cowering landlord on the ground. "Do I need you to tell me how to do things?" The landlord silently regretted but dared not beg for mercy. Fortunately, he only received a beating and did not lose his life. Just then, a subordinate hurriedly arrived. "Manager, we have caught the woman who fled with Zuan." "Oh, what are we waiting for? Lead me to see her immediately." Lu Qing straightened his clothes and left with assurance. After his footsteps had faded, the landlord slowly crawled back into the house. He had decided not to leave his home in the coming days. He had run into trouble every time he went out. Lu Qing, on the other hand, stood in front of a shabby van, whose license plate was missing. One of his men opened the side door to reveal a woman bound hand and foot, with a cloth gag in her mouth. It was Guyan. When he saw her, Lu Qing's eyes lit up. "She looks good." Guyan's face showed fear upon hearing this. She had anticipated that things wouldn't end well today, so she had packed her things and prepared to escape as soon as she returned to her rented room. But as a lone woman, she couldn't possibly fight against the might of Chanlong Corporation. Before she could leave the city, she was captured and brought before Lu Qing. Upon sensing the looming threats from the company towards deserting employees, especially female workers, Guyan couldn't stop trembling. After all, she was just an ordinary woman. Her decision to flee with Zuan was not only a result of a momentary impulse, but also a realization of her status as a disposable pawn within the company. Although she had narrowly escaped Lu Shuai's harassment this time, she knew that things wouldn't be different under another manager. With no one to rely on or power to protect herself, she was deemed as a prize wherever she went. Hence, she chose to leave the company with Zuan. However, after many twists and turns, she still couldn't escape her tragic fate. Close to despair, she closed her eyes. But at that moment, Lu Qing smugly remarked, "Don't touch her yet. Let's wait to catch that boy first before dealing with both of them together. A reward for my hard work tonight." Yes. The van's door was shut firmly. Guyan, however, opened her eyes, a glimmer of hope reflecting in them. From Lu Qing's words, she could tell that they hadn't captured Zhu. And yet, a fortunate turn of events in her dire situation. She prayed silently, hoping they wouldn't catch Zuan. As she did so, the image of the man's figure appeared before her once again. Despite Chanlong Corporation's status and power in the city, even the Black Snake Gang had to show respect. Lured by the commotion, Lu Qing arrived at the Drunken Dream pub with his men without facing any obstacles. Witnessing Zuan and the initial conversation, onlookers began to make conjectures. "Oh, so he's from Chanlong Corporation. Daring to desert like this, is he tired of living?" "Exactly. Once you join Chanlong Corporation, be prepared to serve them for life. Want to escape? That's just wishful thinking. It's a shame for such a good-looking young man." The discussions continued, fueling Lu Qing's excitement. He had initially been frustrated with the events of the night, not because of Lu Shuai's death. In fact, he wouldn't even flinch if a distant cousin died before him, but because his plans for a cheerful evening were disrupted. However, he suddenly felt elated, considering his stroke of luck in capturing two new toes. Slowly pacing himself, he might just get through the day. Yes, that's it. He made up his mind quietly. But just then, Zuan slowly lifted his head to look at him. "Who allowed you to speak to me like that?" The crowd was shocked by his words, and Lu Qing almost thought he misheard. "What did you say?" After all, torturing a lunatic is not very interesting. It was at his silence that the thugs who followed him decided to act. "How dare you speak to our manager in that tone?" The head of the security team spoke first, but it was the security guards of Chanlong Company who took action. Everyone in Yuhua City knows that Chanlong Company is famous for two things: their devilishly strict rules and their extremely powerful security. Some even say that the biggest gang in Yuhua City is actually Chanlong Company. Facing Zuan's provocation, these security guards naturally had to prove themselves. They split up and charged towards Zuan from all four directions. Seeing this scene, the woman who had been sitting next to Zuan also moved aside. Although she was curious about Zuan, her curiosity only went so far. She did not want any trouble with Chanlong Company. But at that moment, Zuan suddenly slammed his wine glass onto the table. The glass shattered, and the wine inside splashed towards the approaching people. Before they could react, they were pierced by the flying glass shards. With several dull thuds, they collapsed to the ground without making a sound, blood flowing out afterwards. The room fell silent with one hit. Everyone, including the woman who had just moved away, looked shocked. Zuan sighed lightly. What a waste of wine. He turned to Lu Qing and smiled slightly. Shouldn't you compensate me for this glass of wine? Lu Qing was also surprised, but he quickly calmed down and smiled. His smile was filled with almost twisted excitement and madness. Good. Very good. No wonder you dared to kill my cousin. Turns out you're a hidden master. But have you ever thought, no matter how powerful you are, how does it compare to the gun in my hands? As he spoke, Lu Qing flipped his wrist and a quaint-looking, thick-barreled pistol appeared in his hand. Not only him, but all the company's security guards who had followed him also pulled out their guns, aiming at Zuan. The atmosphere became extremely tense in an instant. This was not just a physical conflict like before, it involved firearms. If a gun went off accidentally, even the spectators would not be safe. So upon seeing this scene, the timid ones quietly left, but many others just moved a little away, still watching excitedly. Faced with so many gun barrels pointing at him, an ordinary person would have been terrified. But Zuan remained calm, and even turned to the woman next to him, saying, "The bartender's gone. Can you get me a glass?" The woman was surprised for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face. Sure. She didn't care about the guns, simply turned and went into the bar, brought out a glass, and poured wine for Zuan. Thank you. You're welcome. The woman looked at Zuan with bright eyes and a smile. Let's have a drink together. Zuan raised an eyebrow. Sure. The woman poured herself a glass without hesitation. Seeing the two of them drinking so casually, Lu Qing was starting to lose his composure. Kid, stop playing tricks. Surrender now and cooperate. You might live a bit longer. Otherwise, you'll be riddled with bullets in the next second and become a sieve. Lu Qing shouted in frustration. But Zuan didn't even look at him seriously, just calmly said, I warned you earlier not to speak to me in that tone. Why didn't you listen? Kill him. Lu Qing ordered. With that command, the guns fired simultaneously, and numerous bullets whizzed towards Zuan and the bar behind him. The woman's expression changed slightly, but she did not dodge. She didn't have time to dodge at this point. She could only brace herself. And it turned out she made the right bet, because at that moment, the incoming bullets seemed to be bound by some invisible force, freezing in midair. This bizarre scene stunned everyone. Thinking quickly, Lu Qing turned and ran. He wasn't a fool. He was actually quite shrewd. Seeing this situation, he knew he couldn't afford to provoke Zuan. But as he ran a few steps, he stopped again, because at that moment, the bullets all turned around and shot out even faster than before. Apart from Lu Qing, all his men were shot and fell to the ground. Still wanna run? Lu Qing stopped in his tracks, then turned around slowly, sincerely speaking to Zuan, I don't want to anymore. The once bustling bar was now eerily quiet. Almost everyone had fled. In the large bar, only Zuan, Lu Qing, and the woman remained. Zuan slowly sipped his wine, while Lu Qing knelt on the ground and shared all he knew. After speaking, he looked expectantly at Zuan. Master, I am willing to join you. With your strength, my intelligence, and influence, we can definitely make a difference in this chaotic world. Oh, your intelligence and influence? What do you have? Honestly, over the years, I have been in charge of this Chanlong Company branch alone, so you should know how intelligent I am. As for influence, Lu Qing smiled complacently. The real boss of Chanlong Company is a relative of mine, so with just one word from me, countless resources are at my fingertips. Lu Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. At that time, the two of us can join forces and create an entity even larger than Chanlong Company. Is that your reason for me to spare you? Zuan suddenly asked. Lu Qing was taken aback by the question, and after a moment, he couldn't help but say, Master, Isn't what I said clear enough? I know you may have some opinions about my previous actions, but they are insignificant compared to our interests. But what if they are significant to me? Lu Qing was bewildered, unable to understand why Zuan would say such a thing. He didn't mind kneeling down or begging for mercy. Even if Zuan followed his advice, there was nothing he wouldn't do. But he never expected Zuan to directly refuse. Could it be that for a strong person like him, profit is not the most important thing? No matter how unwilling and despairing he was in his lifetime, he still ended up dead. And not in a dignified way at all. His body collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, covered in blood. Sorry, I've dirtied your floor. Zuan apologized to the woman with a smile. The woman, however, no longer appeared calm as before, but looked at Zuan with awe in her eyes. Actually, it was not surprising. Anyone who saw Zuan's fierce killings earlier would feel fearful. But this woman was courageous, quickly calming down and smiling. It's okay, we have to clean up after closing anyway. With that, as if performing magic, she pulled out a bottle of intact wine from the bullet-written bar counter. Do you want another drink? Unexpectedly, Zuan shook his head. No need. I have many things to do tonight. Oh, I see then. The woman replied somewhat disappointed. Zuan got up and left. It was then the woman called out, My name is LV Mu. I usually hang out here in this bar. If you have time, come visit. Okay. Zuan replied without looking back. After he left, the bartender from earlier peeked out from behind the heavy door of the wine cellar. Boss, are you just letting him go like this? LV Mu poured herself a glass of wine, saying calmly, What else? Do you want to stop him? The bartender awkwardly smiled. I don't have the capability for that. What I meant is, since you are so interested in him, why let him go? That's right. LV Mu was the mastermind behind this dreamy bar. Additionally, she was the leader of the Black Snake Gang in Yuhua City. As an old employee of the bar, the bartender naturally knew LV Mu's identity. That's why he was so cooperative when LV Mu spoke to him. He knew that since LV Mu approached Zuan on her own, it meant she was interested in this young man. However, what happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. This seemingly gentle young man unexpectedly displayed such brutal and violent behavior. He even wiped out all the people from the Qianlong company. You don't understand. A man like him cannot be captivated by persistence. It's better to appear carefree to leave a good impression on him. Yes, boss, you see things clearly. The bartender praised admiringly. Pass my order down. All the people from Black Snake Gang should lay low in the next 2 days. Otherwise, if you provoke this killing god, HMPH, bear the consequences. LV Mu finished her wine in one gulp, speaking coldly. Yes. After Zhu, and left the bar, he found the once lively street now eerily deserted. The customers who came for fun were scared away by the intense gunfire, with only a rundown van parked on the roadside. Zhu, and approached and opened the van door, causing Guyan inside to scream in surprise, although her mouth was gagged, so the sounds were muffled. It wasn't until she saw Zuan that her fear gradually subsided. Since being dragged into the van, her heart had been hanging in the air, especially when she heard distant gunshots, filling her with worrying and despair. In her mind, Zuan must have been killed already, and it would soon be her turn. The menacing looks from those men made Guyan feel her body gradually turn cold. She wanted to commit suicide, but her hands and feet were securely bound, turning even suicide into a luxury. This deepened her despair, but it was at this moment that Zuan suddenly returned. Seeing the familiar face, Guyan was first stunned, then ecstatic. However, Zuan ignored all that and immediately freed Guyan from her bonds. How come? Guyan's first words upon being released were asking what was happening but not knowing how to phrase it, so she hesitated. Zuan knew what she wanted to ask and smiled slightly. I guess you're wondering why I'm not dead, right? Don't worry, the people chasing me are all dead now, you're safe. Guyan was deeply shocked. She had seen the strength of Lu Qing firsthand, and his men were all lead of the Qianlong company, but they all died at Zuan's hands, causing great unease within her. Zhu, and glanced at the sky. It was still late, with dawn far away. Even if the Qianlong company sent people, it would be daylight. Based on Lu Qing's description earlier, Zuan now had a clearer understanding of the Qianlong company and knew how terrifying they were. Although he wasn't afraid of them, for precaution, Zuan decided to proceed cautiously. Before doing anything else, He needed to ensure Guyan's safety. When Guyan left with Zuin from the company, he had a feeling the Chanlong company wouldn't let her go easily. However, he wasn't going to intervene immediately. After all, Guyan had dared to escape, so she must have something to rely on. But Zuin had underestimated Lu Qing and the others. If they hadn't planned to capture Zuin first before taking action, Guyan would surely have met a bad end by now. Zuin couldn't just stand by, so he had to settle her first. "Do you have a safe and secret place to go?" Zuin asked. Having a few escape routes in such uncertain times was a normal thing. That's why Zuin asked if she had one. He wanted to send Guyan there first before doing his own things. But Guyan misunderstood after hearing. Asking if she had a secure place implied going together to hide. Yes, he was a prime target for the company, so the safe places she prepared were no longer secure. That's why he asked me. With that in mind, Guyan nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, all right, let's go there now." Surprisingly, the hiding place was not far from the dreamy bar. Shortly after, the two arrived at this hiding spot, an abandoned school, where people who couldn't afford even the lowest rent lived. With such a mixed population, the place had extremely chaotic security. The hidden room was seen on a blueprint I happened to come across. It should have been left behind by the designer who built this school back then. "It's very secretive and safe. No one will find this place," explained Guyan, stealing a glance at Zuan. The hidden room was not very big. At this moment, a man and a woman were alone together in it. Even though Guyan had developed feelings for Zuan, she couldn't help but blush. If he were to touch her, what should she do? Should she resist? Resisting might make him think she doesn't like him, but not resisting might make him think she's a fickle woman. This dilemma left Guyan feeling conflicted, which is why she stole glances at Zuan. However, to her surprise, Zuan didn't show any unusual expression, but remained calm. "All right, are you hungry?" "I'm okay." Guyan lowered her head, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, Zuin didn't notice her disappointment. He casually took out a few packs of beef jerky from his spiritual realm and handed them to Guyan. This time, Zuin had learned from past experiences and came prepared. "What's this?" Guyan took the well-packaged food, feeling puzzled. "Food," Zuin replied before opening a pack and putting a piece into his mouth. Although with his current level of cultivation, he didn't need to eat any more. Zuin believed that humans should still have a bit of human taste. They couldn't lose their humanity for the sake of cultivation. Besides, the repeated crossings had left Zuin somewhat exhausted, and having something to eat could help him relax. Following Zuan's lead, Guyan opened a pack and put a piece of beef jerky into her mouth. As she chewed, her eyes widened instantly. The fragrance, the texture, it was simply amazing. Honestly, Guyan had never eaten anything so delicious in her life. In this world after the catastrophe, social classes had become completely fixed. The wealthy lived in luxury, while ordinary people struggled on the brink of life and death. Guyan was no exception. The best things she had eaten were just some scraps of pork treated as offal, far inferior to this carefully prepared beef jerky. Watching Guyan gobbling up the food eagerly, Zuin smiled and took out a bottle of beverage from his spiritual realm. All these items were specially prepared by him to be ready for such situations. He was well aware that the worlds he crossed into were all contaminated by evil, and they had all experienced great calamities, making these resources extremely valuable. Sure enough, few women could resist the charm of cola. After cautiously taking a sip, Guyan's eyes lit up, and she started trembling with excitement. It was incredibly delicious. Guyan even felt like crying from the overwhelming taste. Seeing her reaction, Zuin just smiled. "Take your time eating. I'm going to take a nap," Zuin said before lying down on the bed against the wall and falling asleep deeply. Guyan secretly observed her former colleague and felt that he exuded a thick air of mystery. Not to mention the two items he casually retrieved, which not just anyone could produce. Who was he really? Why did he infiltrate the Dragon Company before? These questions briefly flashed through Guyan's mind, but were soon dismissed. Regardless of his identity, he hadn't harmed her so far and had even helped her a few times. That should be enough. How could she doubt him? Guyan reminded herself not to overthink and focused on eating the beef jerky. Time passed swiftly, and Guyan had already finished a pack of beef jerky. In troubled times, the first thing for the lower class was to consume food immediately rather than storing it. No one knew if they would see the sun tomorrow, so ingesting food was more reliable than hoarding it. Guyan understood this point well, especially considering the peril she faced now. Although they had hidden in this place, who knew when the Dragon Company's people would arrive? Glancing at Xuan, who was already fast asleep on the bed, Guyan felt somewhat relieved and leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to rest. Eventually, she drifted into a light sleep. Suddenly, Xuan, who had been sleeping soundly in bed, abruptly stood up, startling Guyan with his movement. "What's wrong?" she asked anxiously. "Someone's here." Xuan went to a triangular window to look down. Outside, it was already late afternoon, and the school was long abandoned, overgrown with weeds and obscured by several large trees, causing poor lighting. Still, Xuan managed to glimpse a few figures through the faint openings. Moreover, his keen hearing caught the roar of engines. Guyan, now nervous, couldn't even speak. She stood pale and shaky behind Xuan, trembling uncontrollably. Sensing her tension, Xuan turned back and gave her a reassuring smile, patting her on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we're safe." Guyan took a deep breath, and her anxious feelings gradually eased. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to grab the remaining half-bottle of beverage by the wall, swiftly chugging it down. After finishing, she let out a satisfied burp, her eyes determined. She had made up her mind that if things came to an unsolvable point, she would take her own life. She couldn't fall into the clutches of the Dragon Company. At that moment, with a rumbling engine, a modified large truck appeared in the courtyard. The truck was welded with incredibly thick armor, several gloomy gun barrels elevated among them, instilling fear in anyone who saw them. "It's the company's security mobile squad." Guyan's voice trembled as she recognized the emblem painted on the truck, Zhu, and remained silent, just observing quietly. "We've hidden so stealthily. They shouldn't find us, right?" Guyan nervously tried to reassure herself. "Find us? Do you really think they would search building by building?" Zhu, and chuckled. "What do you mean?" Guyan still didn't fully understand. Just then, the turret on the truck slowly turned, directly aiming at a building. Doom! A deafening roar echoed as the heavy artillery fired, instantly reducing the structure to rubble. Witnessing this scene, Guyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, suddenly understanding. Of course, how could these people search each building one by one? With heavy artillery, and obliterating them solved the problem instantly. At the end of the day, she was just an ordinary girl after all. Although she was braver than most people, how could she not be afraid in the face of impending death? However, Xuan remained calm, even inspecting with interest the modified war vehicle, paying no attention to the imminent artillery fire. Doom! The cannon fired, the shell hurtling towards the building at an incredible speed. Guyan screamed in fright. Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and a blade of sword energy sliced through the air. With several loud bangs, the shell exploded in midair. Then Guyan witnessed a scene that she would never forget. The window in front of her shattered, and Xuan gracefully stepped out, standing directly in midair. This scene not only shocked her, but even the people inside the war vehicle couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Where did this person come from? He can actually fly. Xuan smiled faintly and waved his hand casually, causing the huge war vehicle to float directly into the air. What the heck is this? The people in the vehicle were shocked. At that moment, Xuan casually clenched his fist. Crack! The heavily armored war vehicle was squeezed into a ball by a tremendous force. The people inside could only let out a desperate scream before being crushed into pulp. Blood flowed down the seams like a waterfall, the strong smell of blood permeating even from a distance. Guyan was completely petrified. In her mind, the security mobile team from the headquarters was an entity ever to be provoked. That's why she had seemed so hopeless just now. But she never expected that the seemingly hopeless situation would be effortlessly resolved by Zhu with such a simple and brutal method. Xuan felt no remorse towards these so-called security mobile team members. It was justified for him to eliminate them. After easily dismantling the armored war vehicle, Xuan didn't stop. He said casually, "Wait here. I'll be back in a minute." With that, Xuan flew away. Guyan stared blankly at Xuan's figure, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. She had thought that this former colleague was just an ordinary person, at most a bit more courageous. But now she realized she had underestimated him. He was no ordinary person at all. He was clearly a hidden master. Meanwhile, Zhuan flew directly across half the city to reach the airspace above the Qianlong company. He could ascertain that the arrival of the armored war vehicle was no coincidence and that someone was definitely directing things from behind the scenes. This person was most likely someone airdropped from the so-called headquarters, with their landing site undoubtedly being the Qianlong company. Therefore, without any hesitation, he went straight for them. Indeed, just as he arrived at the Qianlong company, before he even touched the ground, he heard a commotion from inside, followed by a group of people rushing into the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard was a helicopter already started up, obviously intended for escape. Seeing this, Zhuan didn't rush down, but stood in the sky and observed. After a while, a man in a flashy white suit walked out of the company. As he walked, he cursed loudly. "Damn it, a bunch of useless people driving a war vehicle couldn't even deal with that kid. They die. And when I get back, I'll kill all the families of these useless idiots." His arrogance in his words was beyond measure. The people around him remained silent, not daring to show any hint of surprise, because everyone knew that this man had a terrible temper, and any slight mistake could lead to great trouble. At this moment, Kang Xiaozhan was indeed very unhappy. This trip to Yuhua City was his own initiative. As the illegitimate son of one of the top 10 shareholders of Qianlong Company, he was a genuine playboy. Even though his father had thrust him into the security mobile team to discipline him, his nature remained unchanged, constantly thinking about how to indulge in pleasure. However, even the most enjoyable things would become meaningless if done every day. Under such circumstances, his temper had only worsened. By coincidence, he learned of the incident at the Yuhua City branch and immediately decided to use it as an opportunity to relax. After some manipulation, the company finally agreed, and to ensure his absolute safety, his father not only arranged for a helicopter escort, but also specially sent an armored war vehicle. With such firepower, he could handle any danger with ease. Kang Xiaozhan was quite pleased with this arrangement. Once in Yuhua City, he handed everything over to his subordinates while indulging in a debauched life at the branch office. Although he had only arrived in Yuhua City that morning, in just half a day, anyone with a hint of attractiveness in the company had become his plaything. Yet what was supposed to be a leisurely and cheerful trip suddenly took a turn for the worse. The armored war vehicle sent out suddenly lost contact. From the last messages received, it seemed they had encountered something extremely incomprehensible, causing them to scream in unison. However, the screams quickly ceased, and they could no longer be reached. This was clearly not a good sign. In response, Kang Xiaozhan's subordinates nervously reported the news to him. Even though Kang Xiaozhan indulged in debauchery, he knew this matter was serious. To ensure his own safety, he immediately decided to depart by the helicopter. After all, the main city was not too far away, and once back in his territory, he would be safe and sound. The loss of an armored war vehicle and a mobile team meant little to Kang Xiaozhan. What infuriated him was that his leisurely trip had been disrupted. Once aboard the helicopter, he closed his eyes and said, "Let's go." However, the helicopter didn't move. In fact, it not only failed to move, but its rotating blades gradually stopped. "Didn't you hear me? Let's go." Kang Xiaozhan snapped angrily as he opened his eyes. But the next moment, he couldn't continue his words. A young man had appeared in the courtyard. Kang Xiaozhan's pupils shrank to the size of a pinpoint. He had seen Zhuan's photo and immediately recognized his target for this trip. However, he couldn't fathom how Zhuan had suddenly appeared there. Just then, Zhuan smiled slightly at him. "I'm sorry, but it seems like you won't be leaving for now." But just as these bullets rushed out of the muzzle, they lost all their momentum and floated in the air. Furthermore, when Zhuan took a step forward, these bullets quickly rushed back at an even faster speed. Dang, dang, dang. Explosions rang out continuously, and all of Kang Xiaozhan's men fell to the ground with a bullet in their heads, collapsing. Kang Xiaozhan did not run. Not only did he not run, but when he saw this bloody scene, he was not shocked but rather thrilled, his face filled with extreme excitement. What a powerful force! Yes, this is the feeling, Kang Xiaozhan muttered to himself, and when Zhuan looked at him, he immediately shouted, "Let's cooperate." Zhuan did not expect this guy to be so daring. Not only did he not run after seeing all of his men killed, but he eagerly talked about cooperation with him. "Oh, what kind of cooperation? I know you want to eliminate the Qianlong company very much. To be honest, I also want that. I have long been fed up with those old bastards." And now, you have proven your strength with practical action, so we can work together to take down the Qianlong company. Zhuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, take down the Qianlong company together? How do we do that? It's simple. I am the illegitimate child of one of the top 10 directors of the Qianlong company. No one will suspect me, so as long as you come with me, we can easily infiltrate the Qianlong company. By then, as long as you take down all 10 directors, the Qianlong company will belong to the both of us. Even Zhuan couldn't help but fall silent at this. Take down all the directors? Yes. Any problem? Don't you also want to eliminate them? But the problem is, aren't you the illegitimate child of one of the directors? Yes. But what does that have to do with what we are going to do next? Indeed, he is my dad, but I can't sacrifice my own future just for my dad. Kang Zizan said very naturally. Zhuan suddenly understood that the thickness of some people's skin cannot be judged by common sense. For example, the guy in front of him could boldly say that his own future is more important than his father, which was simply astonishing. The question is, why should I cooperate with you? You've seen my strength. I could easily attack the Qianlong company headquarters directly, so your role is very limited, Zhuan said calmly. Kang Zizan seemed to have expected that Zhuan would ask this question, so he said calmly, trust me, without me, it will be very difficult for you to find those directors. Those old bastards are more cunning than foxes. The hiding places they usually choose are not something ordinary people can find. Even if you destroy the entire Qianlong company headquarters, you won't be able to touch them. I think you also don't want these culprits to escape justice, right? Zhuan looked deeply at Kang Zizan, then nodded slightly. All right, since that's the case, then I'll cooperate with you. But the condition is that you better not play any tricks on me, or else ... Before he could finish speaking, Kang Zizan suddenly floated uncontrollably, but he showed no fear, instead becoming more excited. What kind of power is this? So powerful, it's truly fascinating. But the next moment, he couldn't get excited anymore, because at that moment, his hand suddenly broke at a strange angle. His ribs also broke at the same time. Kang Zizan spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. As you said, if we are going to deceive those directors of the Qianlong company upon returning, you must make some sacrifices, otherwise how do you explain the deaths of your men? Zhuan said calmly. Ah, I see now. I understand. Cough. Kang Zizan coughed a few times, then spat out more blood but did not make any painful groans. Let's go. Zhuan directly took Kang Zizan back to the shelter. At this moment, Guyan was anxiously waiting. She had been in a state of anxiety and fear since Zhuan left. She didn't know if Zhuan could come back. If he couldn't come back, where would she go? Luckily, this anxiety did not last long. As Zhuan returned, Guyan shouted with Zhuan, you. At this point she had already learned Zhuan's name, so she joyfully approached him. Then she saw Kang Zizan being brought back by Zhuan, and was shocked. Who is this? I am Kang Zizan. Nice to meet you. Kang Zizan greeted, while coughing up blood. Kang Zizan, the son of director Kang Ming, the famous playboy. Guyan quickly hid behind Zhuan, looking at Kang Zizan with fear. It was not without reason. Kang Zizan had a very bad reputation. Bullying men and dominating women was just ordinary for him, and the perverted acts he committed were beyond comprehension. Just the day before, Kang Zizan was someone she could only look up to, but today he had become a prisoner, apparently heavily injured. Hehe. Never thought my reputation was so big. Nice to meet you. Kang Zizan grinned. Ignoring him, Zhuan said, pack up your things, and come with me. Go. Where? Guyan was a bit confused. To the headquarters of the Qianlong company. Guyan was startled, but seeing Zhuan's serious expression, she knew he was not joking. She did not hesitate, and nodded directly. Okay. Guyan had very few belongings to pack, so quickly got everything in order. Let's go. Wait. What's wrong? There's something I need to do at the bar. You stay here and watch him, Zhuan said. Without waiting for Guyan's consent, he flew up and disappeared into the sky. Now, only Guyan and Kang Zizan were left in the shelter. Guyan shivered, suddenly understanding, and pulled out a dagger from her bag, aiming it at Kang Zizan not far away. Don't come any closer. Kang Zizan chuckled. Sister, why are you so nervous? I won't harm you. Humph. Don't you know your own reputation? Guyan remained vigilant. But do you think I can do anything in my current state? Kang Zizan sighed. then leaned against the wall and sat down laboriously. Guyan relaxed slightly, but she did not put down the dagger. Kang Zizan knew this but didn't care. He did enjoy the company of women, but compared to the power he was about to gain, the women were just a joke. A moment later, Lu Mu greeted him with a surprised expression. "You're actually okay." Lu Mu was also surprised. The loud noises just now were heard throughout the Moon City. Lu Mu thought Zuan had already fallen under the control of the Qianlong Corporation security team. Zuan smiled. "Do you think I'm fine if I can stand here and talk to you?" Lu Mu sized Zuan up and nodded at last. "I have to admit you are indeed stronger than I imagined. So, what do you want from me?" Lu Mu naturally didn't think Zuan came to see him at this time just to drink. "I captured someone. His name is Kang Xiaozhan." Lu Mu was surprised. "The illegitimate son of Kang Mei. You know him too?" Lu Mu chuckled. "In any place where Qianlong Corporation is present, how many people don't know about this Kang Xiaozhan?" Then Lu Mu asked, "This guy has a strong background. Why did you capture him?" "You don't need to worry about what I will do with him. I will take him back to the headquarters of Qianlong Corporation. But before I leave, I want to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" "This branch of the Qianlong Corporation has been completely destroyed, but many of the employees inside are innocent. So, I hope you can help them as much as you can." "Did you come back just for this?" Lu Mu looked at Zuan incredulously. "Zu," and nodded. "Yes." Lu Mu took a deep breath, then nodded solemnly. "Okay, I promise to help these people as much as I can." "Good." Zuan turned and left. Lu Mu watched Zuan's retreating figure and couldn't help but shout, "Wait, what's the matter?" Zuan turned back and asked, "I still don't know your name." Zuan smiled. "My name is Zuan." "Zuan," Lu Mu repeated, then nodded firmly. "Okay, I'll remember that." The distance from Moon City to the headquarters of Qianlong Corporation was not far, especially with Zu, and leading the way, they arrived at the headquarters in just over 10 minutes. When they stopped, Guyan's face turned pale, almost vomiting. She was just an ordinary person and had never experienced flying in the sky, so it was impressive that she held on until now. On the other hand, Kang Xiaozhan looked excited. "Is this your power? Flying faster than a helicopter? Truly amazing." Zuan remained silent. This amount of power was just a drop in the bucket for him. However, learning from the lessons of the previous two worlds, Zuan tried not to use too much power if possible. Otherwise, attracting the attention of the worlds would be troublesome. "Is this entire city the headquarters of the Qianlong Corporation?" Zu and asked. "Yes. You must understand that Qianlong Corporation is the largest company within thousands of miles, so how could the headquarters be small?" "What's next?" Zu and asked. "It's simple. Both of you will disguise as skilled fighters who happened to pass by Moon City and saved me. Plus, the injuries on my body will ensure that no one suspects us." Kang Xiaozhan explained. "Okay. We'll do as you say." Zuan waved his hand, and the three of them landed in front of the headquarters of Qianlong Corporation, where they were immediately met with a shout. "Who goes there?" Before Zuan could speak, Kang Xiaozhan hysterically yelled, "You blind dogs! Can't you see me, young master? It's young Master Khan. Quick, open the gate. Young Master Khan is back." After a commotion, the steel gates of the headquarters slowly opened, and a group of people hurried out to welcome them. "Young Master Khan, what happened to you?" The leader of the group greeted with a bow. "Damn it, this mission went wrong. That guy was tough. All the people I brought were defeated. If these two didn't help, I wouldn't have made it back either." Kang Xiaozhan grumbled. Upon hearing this, the people glanced at Zuan and then lowered their heads. Despite their outward show of respect, Zuan could still sense a fleeting sense of disappointment in their eyes. It was evident that Kang Xiaozhan was not well liked here. However, these were all shrewd people, and they perfectly hid their disappointment. "Young Master Khan, you are truly favored by the heavens. Let us carry you inside." Several subordinates quickly approached and respectfully lifted Kang Xiaozhan up. "Slow down. Can't you see my arm is broken?" Kang Xiaozhan scolded without reservation. The subordinates dared not retort and nodded obediently, then carefully led everyone into the city. Just as they entered the city gate, several luxury cars arrived, followed by an ambulance. "Young master," a steward ran over panting, tears welling up at the sight of Kang Xiaozhan's weak state. "How did you end up like this?" "No time for nonsense. Get the doctor to give me a shot. It hurts like hell," Kang Xiaozhan ordered. Yes, doctor." Where's the doctor? The steward shouted to the back. Several doctors in white coats hurried over, one of them extracting medicine from a glass vial with a syringe as they ran. When they reached Kan Xiaojuan, without hesitation, the doctor injected the needle into Kan Xiaojuan's neck. The injection was harsh, causing blood to spurt out, but as the medicine went in, Kan Xiaojuan's face relaxed in bliss. After the injection, other doctors quickly tended to Kan Xiaojuan's injuries. Soon, they had bandaged his arm, and Kan Xiaojuan looked revived. And the old man, he's busy in the lab. He doesn't know about your situation yet. Okay, take me to see him now. I have important matters to report to him. Yes. A wheelchair was brought, and Kan Xiaojuan was pushed into the city. Zuan followed calmly, while Guyan, feeling a bit scared, followed cautiously. After all, this was the renowned headquarters of the Qianlong Corporation. If Kan Xiaojuan had other intentions, they would have no way out. With these thoughts in mind, she hastened her steps, staying close behind Zuan. Soon, they arrived at a building and took the elevator to the top floor. Young master! Young master! All the guards they passed saluted Kan Xiaojuan, who remained aloof without even lifting an eyelid. After passing through the corridor, they arrived in front of a huge iron door. Kan Xiaojuan was about to enter, but at that moment these guards stopped Zuan. What do you mean by this? Kan Xiaojuan's face darkened. I'm sorry, master only said for the young master to enter alone, so the others have to wait outside. This is the person who saved me. Are you sure you want to do this? Kan Xiaojuan said coldly. The guard broke out in a cold sweat but did not back down. I am just following master's orders. Please understand, young master. Understand your XX. Kan Xiaojuan became furious. He was always decisive, especially this time. It was in front of Zuan, which made him feel even more humiliated. So, he snatched the gun from the guard beside him and aimed it at the guard, ready to shoot. Just then, a stern and authoritative voice came from inside the house. That's enough, Xiaojuan. This guard is also following my orders. Don't make it difficult for him. Kan Xiaojuan snorted reluctantly, then led Zuan and Guying into the room. The room was very spacious and futuristic, filled with lab-coated personnel operating strange and unnamed equipment. In the middle stood a huge screen, an old man standing in front observing the data on it. Even Kan Xiaojuan, despite his arrogance, had to bow in respect when he saw the old man. Father. The old man turned back, revealing a stern face. But upon seeing Kan Xiaojuan, the severity in his eyes turned into affection. How are the injuries? It's nothing serious. Good. As long as you're fine. He then looked at Zuan beside him. This must be the hero who saved my son. Zuan remained silent. His attitude made many people unhappy, but Kan Xiaojuan, nonchalant, said, Father, you don't need to mind him. This is just how he is. Doesn't talk much. Besides, I made a deal with him. My life was bought with money, so he is responsible for my safety in the future. Kang Ming trusted his son's judgment and lost interest in Zuan immediately. To him, someone who could be bought by his son with money couldn't be that formidable. I heard you have important matters to report to me. Kang Ming asked. Kan Xiaojuan became interested. Yes, it's indeed very important. The reason all the people I brought this time were wiped out, and I myself got seriously injured, was because of this reason. Oh. What happened? Tell me in detail. I was sent to capture the defector, but guess what? That guy mutated. Mutated? Are you sure? Kang Ming became extremely excited. Absolutely sure. Otherwise, how could a low-level worker like him kill Lu Qing and eliminate so many of my subordinates? Is it a natural mutation? This is extremely rare. No. I must capture this specimen at all costs. It's crucial for my upcoming research. Kang Ming was impatient with excitement. Kan Xiaojuan smiled and remained silent until Kang Ming finished. Then he said casually, I suggest you inform the uncles in time. They have been criticizing your research as a waste of resources and useless labor, right? Let them know that mutation is real and extremely powerful, right? I almost forgot. Someone, quickly inform the other 9 directors to me in the basement. Yes. The steward replied and quickly went to prepare. Son, do you know where that guy ran off to? I'm not sure, but you can rest assured, he was also seriously injured in the fight, so he couldn't have gone far. As long as you make a decision here and mobilize the entire company's resources, we can definitely capture him soon. Kang Ming smiled. Good. Truly my son, clear-minded. Earlier, your uncle said you were useless. Later you will come with me. Let them see your true strength. Originally, Kong Xiaozhan was thinking about how to attend the meeting together, but Kong Ming took the initiative to invite him. This was even better. Of course, father. At this moment, the steward hurried over. To the old master's words, everyone has been notified. The meeting will be convened in an hour. Good. An hour later, in a luxurious underground room, a massive round table was placed in the center. Zuan pushed Kong Xiaozhan into the basement, which looked empty at first, with no one in sight. Kong Xiaozhan was a bit puzzled. They had agreed to have a meeting in an hour, but why was there no one here at the scheduled time? Just then, the chairs began to glow, and figures appeared one by one. It was the other 9 directors of the Qianlong Company. It turned out that for safety reasons, they had all arrived at the meeting in the form of digital projections, and their actual bodies were not present. Seeing this scene, Kong Xiaozhan's face suddenly became very unpleasant because it meant his plan had completely failed. In contrast, Zuan remained calm, just coldly looking at these figures, thinking about something. Kong Ming, why did you suddenly summon us for a meeting? An elder said, his voice distorted through the transmission. Yeah. People were just sleeping, and you got them up to dress up and attend a meeting. What a hassle. A woman with an unclear appearance and age said, in a coquettish voice. There was a woman among the 9 directors. Sensing Zuan's confusion, Kong Xiaozhan explained in a low voice, she's an older woman who acts young and likes to pretend, even older than my father. Zuan remained silent. Meanwhile, Kong Ming smiled. I have called you here for a reason. Weren't you always saying my research was futile? Now, I tell you, you were wrong. What? Have you really discovered the pattern of mutation? Someone exclaimed. Not yet, but I am close, because I have found the existence of natural mutations. Kong Ming confidently stated. Oh, after all that talk, are you still just creating illusions? Someone scoffed. This time is different. Xiaozhan, tell your uncles about your experience. Kong Xiaozhan was in a bad mood, but at this point, he couldn't back down, so he had to tell the fabricated story of his experience. He was well aware of his father's research progress, so the details he described were vivid and convincing. Kong Zizan glanced at the person who doubted himself, who turned out to be the old witch who liked to act cute. He couldn't help but sneer, saying, Auntie Fang, what you're saying is not correct. Stories can be made up, but can my injuries also be fake? This preemptive strike was very effective. The other directors fell silent because Kong Zizan was right. Stories can be fabricated, but the injuries on him were undoubtedly real. This was also because Kong Zizhan's extravagant image had deeply ingrained in everyone's minds, and no one could have imagined that he would pay such a high price to deceive everyone this time. Since that's the case, why are we waiting? Quickly catch this mutant back for experimentation, urged the director impatiently. They had tolerated Kong Ming's waste of funds before because they hoped that he might actually research controllable mutations. If that were the case, the entire Qianlong Corporation would experience a great leap in power. Mutations were crucial because, in this world, besides self-improvement, relying on mutations was the only way to wield real power. However, controllable mutations had always been an unsolvable puzzle. The naturally occurring mutations, discovered this time, likely held the key to control. At that moment, the directors became excited. Surprisingly, Kong Ming remained relatively calm. He chuckled and said, the person has already been sent out. I believe we will have results very soon. No need to wait. The results are already out. A cold voice abruptly interrupted Kong Ming's words. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, and even Kong Zizan looked incredulous. The speaker was Zuan. Kong Zizhan's eyes showed impatience because he didn't know what Zuan had in mind. Wasn't it agreed to wait until all the directors were present before taking action? These old foxes were still on high alert, attending the meeting through electronic avatars. A sudden move at this moment would alert them. However, as if oblivious to Kong Zizhan's gaze, Zuan looked calmly at Kong Ming and the directors. I am the person you are looking for. Kong Ming was taken aback, then chuckled. Interesting, very interesting. Zizan explained this. Being cunning, he couldn't overlook the subtleties and immediately asked Kong Zizan for an explanation. Kong Zizan looked sincerely at Kong Ming and said, Father, I don't understand what he means. How do I explain? Oh, you don't understand? Kong Ming coldly laughed. If you don't understand, why did you bring him here? Kong Zizhan's heart sank gradually. He knew his father's character too well. Kong Ming was extremely suspicious. Although he was very fond of him, it was based on the fact that he posed no threat to him. Now, if his actions were exposed, Kong Ming would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. As he sank into despair, Zhuan stepped forward and said calmly, "Let me explain. He brought me here to help wipe out all of you." This statement caused an uproar in the room. Zizan is actually so ruthless towards Aunt Fang. Aunt Fang must be heartbroken. Humph, just a spoiled child, trying to deal with me. Kong Ming's expression became colder. Zizan, is what he said true? Kong Zizan sighed. There was no use in concealing the truth anymore. Although he didn't understand Zhuan's intentions, he nodded. Very good. You truly are a well-taught son. You have excelled in selfishness, Kong Ming said with a few cold laughs. Kong Zizan had completely let go, no longer fearing Kong Ming's attitude. Thanks to your good teachings, father. After all these years of indulgence, I am tired of it. Now I want to taste what it's like to be in control. Nonchalant, Kong Zizan continued, you shouldn't expect to win at this game. But considering you are my son, I won't kill you. I'll erase your memories and implant brand new edited memories. Kong Ming's tone was indifferent, as if he was discussing a mundane matter. By then, you will be my favorite illegitimate child again, though by then, you may no longer be yourself. Kong Zizan's face paled, filled with fear. Kong Ming's words were even more cruel than killing him directly. At least if he were killed, Kong Zizan would know why he died. But if his memories were tampered with, would the current him cease to exist completely? Nobody paid much attention to Zhuan throughout the entire encounter, even Kong Ming. Though people were aware that this young man likely possessed extraordinary abilities, it didn't matter. The 9 directors present had come in electronic form, and their physical bodies were not present. As for Kong Ming, as the owner of this experimental building, he was confident in his safety. Therefore, people ignored Zhuan. However, at that moment, Kong Zizan suddenly shouted at Zhuan, "Kill me! Quickly! Kill me! Kill you! Why? I don't want to become a different person. It's better to let me die." Kong Zizan's face was pleading. With a smile, Zhuan replied, "Don't worry. With me here, it's impossible for you to become someone else." Kong Ming furrowed his brows at this response, and in an instant, countless machine guns extended from the ceiling and walls, all aimed at Zhuan. "I know you're a mutant with unique abilities, but these machine guns are enough to turn any being into a sieve." So, before Kong Ming could finish his sentence, Zhuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and the machine guns were instantly obliterated into a massive scrap metal by an invisible force. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the room gasped. Originally present in electronic form to witness the affair, the directors realized that something was amiss. They tried to shut down their avatars and leave, but to their horror, they found themselves unable to escape. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shut down the electronic avatars. "How is this possible?" exclaimed one of the directors, then his figure wavered. Zhuan smiled slightly. "What do I want to do? Naturally, I want to kill all of you." With the last word falling, Zhuan's eyes shone brightly, and his majestic divine intent surged out, directly rushing towards the essence of these directors along the internet cable. Then, his immensely powerful divine intent completely destroyed their physical bodies, leaving only pure souls, forcibly dragged back. Looking at the 9 floating souls in the field, Kong Zizan was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that there would be such methods, but soon he was overjoyed. "Good, ha ha ha. Now let's see how you old foxes can escape." Kong Zizan laughed heartily, but soon his laughter came to a sudden stop with a glance from Zhuan, who then turned to the directors. "Right now, I just want to know, how much do you really understand about this world?" The directors didn't know why Zhuan suddenly asked this, but they were very clear about the current situation, so without waiting for Zhuan to ask, they began to talk one after another, eager to explain. "Don't interrupt, one by one. Kong Ming, you go first." Seeing Zhuan's calm expression, Kong Zizan immediately stepped forward to maintain order. Kong Ming trembled all over, then respectfully lowered his head, not minding Kong Zizan calling him by name. "Whatever the master wants to know, I will tell without holding back. It's simple. Why has this world become the way it is now?" Kong Ming shuddered at the question, a hint of fear flashing in his lowered eyes, but he quickly said, "Everyone knows the reason. The old world was destroyed due to the impact of the meteorites." "Meteorite impact?" "Yes. Countless meteors fell from the sky like fireworks, hitting the earth, destroying numerous cities, and burying the civilization of the old era, Zoo, and thought of the appearance of this planet he saw before crossing over. Those densely packed meteorite craters even shaved off half of the planet, showing how dense the meteorite impacts were back then. Is that all? What are you saying? I didn't quite catch it. Enough talk. I'm asking you, is that all? Zuan said coldly. Kongming's face turned slightly pale, about to speak when the female director spoke up. This master, Kongming, is not telling you the truth at all. Indeed, there were countless meteors falling at that time, but the real reason that led to the collapse of the ancient civilization and evolved into the current state is something else. Oh, what reason? After thinking for a moment, the female director said solemnly, "It's an indescribable strangeness." Zuan's eyes lit up, because he knew the real meat of the story had arrived. Indeed. Along with the words of the female director, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Zuan. Mission 2 unlocked. Progress at 10%. Continue. Zuan said without changing his expression. With Zuan's approval, the female director also became invigorated. She now revered this strange and unpredictable method, even being able to destroy her physical body through an internet connection and bring back the soul of the young man. Like a god, she knew that the only way to survive was to give up all unrealistic fantasies and fully cooperate with the young man. In fact, the damage caused by the meteor shower at the time, while significant, was not enough to deal a devastating blow to the civilization of the old era. Just think about it. There were numerous elites who managed to seek refuge in underground bunkers at the last moment, and with the assistance of pre-reserved resources, they could have easily revitalized the civilization. What really crushed the old era, leading to the ultimate collapse of order, came from an incomprehensible and strange arrival. What exactly does this strangeness refer to? Zhu and asked. Though the female director was in a soul state, her demeanor and gestures were no different from a normal person. Upon hearing Zuan's question, she shook her head seriously. It's impossible to describe because everyone sees it differently. Some see menacing ghosts, while others see beautiful celestial beings, but no matter their form, this arrival signifies collapse and calamity. When it first erupted, people thought it was just illusions due to excessive mental pressure, so the pre-prepared psychological intervention plans were put into action, and with the implementation of a large number of measures, the situation seemed to improve somewhat. But soon everything descended into chaos, because even the psychologists responsible for the psychological interventions began to face the same issues. The situation rapidly deteriorated, with those witnessing different strangeness insisting they were right and condemning others as heretics, leading to the first major split. This split wasn't just superficial, it also involved physical bodies. Because those who witnessed the strangeness were no longer human, but beings closely related to the strange they saw, which made them keen on eliminating other heretics. There was once a statistic that at least half of the bunkers disappeared completely in this first split. The words of the female director left everyone in silence, because this was an absolute secret. Even Kong Zizan heard this for the first time, and widened his eyes. The progress bar in front of Zuan also moved forward significantly, reaching 30%. If that were it, half of the elites could have survived, but people underestimated the evil of this strangeness. After eliminating what they believed were heretics, these people started going crazy one after another. Have you ever seen lunatics who have lost all reason? These people are. They are even more cruel and savage than beasts, starting to slaughter all living things they see, marking the second mass extinction. After this second incident, there were few elites left from the old era. Their final measure was to drive these lunatics up to the surface and permanently close the doors of the bunkers. This closure lasted for hundreds of years, until countless generations of the elite's descendants opened the doors of the bunkers again, only to find that the world had completely changed. The surface was filled with roaming lunatics, chaos and disorder prevailed. Fortunately, these descendants of the elites had invaluable knowledge passed down from their ancestors, allowing them to build cities with it, eventually evolving into the world we have now. In the midst of the commotion, especially Kongming and others gazed at the female director with astonished eyes. Zuan nodded slightly. Very well, it seems you are honest enough. The system's prompt was that one must not deceive, so it was crystal clear whether this woman was lying or not. Thank you, sir. The female director bowed in respect. Before she could even straighten up, a muffled sound of flesh being torn apart rang in her ears. These 8 directors, including Kongming, were crushed into powder by Zuan without a sound. Although in a spiritual state, The female director shivered all over, then lowered her head even more. Kan Xiaozhan was unable to contain his excitement, laughing wildly towards the sky. Good. Ha ha ha. This is how you deal with these people. But before he could finish speaking, Zuan coldly glared at him. Kan Xiaozhan's figure trembled slightly, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained composure and spoke with a smile. Sir, now that these directors have met their demise, starting today, the Qianlong Company is yours. Zuan did not respond, just stared coldly at him. Kan Xiaozhan's smile remained unchanged, looking warmly at Zuan. Finally, Zuan turned away. No need, you can keep this company for yourself. I hope you take care of yourself and not follow in your father's footsteps. With that, Zuan turned and left. The female director and Guyan dared not linger, hurriedly following. In the blink of an eye, only Kan Xiaozhan remained in the meeting room. It wasn't until Zuan's footsteps had faded in the distance that Kan Xiaozhan's smile instantly receded, replaced by a face full of sweat. He trembled as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, knowing he had just narrowly escaped death. He was well aware that when Zuan looked at him just now, he had clearly intended harm. He just didn't understand why that intent had been suppressed, allowing him to sit here now. Thinking about this, Kan Xiaozhan couldn't help but bitterly smile, realizing how presumptuous he had been at the beginning trying to cooperate with Zuan. Really overestimating himself, Kan Xiaozhan inexplicably felt somewhat lucky. Perhaps the reason he managed to survive was because his hands were not stained with blood. Although he pretended to be a dandy, he still knew boundaries, greedy but not murderous, scheming but not coercive. In fact, he was only half correct. The reason Zuan spared him was not only because his hands were clean, but more importantly because there were no better candidates available. If a giant like the Qianlong Company lacked someone to take charge, the potential chaos was unpredictable. Unable to stay, Kan Xiaozhan became the chosen one by default. Moreover, Zuan believed that after experiencing this incident, Kan Xiaozhan would surely be more respectful. With respect comes boundaries, making him a better choice to run the Qianlong Company than others. As expected, after taking control of the Qianlong Company, Kan Xiaozhan immediately began reforms. Stringent rules were abolished one by one, and the company unusually started to enhance employee benefits. Eventually, this Qianlong Company transformed from a monopolistic giant into a company that prioritized employee welfare. Where are we going? Guyan couldn't help but ask. I'll escort you back to Yuhua City first, Zuan replied casually. Why? I don't want to go back, I want to follow you. Guyan immediately spoke up, Zu, and glanced at her. Guyan felt uneasy but still insisted on not backing down. I don't want to leave you, and I promise not to be a burden, so please take me with you. Okay, Guyan almost pleaded. Zuan smiled faintly. I'm escorting you back not because I'm afraid you'll be a burden, but because what I'm about to do has nothing to do with you. If you follow, it won't be of any help, and you might end up getting hurt. I'm not afraid, Guyan declared. I need to go to the wilderness to deal with those lunatics. Will you follow me there too? Zuan said calmly. Guyan was instantly speechless. Lunatics in the wilderness were nightmares for everyone living in the city. This fear could even be traced back to their childhood. Almost every parent would use the threat of these wilderness lunatics to scare their disobedient children. Typically, after hearing this, even the most mischievous child would quiet down. Guyan was no exception. When she heard that Zuan was going to the wilderness to deal with those lunatics, even someone as resolute as her couldn't help but waver. Why do you want to deal with those lunatics? They are extremely dangerous beings. Why provoke them? Zu, and shook his head. You don't understand. By now, Zuan had already learned what had happened through the words of the female director, but that was far from enough. To uncover the truth behind the scenes, especially the so-called strangeness, required further investigation on site. Moreover, there was a task closely tied to this. As for the fears of people like Guyan, it was just a joke to Zuan. The rest of the journey passed in silence. Soon, Zuan brought Guyan back to Yuhua City. When they arrived at the Living a Dream bar, Lemulin could hardly believe her eyes. Why are you back so soon? To be honest, Lemulin had even prepared for Zuan not coming back. After all, he was dealing with the Qianlong Company. When the job is done, of course, I'll come back. Done? Lemulin still didn't quite grasp the meaning. Yes, it's done. From now on, the Qianlong Company will no longer pose a threat, Zuan said calmly. Lemulin's eyes widened gradually, trembling as she said, Did you destroy the entire Qianlong Company? Not as exaggerated, but at least all those in power at Qianlong Company are gone. Lemulin was speechless. So, your return this time. It was a long while before Lemulin spoke again. I brought her back on purpose. What I'm about to do next will cause her inconvenience, so I hope you can take care of her for a while. Sure. But may I ask what you plan to do? He's going to the wilderness to deal with those lunatics, Guyen suddenly said. Zhu. And nodded. Lemulin was shocked, but she didn't try to dissuade him, knowing that someone like Zuan, once decided, no amount of persuasion would help. She could only nod with a bitter smile. All right, I wish you smooth sailing. Thank you. Is this the place, Zhu? And asked in a low voice, standing in front of an already abandoned shelter. Yes, it is, Qiu Dao replied softly, her eyes filled with complexity. Zuan didn't say anything more. He just kicked open the dilapidated door due to its age and walked in proudly. The shelter was mainly built underground, with only the entrance above ground. So, upon entering, a downward extending passage appeared in front of them. The passage was filled with various debris and rubble, and the walls on either side showed signs of damage, indicating a fierce battle had taken place here. Even the recent traces were covered in thick dust, clearly having occurred a long time ago. Qiu Dao's eyes grew increasingly desolate. Scenes from the past seemed to unfold before her. If she were not in a spiritual form, she might have collapsed at that moment. However, Zuan remained oblivious, striding down with large steps. After passing through the long corridor, a huge space suddenly opened up in front of them. It was clear that this was the central area of the shelter, but now it was riddled with bullet holes, and a nauseating smell hung in the air. Zuan raised an eyebrow and squatted down to observe carefully. Qiu Dao spoke in an almost pleading tone. There's no need to look. When the strange spread occurred within the shelter, almost everyone died, and I was the only one fortunate enough to escape. Oh, how did you manage to escape then, Zhu? And said flatly, without lifting his head. After a moment of silence, Qiu Dao reluctantly explained, it was due to my parents' sacrifice that I was able to escape. At that time, they were in the middle level of the shelter, mainly responsible for security. So, Qiu Dao paused and added, so when the incident occurred, they were the first to notice. They took decisive action and used their authority to send me out of the shelter. And what about them, Zhu? And seemed determined not to let go of the topic. They all died because by the time they realized what was happening, the strangeness had already descended, Qiu Dao explained quietly. Zhu, and smiled but didn't pursue the matter further. He simply said, so, revisiting this place, do you feel anything? Qiu Dao shook her head. No, because that was all 100 years ago, and I can't even remember what my parents looked like. In truth, this was a normal human reaction. Many times, things you thought you would never forget after experiencing them end up fading away with the passage of time. Just a few waves of time's erasure, and those unforgettable memories disappear like smoke. But don't you find it strange at all? Strange? How so? According to what you said, almost everyone perished in this shelter. So, where did the bodies go? Hearing this, Qiu Dao was horrified and stunned, realizing that something was indeed amiss. Yes, where did the bodies go? Even though 100 years had passed, there should at least be bones remaining. Zuan walked around the hall as if taking a leisurely stroll before suddenly letting out a laugh. I think I know where those bodies went. With that, Zuan stomped his foot down. Doom. A cloud of dust rose as Zuan stomped a large hole in the solid ground. However, for Qiu Dao, in her spiritual state, the dust could not obstruct her vision. She saw clearly a dark hole opening up in the ground, emitting a foul and nauseating odor. What is this? Qiu Dao exclaimed in shock. It should be the sewage system of the shelter, Zuan stated before jumping into it, and Qiu Dao instinctively followed. A part of her spiritual form was being controlled by Zuan, so she had to follow wherever he went. The sewage system had not been used for a long time, with dried-up mud covering the ground, and the air was noxious. For most people, entering it would lead to poisoning or fainting with just one breath. But for Zuan, there were no obstacles. He naturally switched to inner breathing mode and strode deeper into the sewage system. Within moments, they had moved far from the entrance, and upon turning a corner, even the last bit of light vanished. Qiu Dao involuntarily approached Zuan, her eyes filled with fear. Zuan's pace was rapid, but the sewage system was lengthy, and even after the passage of time, they couldn't see its end. Suddenly, Zuan stopped in his tracks. Qiu Dao wisely kept her mouth shut, refraining from asking what had happened. "I've come all the way here, and yet you hide and refuse to show yourself," Zuen said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light surged forward, illuminating the entire sewage system. Following closely behind, a strange crimson color rapidly spread, enveloping all the pipes lining the sewage system. Qiu Dao saw clearly that these crimson coverings on the pipe seemed to be alive, as they pulsed with each breath. Each flickering movement extended countless stains, resembling the intestines of a monstrous creature. Both Shi and Zhu found themselves in the midst of the creature's intestines. The sensation was maddening, and Qiu Dao's spiritual form started to flicker. She would rather scatter her soul than become Fu in the monster's belly. Fortunately, Zuan's pose and composure provided her with great courage. His lips curled slightly as he swung his sword directly. Splat! The crimson covering on the pipe burst open, and the nearby red veins began withering rapidly. However, the entire sewage system began to tremble, and red lights flicker, as if the intestines were writhing. At a young age, she witnessed extremely brutal scenes of slaughter with her own eyes, and as she grew older, she became a major shareholder of Chanlong Company. It was extremely difficult for a woman to reach this level in such turbulent times. It can even be said that every step she took was through a blood-soaked journey. Therefore, Qiu Dao's courage and insight far surpassed ordinary people. However, facing this nightmarish scene, she couldn't help but scream. At that moment, Zuan's eyes flashed. A hint of fire appeared between his eyebrows. As soon as the fire appeared, the tentacles that were charging crazily seemed to see a terrifying natural enemy and quickly retreated. But it was too late. This flame followed closely behind, instantly igniting the crimson in the entire sewer. With a loud bang, the flame ignited and spread rapidly towards the depths. Qiu Dao faintly heard a piercing scream. Then everything returned to silence. "Let's go," Zuen said calmly, taking a step forward. Qiu Dao was at a loss. She had been prepared to self-destruct just now, but she didn't expect Zuen to easily crack the dangerous scene. It wasn't until Zuen spoke that she woke up from her daze and quickly followed. The rest of the journey was uneventful, and soon the two of them arrived at the end of the road. A huge rock blocked the way, with a sewage ditch below. The water from the shelter flowed here and was then discharged outside. Is there no way out? Qiu Dao was somewhat uncertain. The huge rock blocking the way was flawless. The only way out was to walk through the narrow drainage ditch below, but the ditch was so narrow that a person could not pass through. Qiu Dao looked at Zuan, about to ask him what to do, but saw Zuan approach the huge rock and gently touch it with his palm. Then a series of cracking sounds could be heard, and countless cracks appeared on the rock around Zuan's palm. The rock collapsed silently, revealing a passage behind it. Zhu and continued forward as if he had done something insignificant, while Qiu Dao stared in disbelief. What kind of miraculous ability was this? With just a touch, the rock broke apart effortlessly, as if it required no effort at all. However, Qiu Dao quickly concealed her shock and hurried to catch up. Behind the rock was a rugged path leading to an unknown destination. Strangely, in such deep underground, there was still some faint light. Many unknown plants on the top and walls of the cave emitted a dim light. Although the light was dim, it helped blur the vision. Especially for Qiu Dao in her spiritual state, the environment was no different from daylight. Because of this, she saw many traces of dragging on the path. Not only on the ground, but also on the walls and ceiling, there were these traces, with plants emitting dim light growing in these grooves. It felt as if countless snakes had slithered along this path. Qiu Dao understood that these were the traces left by the crimson tentacles that had attacked them in the sewer. This indicated that the two of them were getting closer and closer to the monster's lair. She couldn't help but feel nervous and moved a bit closer to Zhu and glanced around the environment and continued to move forward confidently. Despite the difficult journey, it did not impede Zuan's steps at all. He traversed the underground cave swiftly, as if flying. Suddenly, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Zhu paused, took a brief look, then chose one of the paths and continued forward. Qiu Dao followed from behind and felt that Zuan's pace was getting faster. As they progressed, they encountered more and more forks in the road. However, Zuan did not stop at all and quickly chose a path to move forward. Gradually, after walking for a long time, a strange smell pervaded the air. It was a strange mix of cold vapor and a nauseating stench, creating a bizarre atmosphere. Qiu Dao even heard the sound of rushing water. At that moment, They finally emerged from the cave into a vast underground space. It seemed to be an underground cavern with a very high ceiling, giving the illusion of being outside. A dark underground river flowed swiftly in front of them, causing the water sound. At the same time, the pungent smell became more intense. Qiu Dao was speechless. Zuan suddenly crouched down to examine the ground. Qiu Dao followed his gaze and saw that the ground was covered with a thick layer of mud, mixed with something else. As she looked closely, she couldn't help but gasp. The mud was mixed with fragments of bones. This was no ordinary mud but the excrement of some giant creature. These bone fragments were undigested remains. Qiu Dao was too shocked to speak. At that moment, the sound of the underground river grew louder and faint roars of some creature could be heard. Zuan stood up slowly and said to Qiu Dao, "Now you understand why there are no bodies in the shelter, right?" Qiu Dao was speechless, for she suddenly saw figures climbing out of the dark river. These figures were vague and eerie, almost resembling legendary water ghosts. But in her spiritual state, she immediately recognized the origins of these figures. They were the people from the shelter. The creature lurking in the dark river was the culprit that caused the disaster at the shelter, and after everyone perished, it devoured their bodies. Furthermore, this monster did not even spare their souls, turning them into ghostly beings. When she saw her parents among the ghosts, Qiu Dao was no longer afraid. In fact, she was filled with extreme anger. She had thought her parents had died long ago, but they couldn't even rest in death. Their bodies were eaten. Their souls were controlled, which was unacceptable. "Sir, please save them." Despite her raging anger, Qiu Dao remained clear-headed. She knew that if she wanted to save her parents and their souls, she had to rely on the young man in front of her. Zuan had anticipated this. In truth, even these ghosts were not enough to challenge him. If this were in the heavens, Zuan's strength would easily be able to guide and enlighten these lost souls with a wave of his hand. But the issue is that they are now in a world far removed from the heavens. This place fundamentally lacks Buddhism, so how can they be guided and enlightened? Others might have been at a loss, but Zuan merely smiled, then moved his hands together, forming a hand seal. "Absolve." With this command, the hand seal shone brightly, emitting a powerful suction force. In an instant, as the light passed through, all the lost souls showed signs of liberation, before being pulled over by the suction force and merging into the glow of the hand seal. Once all the lost souls had merged, Zuan released the hand seal, and a ball of light floated in the air. Through the warm glow, one could vaguely see pavilions and buildings within the light ball, in a pleasant environment. "Lady, how are my parents?" "Don't worry, I have placed them in the Buddha's realm I created. They have obtained liberation and are free from suffering now." In this world without Buddhism, this was the only way to guide and enlighten these lost souls. Otherwise, they would have to endure endless suffering through countless lifetimes. Qiu Dao was full of gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. No need to thank me. Even without you, I would do the same." Zuan spoke, then walked to the riverbank, staring at the surging river with a hint of a cold smile. "You were the first to attack, and now you are hiding at the river bottom. What happened? Are you not coming out?" His voice was low, yet it shook the entire river. But apart from that, the river remained unchanged. Zuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Very well then, I'll give you what you deserve." With those words, Zuan raised his foot and stomped down heavily. Sout. This seemingly casual stomp held immense power. The river first trembled violently, then the water retreated, splashing into water columns soaring towards the rock wall at the top. Finally, the creature lurking underwater could no longer hide. It roared as it emerged from the water, wielding two large claws and attacking Zuan. The massive creature lurking underwater turned out to be a giant mutant crab. Its hard shell was filled with red patterns, and sparks flew as its claws swung. The crab's already menacing appearance, coupled with its enormous size, exuded an intimidating presence. Undaunted, Zuan slashed with a sword, shattering one of the crab's claws. He then grabbed the other claw with both hands, calmly and steadily prying it open bit by bit. Crack! With a crisp sound, the claw finally snapped in half under the immense pressure. Zuan stepped forward and delivered a punch. Doom! The impact sent water splashing in all directions, and the crab was propelled like a cannonball by Zuan's punch. By the time it hit the wall, its armor had disintegrated, revealing the tender crab meat underneath, which then landed with a solid thud on the opposite rock wall, unable to hold on. The whole process was like a flash of lightning. Qiu Dao hadn't even reacted before the crab was already dead. Is it over? Qiu Dao stammered. Zuan searched the crab's carcass before flying back. Not yet. He was searching for the source of evil. On the previous world, after destroying the fly monster, he had obtained a stone that seemed to contain some information, but was incomplete. Hence, Zuan continued his search in this world. Not finding the stone in the crab didn't surprise him. The fly monster from the previous world was already considered the ultimate boss. Although the crab was powerful, it paled in comparison within this world's power hierarchy. Let's go. There's nothing left to see here. With that, Zuan ignited the remains on the riverbank and flew up directly, crashing through the rock ceiling to the outside world. The subsequent journey became somewhat dull and boring, as Zuan went from shelter to shelter, encountering monsters and slaying them. After more than a dozen shelters, he had yet to find anything. Zuan finally halted his steps. My lord, what are you looking for? I am looking for the root of the world's corruption. The root of corruption? You should look in the meteorite crater. Qiu Dao remarked casually. Zuan's eyes lit up. Right? This world was damaged by the meteorite, so the root of everything should be in that meteorite crater. Zuan finally realized his previous mistake and immediately abandoned the shelters, heading towards the more remote meteorite crater. As he approached the meteorite crater, the environment became increasingly hostile. Despite not posing a significant challenge to Zuan, continuing to fly would only alert the world's will prematurely. Therefore, Zuan chose to land and proceed on foot, following the path under the mounting pressure. As he neared the crater, the conditions grew more severe. Yet, even in such conditions, there were still roaming maniacs. Their minds had been twisted by the eerie atmosphere, granting them formidable strength to survive in this forbidden land, where they preyed on any passing creatures. Zuan was their most delicious prey, drawing countless maniacs at the mere hint of his presence. Zuan showed no mercy to these people or monsters because they no longer possessed souls. Within their bodies resided only a chaotic, bloodthirsty consciousness. It was better to die than to live in such a tragic state. So, no matter how many maniacs came, Zuan cut them down with a single slash. Finally, upon reaching the edge of the largest meteorite crater on the planet, all the maniacs within 1,000 miles were eradicated by Zuan. After a brief moment of tranquility, Zuan looked down and witnessed a chilling scene. Within the massive meteorite crater were countless root-like tendrils deeply embedding in the pit, constantly sucking in light and supplying the central entity with energy. It was clear that this entity was extracting the planet's energy for its own use. As soon as the words fell, the roots in the meteorite crater began to wriggle. They slowly converged towards the center, layer by layer piling up and solidifying into a large, vague mass of flesh and blood. Quickly, this mass of flesh and blood rose swiftly under the support of the roots below, soon reaching the edge of the meteorite crater. Only when one got close could they truly feel the horror of this unidentified creature. Eyes, mouths, and other organs occasionally appeared on the flesh and blood, only to quickly wither and disappear. At the same time, its wriggling speed increased, and gradually, this mass of flesh and blood began to show the outline of a person and rapidly materialize. This eerie and horrifying scene sent a chill down Qiu Dao's spine, but Zuan remained indifferent, not even blinking. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of Zuan. It was a man. He had an average appearance, but exuded a strong evil aura. He calmly looked at Zuan and then uttered an unexpected sentence. I know who you are, oh, Zu, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Then who am I? You are a powerful being who should not have appeared here in the first place. When he left, he predicted your arrival. Who is he? Zuan immediately seized on the most crucial part. Naturally, he is my creator. With that, the man took the initiative to open up his spiritual world to Zuan. You can take a look for yourself. Even Zuan did not expect this being to react in such a way. Therefore, he did not explore the other's spiritual world but instead asked, why? The man shrugged. The reason is simple, because I am the evil in your eyes, and for a qualified evil creature, self-interest always comes first. Although he created me, he has already left, so I have no obligation to keep his secrets for him. Zuan looked deeply at the man with a sky-high evil aura in front of him. That sounds like a reasonable explanation. The man smiled. At first, his actions and words were stiff, as if wearing a mask, but after a few conversations with Zuan, his performance became more and more fluent, and now he could even make very complex expressions. What? Are you afraid? Provocation won't work on me, Zuan said calmly. Alright, I'll tell you the truth because I hope you can help me. Help you? Do you think that's possible? Why not? Don't compare me to those other fools. Except for the chaos caused by my lack of consciousness when I was first created, I have never actively harmed anyone. Is that not enough? Qiu Dao suddenly exclaimed. Then what about the weird occurrences in the shelter where my parents took refuge? As I said, at that time, I had just been created and had no consciousness. After I developed self-awareness, I strictly controlled my abilities, so have you not noticed that there have been no more strange occurrences after that? Qiu Dao was left speechless because the facts were indeed as described. When she was young, everything was chaotic, and strange occurrences were common. But as she grew older, these incidents gradually disappeared. Now, except for some lunatics in the wilderness, the cities in this world had gradually regained order, which is one of the reasons why the Qianlong Corporation has been able to grow. What about the remaining strange occurrences in the wilderness today? Qiu Dao asked. Those are all leaked from me. Apart from cutting off their source of energy, I have no other way to deal with them. I know you may not believe it, but that's the truth because most of my abilities have been sealed, and even surviving now depends on the energy of this planet. What do you want me to help you with? Zuan suddenly asked. It's simple. I want to break free from my final shackles and become a truly free consciousness. How do you plan to do that? It's very complicated. Are you sure you don't want to see what you desire first? Zuan sent a strand of spiritual power into the being's spiritual world. Indeed, this being completely opened up to Zuan, with almost no defenses. Zuan easily found what he wanted from the being's vast and chaotic memories. When he saw the imposing figure of that youth, Zuan knew it was all worth it, because this was the first time he truly faced the mastermind behind the scenes. Although the image was entirely false, it was still a significant step forward. Without reservation, Zuan directly copied these images and then looked at the being. Now, tell me about your situation. My situation is actually quite simple, and it is closely related to you. Oh, related to me? Yes. The man nodded. I can sense that you have a piece of stone hidden in your mental space. That should be the source of evil, and I can tell you, I also have a piece of such a stone, and it is much larger than yours. However, a seal was placed on this stone before he left, and I am unable to command it. I can only gradually digest it by wrapping it up, but over the long years, this stone has undergone a transformation, so although the seal is now weak, I am about to completely lose it. So, Zuan asked, so I want to make a deal with you. Help me deal with the trouble of this stone, and I can give you all the evil roots in it. All the evil roots to me? Yes, I know what you want to say, but I am not lying to you because over these years, I have been deducing and found that the path to advancement through evil energy is destined to be arduous and with a very low success rate. In contrast, the cultivation of your human race is the most stable and reliable, so now I just hope to get back that piece of stone, then get rid of the evil roots and truly become part of the human race. The man said very frankly, so you plan to abandon your current identity, become part of the human race, and cultivate? This even surprised Zuan. Yes. Do you know the risks of doing so? Of course, but I also know the risks of not doing so. From the moment you entered this planet, I knew that no matter how powerful I was, opposing you would be a dead end. Why do you say that? I don't know. Perhaps it's a profound sense, or just baseless speculation. But my intuition tells me that if I oppose you, it will undoubtedly lead to death. It's quite simple, because that stone has already developed self-awareness and is on the brink of losing control. So, I constructed a world to envelop it. All you need to do is enter and find the consciousness of this stone's embodiment, then eliminate it, said the person. Constructed a world? Well, actually, saying that isn't entirely accurate. I just linked to an unknown world and placed it there, completely sealing off that world. As the individual spoke, a tentacle emerged from the crater behind him, holding a glowing sphere at its tip. He handed it to Zuan. Don't take it, who knows if there might be a trap inside, Qiu Dao warned. Her childhood experiences had made her wary of these mysterious beings and she did not trust their words. Rest assured, I understand your concerns. So as long as you're willing to help me, I can temporarily link our lives together. That means if you encounter any problems, I will also perish. Isn't that enough? The entity explained candidly. Zuan looked at him in silence for a moment before suddenly saying, 2 questions. Please ask. Firstly, If you have the ability to banish it to another world, why not just kill it? A good question, he sighed. Do you think I haven't tried? I attempted countless times, but all failed. It's not that it's so powerful, but rather, we are intrinsically connected. The creator seems to have intentionally left a loophole. Hence, I cannot kill it at all. Second question. Why me? Because you are an outsider to this world. You don't actually exist. Therefore, only you can completely obliterate it. At this point, the individual opened his mouth and produced something similar to a seal, then handed it to Xuan. This seal represents my essence. If you crush it, I will die, Zhu. And accepted the seal and suddenly smiled. Don't you fear that I might crush it right now? The entity shook his head. You won't. Oh, why are you so sure? Because your target is not me, but the person who created me. In order to track him down, you must gather the source of this malevolent energy. I believe you are capable of weighing the pros and cons of this situation, Zhu, and gazed deeply at the entity. You are very intelligent. Flattery. In truth, I only wish to break free from all constraints and live as a free individual. Xuan smiled. A noble wish. With that, Xuan reached out and grabbed the glowing sphere, letting his consciousness seep into it. The sphere then radiated brightly, enveloping Xuan and dragging him into the void. Wait! Qiu Dao shouted and followed suit. The light flashed before their eyes, and the sounds of buyers and sellers filled their ears. Once the final light faded, what appeared before Xuan and Qiu Dao was a scene of bustling street life. People were busy going about their day, with students in modern attire and farmers in worn coats mingling together seamlessly. The seemingly contradictory scene of urban life and rural simplicity intertwined harmoniously, exuding a rich sense of human warmth. Qiu Dao had never seen anything like it before, expecting a cold and harsh world unfit for human habitation. Yet, the reality before her eyes was completely unexpected. Xuan, too, was slightly surprised as he saw similarities between the people there and inhabitants of a coastal city on Earth over 100 years ago. He had not anticipated finding a similar world at the edge of the void. Just as Xuan marveled at the wonder of the infinite spacetime, a crisp sound of a carriage bell caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw a man with a cheerful smile, dressed casually in spite of the winter cold. Sir, would you like a rye? A rye, Zhu, and glanced at the man's carriage behind him, understanding the situation. He saw the man named Tia somewhat nervous, uncertain if his actions were right or wrong. However, having no customers that morning forced him to find a way to make a living, lest his family go hungry at noon. When the young master looked at him, he timidly lowered his head. A patron like this was incredibly important, not only from his clothing but also from the dignified aura he emanated. He regretted being impulsive. If he offended this nobleman, he might lose business and face consequences. Seeing his discomfort, Xuan smiled slightly. All right, I was just thinking about where to eat lunch today. Since you offer, I'll take a rye. Hia was delighted and quickly prepared the seat for Xuan, who sat down without any fuss. Sir, where are you headed? I just arrived, haven't eaten yet. Let's go to the city's best restaurant. Xuan's choice further pleased Hia, as it meant a longer journey but undoubtedly better rewards. He was suddenly filled with energy, having not eaten since last night. All right, buckle up. I'll take you there. Hia grabbed the handles and headed toward the main road. As Qiu Dao was in a spiritual state, the people could not see her. She floated alongside Xuan and couldn't help but ask, Sir, what are you doing? Can't you see? We're going for lunch. Qiu Dao. Well, Qiu Dao conceded that she might not fully understand, but since Xuan was doing it, there must be a reason, so she remained silent. If asked about the best restaurant in this city, he would undoubtedly mention the two-meat house in Jushiankia. Years ago, when he was not yet married, he could save enough money from carpooling to indulge in a good meal from time to time. The dishes there were truly exceptional. However, if asked about the biggest restaurant in the city, he would undoubtedly mention Judchang. Only high officials and nobles could enter such a place, and even people like Hia, a carter, were not allowed near the entrance to avoid ruining its image. He pulled the rickshaw straight through the main street and arrived at the front door of Judchang. Before even coming to a stop, the shop assistant waiting at the door had already hurriedly walked up. These people made a living with sharp eyesight, so they had already noticed Xuan sitting in the carriage from afar. Unlike Hoa, who had limited exposure to society's lower levels, their eyes were much more discerning. At a glance, they could see Xuan's extraordinary qualities, so they had prepared in advance. As soon as the carriage came to a halt, the shop assistant was already standing in front of the carriage, respectfully handing over a hot towel. "Sir, let me help you wipe off the sweat." Chuan did not take the towel. He stood up, got off the rickshaw, and looked up to assess the restaurant in front of him. The restaurant was 4 to 5 stories high, standing out amidst the low-lying houses in the vicinity. A neon sign was hanging above, with 3 large characters written on it, Jude Cheng. Apart from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable, at least for Xuan, who had seen countless grand scenes. This was just an ordinary restaurant. The shop assistant beside him stole a glance at Xuan, increasingly shocked. This customer, whether in stature or appearance, was impeccable, even more handsome than the stars in the portraits. Although the style of the clothes he was wearing was a bit strange, they were well made, and the fabric looked visibly expensive. But what was more important was his demeanor. Most people in front of a restaurant would already feel nervous without saying anything. But this man had a calm expression, obviously well-traveled. Could he be the young master of a noble family from the previous dynasty? The shop assistant speculated inwardly, becoming even more respectful. Hoa dared not even breathe and stood on the side, unsure of where to put his hands and feet. Xuan then took his gaze back and glanced at Hoa, who looked embarrassed. He smiled slightly and casually took out a gold leaf. "I'm sorry, I just returned from outside, and I don't have any paper money on me, so consider this your fare." Hoa was frightened by the gold leaf and waved his hands repeatedly. No, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." From the fish market to here, the fare was only around 20 copper coins. The gold leaf Xuan casually gave now would be insufficient even if Hoa worked as a rickshaw puller for a year without eating or drinking. "But I don't have any change on me either. You can just keep the rest," Xuan said. Hoa blushed, still waving his hands. "Sir, I really can't accept it. If you don't have change, just forget about it. Consider this ride as my treat to you." Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly. This man was indeed honest. Most people would have probably accepted the gold leaf, but he didn't dare. In reality, to Xuan, these gold coins were no different from bricks and rubble. He had as much as he needed. At this moment, the shop assistant waiting beside them also saw Xuan's expression, but he misunderstood, thinking Xuan was unhappy. After all, for these nobility, once something was offered, it couldn't be taken back. Today, Hoa was truly lucky. The shop assistant admired inwardly and then said, "Hoa, just accept it. This gentleman wouldn't care about your 30-odd copper coins. It's more important not to delay the gentleman's meal." Hoa finally woke up from his daze and took the gold leaf tremblingly, suddenly remembering something and said, "Sir, go ahead and have your meal. I'll wait here for you. After you finish eating, I'll take you back." Xuan smiled and said, "No need. I'm not sure how long I'll be eating for. Till we meet again." After that, Xuan strode into the restaurant. Hoa stood still in place. The rickshaw men nearby looked at Hoa with envy and jealousy, but no one dared to approach him. After all, Xuan had already impressed everyone with his demeanor. Who knew the origin of this young master? What if they angered someone important? A beating would be light, and they might even lose their lives. Hoa clutched the gold leaf and felt his heart racing. He had hit the jackpot. His wife and children wouldn't have to go hungry with him anymore. Hoa resisted the urge to cry, carefully stored the gold coin, picked up the rickshaw, and swiftly left. Meanwhile, Xuan was led by the shop assistant to a private room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he sat down, someone served hot tea. The decor here was quaint and elegant, but what intrigued Xuan the most was the striking similarity between this world and the city on Earth. Could such identical worlds really exist in infinite time and space? While contemplating this, a middle-aged man dressed appropriately entered the room. "Sir, this is our manager. He heard of your arrival and came to greet you." Xuan nodded slightly. The manager smiled warmly, neither aloof nor overly flattering, obviously an experienced person. "May I ask for your distinguished name?" "I wouldn't say it's distinguished. It's Xuan." "Xuan's surname?" The manager pondered for a moment, but didn't recognize any prominent family with the surname Xu in the city. But in this day and age, many people adopted pseudonyms, so it wasn't surprising if he didn't know. With his experience, he could see the innate nobility in Xuan, so he became even more respectful. "So it's Master Xu. Your visit truly honors our humble establishment. I'm Liu San." "Yes. Please take care of Master Xu. Make sure there are no mistakes. Understood?" "Yes." Later, Inform the kitchen that we just caught some fat river crabs last night. Select the best ones and serve them to this room. Say, it's a gift from me. Understood. Such an attitude and demeanor were truly splendid. Even Xuan had to admit that this manager was indeed different. In that case, many thanks to the manager. You're welcome. Please enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you further. If you need anything, just have Liu Xin inform me. With that, the manager left, and in no time, various dishes were brought in, including the plate of fat river crabs. Xuan ate casually. He wasn't here for the food but to gather information, so he chatted leisurely with Liu Xin as he ate. After a while, Xuan roughly understood the situation. Indeed, this world was almost identical to Earth. Even the history it had experienced was strikingly similar. Could such a coincidence really happen in the world? Xuan chuckled inwardly, but maintained a neutral expression on the surface. This is actually a kind of probing. After all, determining whether someone truly has status cannot be solely based on their appearance, but also on where they live. Xuan naturally understood this principle, so he just smiled and said, "That's not necessary. I just returned from outside, so I haven't decided on a place to stay." "Then let me call a carriage for you," the innkeeper Liu Xin offered enthusiastically. "No need. Just had a meal and it's a good time for a stroll." With that, Xuan leisurely walked away. Watching his figure disappear, Liu Xin sighed. Truly a young master. The shopkeeper frowned at the comment and scolded, "What does it have to do with you whether he's a young master or not? Get back to work." Liu Xin shrank his neck and did not dare to argue, so he slunk away. Xuan naturally would not know about this little incident. At this moment, he had already quietly flown over the city, his gaze scanning around. "Have you noticed anything?" Qiu Dao couldn't help but ask. Xuan shook his head. "Not yet. Actually, this was normal. If things were as the being mentioned, and the consciousness generated by that stone was forcibly sealed in this world, then that stone would definitely try its best to hide itself. Even a fool could guess that someone would definitely come looking for it next. What should we do?" Qiu Dao was feeling anxious and uneasy in this unfamiliar world. Xuan smiled. "Stay cool." With that, Xuan vanished and reappeared in a bustling area of the city. This place was different from the market he first arrived at. Besides food stalls, there were no vegetable vendors, but it was lively. Many martial artists and performers gathered here. Each person displayed their skills, trying to attract passers-by. Since their livelihoods depended on their skills, everyone was eager not to fall behind. Some smashed their heads with a large hammer, while others climbed a tall bamboo pole of 7 to 8 meters and stood on top like a rooster. In short, this bustling and exciting scene left Qiu Dao feeling dazzled. But Xuan was not very interested in these performers. He simply strolled leisurely, stopping at each stall for a moment, resembling a wealthy gentleman who came out for entertainment. Due to his innate aristocratic air, passers-by subconsciously kept their distance from him, so he encountered no trouble on his way. Consequently, he finally arrived at the most bustling area of the city. Here, there were numerous taverns and theaters, with one stall after another lining the streets. Each stall was run by seasoned martial artists with unique skills, which attracted a crowd around them, occasionally cheering in applause. Xuan bought some candied chestnuts from a street food vendor and eagerly joined the crowd at each stall. After looking around, he arrived at the busy stall. Despite the large crowd, Xuan effortlessly made his way through, just like a fish swimming through water. This was also a stall where martial artists showcased their skills. Initially unremarkable, upon closer inspection, Xuan understood why so many people had gathered here. Standing in the center and twirling a spear was a young woman in the prime of her life. This young woman, aged around 28, was naturally beautiful, with fair skin and well-proportioned features, making her extremely alluring. Such a rare beauty displaying her martial arts skills naturally attracted attention on the street. Everyone in the crowd stared intently. Surprisingly, this young woman performed her spear technique skillfully, leading the spectators to applaud enthusiastically. Amazing! Miss Seven's spear skills are getting better and better. She's becoming more and more beautiful. If I could marry her and bring her home, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Humph, that's just wishful thinking. With your appearance, wanting to marry Miss Seven is like a toad lusting after a swan. Various comments could be heard. Xuan remained silent, munching on his candy chestnuts while observing. By the time the spear performance ended, the young woman, blushing slightly, received applause from the crowd. Subsequently, a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion approached the crowd with a bamboo basket and began a lengthy speech. "Dear sirs, you are all surely familiar with my father and daughter. We came here recently to visit relatives, but unfortunately, we missed them. I fell ill, and with no means of support, we faced the prospect of living on the streets. Under such circumstances, we had no choice but to earn our livelihood through these performances. Thanks to the support of all of you in the past few days, we managed to scrape by. Today, I kindly request everyone's continued help." With that, the man started circulating the basket, collecting money from the onlookers. Clatter, clatter. Most people contributed, quickly filling the basket with copper coins. As he approached Zuan, the middle-aged man hesitated. Being an experienced martial artist, he could tell that Zuan was not an ordinary person. Hence, he hesitated to approach him. However, just then, Zuan casually took out a gold leaf and dropped it into the bamboo basket. This action immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Many eyes widened. That was gold. Some might never have seen it in their lifetime, yet this young man casually gave it away. The middle-aged man was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Young sir, this is too valuable. We can't accept it." Zuan smiled. "It's not for you, it's for your daughter. She's skilled with the spear." The young woman, who had overheard, blushed and turned her head slightly, but her gaze unconsciously drifted back to Zuan. After all, Zuan, standing out in the crowd, was exceptionally remarkable. Despite standing among strangers, he exuded an extraordinary charm, both in manner and appearance. The more Zuan insisted, the more the middle-aged man hesitated. His daughter was his most cherished treasure. Knowing how striking her appearance was, he was well aware of the envy she attracted since starting the performance. Individuals like Zuan, distinguished by their looks and status, were the ones they needed to be cautious of. As the man was about to politely refuse, a commotion broke out from the back of the crowd, followed by a shrill, mocking voice calling out, "Oh, it's Malao! Run!" Being targeted by this perverted demon king, Sister Seven's luck looks bad. Amidst the discussions, the cowardly ones had already quietly dispersed, while the rest had also kept their distance. Malao was enjoying the feeling of being feared by others, his face filled with pride. But when he saw Sister Seven standing in the middle, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This girl is really... He couldn't even find the right words to say after a while. It was his lackey who followed him, who spoke up, "Really exquisite." "Yes. Yes. Truly exquisite." Malao nodded repeatedly, then raised his hand and gave the lackey a slap on the ear. "Damn it! How dare you talk back to me? You deserve a beating." Even though the lackey received a slap, he didn't even dare to dodge, instead nodding repeatedly, saying, "Yes. Yes, I deserve it. Heh." Malao smirked as he walked towards Sister Seven. "Young lady, why are you showing off your skills here? If someone gets hurt, what will we do? Even if no one gets hurt, it's not good to tan your tender skin black. Come, eat with me." Sister Seven's face was full of disgust, and upon hearing this, her eyebrows furrowed even more, ready to curse. At that moment, her father, the middle-aged man with a pale yellow complexion, hurriedly came forward, gesturing with his eyes for his daughter to stop speaking. Then, he smiled broadly and bowed repeatedly towards Malao. "Sir? Sir? We are just simple folks who have never seen the world. We are new to this place and don't understand the rules. Please pardon us." But Malao completely ignored him, raising his hand to slap him. "Damn it, who do you think you are? Disturbing my fun?" The middle-aged man, seeming intentional or unintentional, bent over, as if to bow to Malao, but managed to avoid the slap. Malao became even more furious when his hand missed the target. "Someone, drag this man out and beat him." His lackeys rushed forward, delivering punches and kicks to the middle-aged man. Though he retreated, the villains were relentless, becoming even more brutal. Seeing this, Sister Seven couldn't hold back, shouting, "Dad, these people are too much. Fight back." The middle-aged man's temper flared up. He only wanted to avoid trouble while out, not that he was afraid. So when he heard his daughter's words, he sternly said, "Don't let it turn deadly." "All right." Sister Seven crisply agreed, changing her flower spear into a stick and charging forward. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man struggled and managed to break free from the villain's attacks. It was clear he was skilled in fighting, but due to a long-standing illness, he could only defend himself. Just as Sister 7 charged in, wielding her stick like a whirlwind, the villains cried out, instantly relieving the middle-aged man from his predicament. Father and daughter fought and retreated, seemingly about to leave the battlefield. Suddenly, a shot rang out. The street fell silent, and Malao was seen holding a short gun, smirking at Sister 7. With the shooting, most of the onlookers dispersed. This was no ordinary commotion. It might lead to a big mess. The entire street descended into chaos, with people running around, leaving a mess behind. Although Sister 7 was brave, her face paled when faced with Malao's gun. What do you want to do? Hehe. What do you think I can do? Malao smirked wickedly. Throw away that stick in your hand, then come with me obediently. I might spare your and your father's lives, or else. Sister 7's expression changed, about to speak. At that moment, her father stepped forward and shielded her, yelling, "Go, father!" Tears welled up in Sister 7's eyes, but she understood that her father was sacrificing himself to buy her time. The best plan now was to escape quickly and not waste her father's sacrifice. She fought back her tears and turned to run. Just then, another shot rang out. Startled, Sister 7 looked back and witnessed a scene she would never forget. Her father, who was prepared to die, stood unharmed, with a man standing in front of him. It was the wealthy guest who had given her a golden leaf earlier. Sister 7 remembered him well and recognized him instantly. Shockingly, the guest seemed to be holding something in his hand. A bullet. This discovery shattered Sister 7's imagination. How could someone catch a bullet with their hand? But if not, how else could the gunshot be explained? Furthermore, the bullet in his hand was still emitting smoke. Both she and her father were astounded. The middle-aged man's vision blurred for a moment, then a figure appeared in front of him, leaving him unsure if the gunshot or the figure came first. The bullet was in the young man's hand. Malao was also taken aback, especially after seeing Zuan's attire and appearance. His arrogance diminished. This man was clearly not an ordinary person. Malao had to be careful. As for catching a bullet barehanded, Malao didn't believe it at all. He thought it was just a trick, shooting people at the drop of a hat. Quite a show of power. Ha, Zuan said, indifferently. Malao's eyelids twitched, suppressing his anger, and said, in a more polite tone, "May I ask who you are?" "Me? Just here to watch the show. My brother is the director of the Western City Garrison. If you have no business here, I hope you'll kindly refrain from causing trouble." Malao used his brother's position to intimidate. It was his biggest card and usually worked in his favor. But Zuan wouldn't fall for it. If he wanted, he could level the entire city with the wave of a hand. The reason he didn't was not only to find the whereabouts of the transformed stone, but also because Zuan didn't want to harm innocent people. Malao's expression changed several times, wanting to raise his gun several times, but not daring to. Because Zuan behaved in such a way, Malao's heart became more uncertain. Despite relying on his brother's influence to act recklessly, Malao was actually clear-minded. This city had hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with people more powerful and influential than his brother. Despite his brother being the director of the West City Guard Bureau, he was no different from a stray dog in the eyes of those big shots. That's why Malao's brother had warned him more than once. It was fine to bully the common people usually, but the moves had to be made carefully. If you happened to provoke those big shots, not only would you die, but I would also have to die with you. Malao strictly followed his brother's words and never provoked those with backgrounds, which allowed him to thrive over the years without any major incidents. But today, Zuan's performance made him uncertain. Regardless of attire or demeanor, this young man didn't seem like an ordinary person. However, the sons and daughters of those wealthy families in the city had all been seen by himself, and he didn't remember seeing someone like this. Could it be that he had just returned from outside? With reservations in his heart, Malao became even more cautious. He glared at Zuan fiercely. "I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll let you off for now. Let's wait and see." After saying this scripted line, Malao signaled to his subordinates, and then the group slunk away. A major conflict was thus diffused into nothingness. Zuan smiled. In his eyes, Malao was even less than an ant, and he naturally didn't take him seriously. Just then, the middle-aged man led the 7th miss over and clasped his hands in front of Zuan. "Sir, thank you for coming to our rescue and saving us from peril." This heartfelt gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Zuan, He estimated he would have been dead under Malala's gun by now. His daughter might have been taken away and suffered abuse. So, considering Zhu-an as their savior was not an overstatement, Zhu-an glanced at the father and daughter and saw that the middle-aged man was still injured and his face had become increasingly pale, indicating that the old wound had been exacerbated by recent exertions. "You're welcome. It was just a minor gesture on the way." The middle-aged man chuckled bitterly. "Your minor gesture was a great favor to us." Realizing that Malala had withdrawn earlier out of fear of Zhu-an, Malala became even more cautious. He glared at Zhu-an fiercely. "I still have something to attend to today, so I will let you go for now. We'll see how things progress." After saying these words, Malala signaled to his followers, and they quietly left. A major conflict was resolved quietly. This way. Zhu-an smiled. In his eyes, the role Malala played was even less significant than an ant. Naturally, he did not pay him any attention. At that moment, the middle-aged man led his seventh daughter over and clasped his hands towards Zhu-an. "Sir, thank you for your timely help that saved my daughter and I from danger." These words were deeply felt. If it weren't for Zhu-an, he might have already perished under Malala's gun, and his daughter might have been taken away and violated. Thus, considering Zhu-an as their benefactor was not an exaggeration, Zhu-an glanced at the father and daughter and saw that the middle-aged man was still bearing wounds, and his complexion had turned waxen and yellow, indicating that his long-standing illness had worsened due to recent efforts. "You're welcome. It was just a small favor." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. "I hope my narrow place doesn't offend you." "No problem. I actually find this place quite nice, a peaceful oasis in the midst of chaos," Zhu-an replied. The man shook his head, smiling bitterly. "It's because the people who work outside haven't returned yet. The place will be bustling shortly." At that moment, the seventh miss brought a cup of tea to Zhu-an. With a slight smile, Zhu-an nodded in thanks. "Thank you." Although the seventh miss displayed a brave and spirited demeanor on the main street, her cheeks flushed after Zhu-an thanked her, and she shyly retreated behind the curtain, refusing to come out. The man apparently hadn't noticed this scene and raised his cup, saying, "Please have some water first." Zhu-an raised the cup and took a sip, finding the tea unpleasantly bitter with only a faint hint of aroma. Despite the taste, Zhu-an maintained his composure, finished the tea, and placed the cup back on the table. The man had been watching Zhu-an and, upon seeing him drink without hesitation, he breathed a sigh of relief. "May I know your honorable name?" "I am Zhu-an." "Sir Zhu, I am Shan Jikyan. This young lady is my daughter, Shan Nan. We are originally from another province, but due to a family disaster, we came here to seek shelter. However, things didn't go as planned, and I fell ill. If not for my daughter's care, I would have died long ago." Shan Jikyan spoke with a tinge of melancholy. "It seems like you and Miss Shan know martial arts?" Zhu-an asked. "Just some rudimentary boxing and basic skills passed down in the family. It's nothing worth mentioning. However, when I saw you suddenly appear earlier, it seems you also have some skills." "I do have a bit," Zhu-an smiled. "No wonder. But if I may ask boldly, do you have any connections in this area?" "No. I am just here to sightsee," Zhu-an replied. Shan Jikyan became nervous and sighed. "That could be troublesome. Malala won't likely let this go. He was only startled by you earlier, but once he returns, he will surely investigate. If he finds out that you have no roots here, he will definitely seek revenge." "Is Malala very formidable?" "Actually, he's not that formidable. Even his older brother is just a lackey. But we, who roam the Jianghu, can't afford to provoke him. Fortunately, I secretly rented this house, which is quite hidden. Malala won't find his way here easily." Shan Jikyan fretted, consoling himself with this thought. Just then, Shan Nan emerged from behind the curtain. "Father, it's getting late. The honorable guest is here. I will go outside to buy some food. You both enjoy." After Dan Nan left, Dan Jikyan's face suddenly changed. He set down the tea cup and solemnly asked Zhuan, "Master Zhu, what do you think of my daughter?" "Nothing short of stunning," Zhuan said truthfully. Even in Zhuan's eyes, Dan Nan's looks were considered very high. Though not on the same level as Zianer and Zhuaner, she could still be described as exceptional. "If I were to entrust Zichet to you, would you take good care of her?" Dan Jikyong asked with determination in his voice. Zhuan looked at Dan Jikyong with a hint of surprise. While he owed Dan Jikyong and his daughter a debt of gratitude for saving them, it was surprising that Dan Jikyong will offer his daughter in return. However, when he noticed the despair in Dan Jikyeon's eyes, he suddenly understood something and sighed. Brother Dan, why are you saying this? Is it because of your injuries? Indeed, my time is running out, Dan Jikyeon said with a bitter smile. No need to be so pessimistic. I can offer you more gold than silver. And if you take care of your health properly, it's no use. Dan Jikyeon shook his head, his mood noticeably low. I've been telling others that I came here to seek help because of a serious illness. Even Ziche believes this. But in reality, it's not the case at all. He stole a glance at Zuan, expecting to see surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, Zuan remained indifferent, showing no reaction. Zuan's choice of Dan Jikyeon and his daughter among the many performers in the crowd was not because of Dan Non's beauty, but rather because he sensed something peculiar about Dan Jikyeon's injury. Dan Jikyeon saw from Zuan's composed demeanor that the young master had already figured it out. Without another word, Dan Jikyeon continued, My illness is not due to traveling, but because of an attack by enemies. I came to this city to escape them, but no matter how I try to treat it, I feel the injury worsening. Today's activities have depleted my strength, so I have a premonition that my time is limited. I don't care about my own death, but leaving Ziche alone in this world troubles me. This child is kind-hearted and beautiful, but if she encounters unscrupulous individuals, she will surely suffer. Dan Jikyeon looked sincerely at Zuan. Although it may seem presumptuous to ask this of you so soon after meeting, I hope you will take Ziche. That way, I can rest in peace. He looked at Zuan, expecting the young master to agree. After all, his daughter was so beautiful. Helping them could be the motivation. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would not refuse. But Dan Jikyeon was mistaken. Zuan did not rush to agree. Instead, he smiled. Brother Dan, you seem to trust me quite a bit. Aren't you afraid I might sell your daughter? Dan Jikyeon shook his head. You are not that kind of person. Oh, you can tell? I, Dan Jikyeon, have been in the martial world from a young age, and I have some insight. Especially when you risked your life to save us. It shows your character. Zuan smiled faintly. Taking care of your daughter won't be difficult. Dan Jikyeon felt a weight lifted off his heart and quickly thanked Zuan. Zuan waved his hand. Don't thank me so quickly. I have something else to ask you. Please go ahead. Who hurt you? And why are you so certain that you cannot recover and will soon die? Dan Jikyeon looked hesitant. This, what? You don't want to say, or are you afraid to say? It's not that I fear death. What do I have to be afraid of? I just don't understand why you are asking about this. Considering your status, it's better not to get involved in these matters. I'm just curious. I want to know, Zuan said with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Dan Jikyeon finally made up his mind. Well, if you insist on knowing, then I'll tell you. The one who injured me is a very evil sect in the martial world called the Worship Star Sect. The members of this sect are very cunning and elusive. Although they are few in number, they cause great harm. When one encounters them, it often leads to death, so people in the martial world avoid them. I was no exception, but trouble found me. One day, some members of the Worship Star Sect came to my door, demanding a family heirloom, a precious sword. Of course, I refused, and so, we clashed. At first, I managed to defeat those worshippers, thinking they were nothing special. But then, someone threw something at me, and suddenly everything went black. I had a splitting headache and passed out. When I woke up, the ancestral sword was gone. I didn't think I was seriously injured, so I kept it hidden. But soon after, my condition worsened, my vitality declined, and I sought a wise doctor in the martial world for diagnosis. He just checked my pulse and told me there was no cure because my 3 souls and 7 spirits were incomplete. He told me that this was a unique technique of the Worship Star Sect to capture a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Without them, a person would deteriorate within a year or even 3 months. I was unwilling to accept this fate and pleaded with the doctor for treatment. He reluctantly prescribed a medicine, but instead of improving, my condition worsened. I knew my end was near. With Ziche's mother gone early, leaving her alone, I remembered that my sister had married in the city. So I brought Ziche to the city, but I didn't find my sister and my condition worsened at the end. That's how it went. Dan Jikyeon recounted the events in detail, and after finishing, he looked at Zuan with a bitter expression. With my spirits incomplete, do you think my injury can still be cured? If we carefully play Ziche, I can depart in peace. Worship Star Sect, capturing a person's spirits. This information made Xuan's eyes light up. It seemed he had found the right person. The clues were finally coming, and once he had the clues, the next steps were clear. When Den Jiqian saw the gleam in Xuan's eyes, he thought that the young master had some ideas and hurriedly advised him, "Master Zhu, the worship star sect is extremely sinister. With your valuable life, please do not provoke those people." Dan Danan's cooking skills were obviously very good. Several ordinary dishes were stir-fried by her so that they were colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Plus, they had bought a jar of good wine, making it a rare and delicious meal for them as father and daughter. "Zhu Gongzi, please have a seat," Dan Jiqian politely invited, showing no hints at all. However, Xuan did not sit down. Instead, he said to Dan Danan, who was standing aside, "You've been busy for a while. Why don't you sit down and eat with us?" Dan Danan did not expect Xuan to invite her, so she was taken aback. Based on the traditions she had encountered before, women were not supposed to sit at the table where men were eating. Therefore, she was standing aside, preparing to pour wine and serve the food for them without hesitation. "This doesn't seem right," Dan Danan said, stealing a glance at her father, who was smiling and showing no signs of dissatisfaction. "What's wrong with that? You've been busy for a while, and you can't just stand aside while we eat," Xuan said. "Since Zhu Gongzi has said so, then please have a seat," Dan Jiqian suddenly said. Seeing her father also agreeing, Dan Danan then sat down. "Would you like a drink?" Dan Danan looked at her father again. Dan Jiqian smiled. "Shaoqi has been practicing martial arts with me since she was young, so drinking is not a problem. She can even overpower me when it comes to drinking. Then let's have a drink." 3 large earthenware bowls were filled with wine, and Xuan handed one to Dan Danan personally. Dan Danan suddenly felt uneasy. How could she let Gongzi pour wine for her? Wasn't that overstepping the boundaries of her status? So she hesitantly took the cup with both hands. "Thank you," she said softly. Xuan smiled. "No need to thank me. I should be thanking you for preparing such a delicious meal." Dan Danan was taken aback. Raised by her father to wield a knife and spear from a young age, and later wandering due to family misfortunes, the warmth she experienced now was something she had never dared to hope for. While other girls were enjoying time with their parents, she could only practice with her spear alone. As she grew older, her outstanding beauty attracted many unwelcome suitors, and she had to drive them away with her martial skills. This made it increasingly difficult for her to find work, to the point where she could not even pay for meals at some point. Listening to the innkeeper and the waiters taunting her, Dan Danan chose to remain silent. It was a time she didn't want to look back on, but fortunately, her father's condition gradually improved, and they could finally get by. They then began performing in the streets, earning enough to sustain themselves, marking a turning point in their lives. However, today brought an unexpected disruption. Yet Dan Danan had grown accustomed to such surprises. What more could she expect from this harsh life? But Xuan's appearance added a touch of brightness to her life. This young man, with his exceptionally handsome smile and clear eyes, would express gratitude for the smallest things. It was something Dan Danan had never experienced before, so she had a moment of disbelief, feeling that the happiness in front of her was somewhat surreal. "Come, let's have a drink together," Dan Jiqian said as he raised his bowl, looking relieved. Xuan's display of respect reassured him that he had entrusted his daughter to the right person. With Xuan by her side, she wouldn't be mistreated. Therefore, he was happy. Just as the three were about to toast, a sharp and sarcastic voice suddenly came from outside the house. "Wow, quite the feast today, all this wine too." With these words, a man dressed in a patrolman's uniform strode into the house. His greedy eyes scanned Dan Danan before turning to smile ingratiatingly at Dan Jiqian. "Old Dan, what's this? A feast?" Dan Jiqian's expression changed slightly when he saw this man. His name was Wang Jingquan, also a resident of the large courtyard, who had become a street patrolman due to his talent for flattery. He was not an official, just a low-ranking officer, but to the lowest rungs of society, his position inspired respect. Therefore, Wang Jingquan's arrogant behavior didn't stop, viewing himself as the master of the courtyard, often scolding and abusing other residents. When Dan Jiqian and his daughter moved in, Wang Jingquan immediately set his sights on Dan Danan, almost salivating over her. After suffering a few losses, he didn't dare openly pursue her. However, today, he found Dan Danan had unexpectedly bought many groceries, including fish. This was unprecedented, so Wang Jingquan followed her in secret, eventually discovering the young man in the house. This discovery unnerved Wang Jingquan. He had always considered Dan Dan off limits, yet it seemed like the bird that had been within reach was about to fly away. Torn by jealousy and frustration, he finally decided to confront them. Standing up, Dan Jingquan said, "Patrolman Wan, this is my nephew who came to seek refuge with me. I must entertain him today." "Nephew?" Wang Jingquan looked nervously at the composed Zuan sitting there. His aura was definitely not typical. However, glancing down at his uniform, Wang Jingquan's courage bolstered. "Does he have identification? You know, harboring someone without proper identification is a serious offense." Dan Jingquan was stunned. How would he know if Zuan had identification? Just as he turned to ask Zuan, he saw Zuan suddenly smile and beckon to Wang Jingquan. "If you need identification, I have it right here. Come take a look." "What are you? Coming to check my identification?" Zuan said calmly, not even getting up the entire time. Wang Jingquan shivered with fear as he felt an indescribable pressure emanating from Zuan. This kind of pressure he had only seen on important figures. He finally realized he had picked a fight with the wrong person, so he stood up silently and slinked away. Shan Jikyong and Shannon looked stunned at Zuan. Zuan smiled. "What are you looking at me for? The more polite you are with these minor characters, the more they will take advantage of you. So instead of talking nicely to him, it's more efficient to handle it this way. Come, let's continue drinking." Shan Jikyong laughed. "You're right, let's continue drinking." Shannon also snapped out of it and suddenly smiled. "Okay, let's drink." Before, Wang Jingquan used to come over and say some nonsense while she was cooking and doing laundry. Shannon had long wanted to teach him a lesson, but her father always said to endure when outside, so she had been holding back from acting. Today, Zuan's slap had relieved her anger, so she was naturally happy. While the three of them were drinking heartily, Zuan communicated with Qiu Dao telepathically. "You go outside and keep an eye on that kid. If he leaves, you follow him." Yes, Qiu Dao's spiritual state was a mystery in this world. So after receiving Zuan's order, she floated out of the cabin to where Wang Jingquan lived. Comparing the room where Shan Jikyong and Shannon lived to where Wang Jingquan lived, it was much more luxurious. At least it was a suite inside and out. However, at this moment, Wang Jingquan was sitting on the Kong in the inner room, with a middle-aged woman wiping the wounds on his face. While wiping, the middle-aged woman cursed bitterly. "It's all because of that little flirt that your father was beaten like this. Is there no justice?" Qiu Dao was speechless for a moment. This middle-aged woman's distortion of truth was incredible. Clearly, it was her husband who first approached the attractive girl, but in her mouth, it became Shannon seducing him. "Forget it. Stop talking. I got hit due to my different status, so I just had to take this slap for nothing," said Wang Jingquan, tangled in official business. The middle-aged woman was not happy. "How different can your status be? Aren't you just a constable? This constable is nothing but a joke. When I see an official, I have to salute. Can't make money, endure humiliation. Just those hardships for me." The middle-aged woman said, impatiently, "You act like you're someone important, but you're just a nobody. You're the nobody." The middle-aged woman couldn't retort after being scolded because if Wang Jingquan struck back, she would have to bear it. "Today, I don't know what's going on. I heard that Malala at Chancha also suffered a loss, and you got beaten up too. There's really no justice anymore." The middle-aged woman grumbled. "Wait, what did you just say?" Wang Jingquan suddenly shouted. "What did I say? Who got beaten up that you just mentioned?" "Malala from Chancha. Don't you know him?" Wang Jingquan suddenly stood up, his face swollen like a pig's head, showing excitement. "I almost forgot about this until you mentioned it. The one who beat Malala today seems to be a martial artist performing at Chanchao, so I should report Shan Jikyong and his daughter. What do you think will happen?" "What will happen? Of course, I can avenge this slap. No, I need to go right now." Without caring about the injuries on his face, Wang Jingquan put on his shoes and ran outside. "Hey, you haven't eaten yet. What's there to eat? We'll talk when I come back." Wang Jingquan rushed out of the courtyard, completely unaware that someone was following behind him. Qiu Dao, following Zuan's orders, followed Wang Jingquan to see where he was going. Although she didn't understand why Zuan was so concerned about such a minor character, Since Zuan ordered it, she just had to follow along. Wang Jingquan nearly ran to the Ma family mansion near Changchao. The guards at the gate recognized Wang Jingquan and couldn't help but chuckle when they saw him. "Oh, isn't this old Wang? What happened to your face? Got hit by your wife?" Wang Jingquan didn't dare to provoke these guards, nodding and bowing. He said, "Brothers, I'm not joking. Is the second master inside?" "He's inside." "What's up? Do you want to see the second master?" "Yes, I have an important matter to report to the second master." "I advise you not to. The second master is in a bad mood today. Is it a good idea to go now? But I really have an urgent matter to see the second master. Please make an exception." The guards at the gate shrugged. Since Wang Jingquan was looking for trouble himself, they couldn't blame them. "Then go in, but don't blame us for not warning you if something happens." "Yes. Yes, I'll treat you to drinks later." Wang Jingquan nodded and bowed as he walked into the mansion. He had been here once before, so he was somewhat familiar and quickly entered the villa. Upon entering, he heard Ma Lao's furious roar. "Search for me, find the guards even if you have to search every corner." The servants were silent, but Wang Jingquan's eyes lit up. The angrier Ma Lao was, the better his chances. Soon, he arrived in the living room. At this moment, Ma Lao was pacing back and forth in the living room like an angry tiger. There was a pool of blood and a shattered vase on the ground. It was unclear which unfortunate servant had left it. "Greetings, second master," Wang Jingquan respectfully called out. Ma Lao turned to look at him, frowned, and pointed the gun from his waist at Wang Jingquan, shouting angrily, "What? Even a small constable like you dare to come and watch my excitement?" Ma Lao was truly furious now. When he came back, he sent people to find the teenager named Zuan, but they found nothing. Ma Lao realized he had been deceived. Always the bully, he never expected to be tricked by a kid today. This made him extremely angry, which explained his extreme reaction upon hearing Wang Jingquan's words. Wang Jingquan was so scared that he immediately knelt down. "Master, I dare not mock you. I purely came to report information to you." When Ma Lao heard that there was an extremely beautiful young girl among them, his eyes lit up and excitement appeared on his face. "That's right, it's them. Where are they now?" "They are in the big courtyard where I live." Let's go over there now. Damn it, I must make this guy who dared to deceive me pay the price," Ma Lao said fiercely. But just then, a voice came from outside the door. "There's no need to go. I'm already here." Ma Lao froze, immediately aiming his gun at the door. "Who? Weren't you looking for me? Why are you now asking who I am?" This time the voice came from behind. Ma Lao turned abruptly and saw Zuan sitting on the sofa smiling at him. In an instant, Ma Lao's body was covered in goosebumps, his scalp tingling. Just a moment ago, there were only himself and Wang Jingquan in the living room, but now Zuan had appeared on the sofa. This mysterious appearance terrified Ma Lao. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Zhu, and chuckled. "Shouldn't you ask yourself that?" Zuan then looked at Wang Jingquan, who was kneeling and trembling. "Your legs are quite long. You ran here to deliver a message so fast." Wang Jingquan shook violently, his face turning pale. "Please spare me. I didn't mean to." "So what? If it wasn't for my abilities, would you have successfully framed that father and daughter, all because the girl didn't show you any favor, so you couldn't take advantage of her?" Zuan's voice turned cold. Wang Jingquan's face was covered in cold sweat, unable to say a word under Zuan's scrutiny. And then, Ma Lao suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A round bullet hole appeared on Wang Jingquan's forehead. He stared blankly at Ma Lao, unable to believe that he would fatally shoot him. "Damn it! I hate troublemakers like you the most in my life," Ma Lao cursed. Wang Jingquan finally fell to the ground in despair. Ma Lao quickly put away his gun, then smiled and nodded at Zuan. "I was deceived by this guy. I have no intention of causing trouble for you. Please don't be offended." Zuan remained silent, just staring at him. Ma Lao felt an invisible pressure forcing him to lower his head, feeling overwhelmed. "Did I tell you to kill him?" Zhu, and said calmly. Ma Lao felt a shock, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and he immediately knelt down. "I was just acting rashly in the moment. Please don't blame me, sir." Ma Lao had a strong premonition that if he made any mistakes today, the consequences would be irreversible, so his dignity meant nothing. Staying alive was the priority. Zuan didn't actually intend to kill him, at least not at that moment. "Want to stay alive? It's simple. I have something for you to do. Are you willing? Ma Lauer would have been willing to do anything at that moment, so he nodded frantically. I'm willing. I'm willing. Just give me the order. Very good. I'm satisfied with your attitude. Q doubt. You will tell him the rest, Zuin said. Yes. A response came from the void, and then Q Dao slowly materialized. Ma Lauer was almost in tears due to this scene. He had provoked someone beyond his imagination, but it was too late for regrets. He could only bow deeply, kneeling on the ground with trepidation. Zhu, and left. He couldn't stay with Den Jikyan and his daughter. The small room couldn't accommodate 3 people, so he found a random inn to stay in. And shortly after he returned to his room, Q Da came back. Did you tell him everything? Yes, I directly imprinted the information in his mind. He probably won't forget it for the rest of his life, Q Dao said. Zhu, and nodded. He didn't want to deal with someone like Ma Lauer, so he entrusted this task to Q Dao. But sir, why did you choose to use Ma Lauer? Very simple. For tasks like finding the whereabouts of the Bai Xingjiao, someone like Ma Lauer is the most effective. This was also why Zuin had Q Dao follow Wang Jingquan, and then hurried over himself. Q Dao nodded without saying anything. Meanwhile, Ma Lauer gathered all his men and issued an order. They were to search all suspicious individuals overnight, especially those who were acting strange. Despite not being significant in the eyes of the powerful figures, Ma Lauer had the backing of the Western City Guard, making him influential in the city. Therefore, at his command, the entire underground world of the city was stirred up. Jia Sanian was a pitiful woman. Orphaned from a young age, she was finally married off to a family with the help of relatives. However, her husband passed away shortly after the marriage. She was then considered an ominous person for losing both her father and husband, and was eventually driven out by her in-laws due to not bearing any children. With nowhere to go, she sought refuge in the city Gao temple, making a living by washing clothes for the poor men at the docks. This was the lowest profession, as most women with any means would avoid. Dock workers were mostly single men, and the harsh, impoverished life would make them interested in any woman. So doing this job was almost like being a secret prostitute. Jia Sanian, with some attractiveness, was naturally favored by these men. After struggling for a while, Jia Sanian realized that washing clothes wouldn't even feed her, so she eventually succumbed. But once she fell into this cycle, she couldn't climb out of the darkness. What could she do despite leading a tough life? Just endure it. Jia Sanian comforted herself in this way. But sometimes life is cruel, not even leaving her with such a chance. Bang, bang, bang. Each heavy blow landed on her soft body, causing Jia Sanian to bleed from her mouth and nose, her eyes dull and speechless. Standing in front of her was a man with a fierce look, cursing deeply. Damn it, I've never paid for a night's sleep, let alone for someone like you. The man kicked Jia Sanian hard, almost blinding her eye. She moaned like she was crying. The man spat, damn whore, and was about to leave when he noticed a figure in a gray cloak standing in front of the door, frowning. What are you looking at? Get lost. The person didn't move, but instead looked at Jia Sanian on the ground. A woman in distress. Do you want revenge? Jia Sanian trembled, murmuring to herself. Revenge? Yes. To kill all those who have mistreated you. I'm willing. Jia Sanian suddenly let out a scream. I want all those who mistreated me to die. Very good. But you must offer your soul to the great star God. Are you willing? I'm willing. These kinds of things only happen at the lowest levels of society, so the outside world is completely unaware. But now, under the leadership of Ma Lauer, the entire underground world of the Wei City has been mobilized. These social rodents and city foxes have no particular skills, but they are adept at gathering information as if it were second nature. Therefore, these clues were quickly assembled and fed back to Ma Lauer. Ma Lauer did not dare to delay and reported it to Q Dao overnight. When Zuin received this information, he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. Sir, any discoveries? Q Dao asked. She also glanced at the information, but found nothing, as the information was extremely chaotic and difficult to navigate. Zhu, and smiled and placed the report on the table. In summary, there are 3 findings. First, the activities of the Stardust sect have recently become more frequent, indicating that there must be a base of the Stardust sect within the Wei City. Second, they are currently only targeting the lower levels of society for recruitment, indicating that they still have reservations. Third, Even though they are being discreet, such a large-scale proselytizing effort is inconsistent with their previous style, indicating that they are preparing for a major event. Watching Zhu and speak confidently, Qiu Dao silently admired what seemed like a jumble of information to her. Zhuan saw clearly, even deducing what they were up to. Is this the difference in intelligence? What should we do next? It's simple, since they have established a base within the Wei City. We need to find this base and follow the clues in order to uncover the truth behind the scenes. But Ma Luo mobilized all his men, and not a single clue to the Stardust sect base was found. Right, Zhu? And shook his head. Ma Luo's men are just ordinary people. Relying on them to find clues is like a fool's errand. Don't forget, the Stardust sect has some means. Oh, what should we do then? Qiu Dao was puzzled. She found herself becoming less intelligent since becoming a spirit. Maybe it was because she followed Zhuan and stopped using her brain. Actually, it's not difficult to find their base. Go ask Ma Luo to prepare a map. Got it. In no time, Qiu Dao brought back a map. After locating his position on the map, Zhuan marked it. Then he flew up into the sky, observing the situation of the entire Wei City, and constantly writing and drawing. An hour later, Zhuan descended back to the ground. Give this to Ma Luo and have him focus on the areas I marked on the map. All right. Qiu Dao took the map and was about to leave. Wait. Anything else, sir? Do you know what focusing on these areas means? Qiu Dao shook her head. The Stardust sect base won't be small, and the people living there are likely high-ranking members. These individuals may hide in the slums, but their daily activities will definitely be different from ordinary people. So, tell Ma Luo to investigate any abnormal movement of goods in these areas, and that's how we can find these people. Qiu Dao was amazed. Sir, you are so clever. Zhuan smiled. It's just some common tricks. Go and inform Ma Luo to handle everything discreetly and not attract their attention. Got it. Qiu Dao left eagerly. Zhu and knew that this investigation would not yield results quickly, so he left the inn and went to the large compound where the Shan family resided. As soon as he entered, he saw a memorial couplet hanging high on one of the houses, with a woman's crying heard inside. Wang Jingquan, you bastard! Why did you have to die like this? Now I'm all alone. How am I supposed to live? This was the family of Wang Jingquan, who secretly, and to inform Ma Luo, although they were holding a funeral, none of the neighbors in the compound came to help. Instead, each person's face bore a schadenfreude expression as they gathered to whisper. Did you hear? Wang Jingquan was shot dead by Ma Luo. Ah, I didn't know that. I also heard that all because Wang Jingquan tried to take advantage of Miss Shan. He was slapped, so he went to snitch. Deserved it. Wang Jingquan always flaunted his superiority and never cared about us, the neighbors. His death was his own doing. As the people joyously discussed, someone spotted Zhu, and walking in from outside, and quickly silenced the conversation. However, some did not notice and continued talking. I must say, Old Man Shan is really lucky. He raised a beautiful daughter and found a capable son-in-law. I heard it was this son-in-law who gave Wang Jingquan a slap that sent him flying. Really, I heard it was this man who saved Old Man Shan and his daughter on the bridge, and Ma Luo saw him and ran away. If I had a daughter, I would find someone like him. Come on. With your character, what kind of daughter would you have? You look pretty, like a car accident scene with your mother. This group of rough men, from the lowest rungs of society, who made a living by selling their labor, enjoy quarreling the most. This might have been one of the few joys left in their dull lives. At that moment, someone discreetly pulled their sleeves and gestured frantically towards the entrance. The men turned around to see an exquisitely dressed young man walking towards them, and they all paled in fright. The onlookers were also intimidated by the aura naturally exuded by Zhuan, standing in silence. Despite finding it amusing, Zhuan kept a stoic expression, simply glanced at the group, and then walked straight into the compound's depths. It was only after Zhuan's figure had disappeared from view that the people breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my! Who is this young master? Just a glance and it scared the sweat out of me. You only sweated? I almost peed my pants. The scene that just happened was also seen by Danon. At that time, she was outside on the small stone platform preparing medicine for her father. When she heard the neighbors whispering about Zhuan, Danon felt so embarrassed that she couldn't even lift her head. Especially the phrase "good son-in-law" made her blush all over. Despite feeling embarrassed, she strangely didn't feel angry at all. instead feeling a sweet sensation. It was at this moment that Zuin arrived. As soon as she caught sight of that familiar figure, Dan-non was taken aback, dropping the medicine pot and hurriedly running inside. Why did he suddenly come? She hadn't even washed her face since waking up in the morning. She must look terrible. She ran to the inner room to wash her face only to find Zuin had already arrived. Is Dan Shan here? Dan Jikyeon was originally lying in bed recovering from an injury. After yesterday's incident, his condition had worsened. Now it was inconvenient for him to even get out of bed. Hearing Zuan's words, he struggled to sit up. Zu young master is here. Zi-che. Go and greet him. Dan-non couldn't, so she blushing, opened the door. Miss Dan. Zuin nodded slightly. Dan-non stepped aside, and Zuin walked to the bedside, looking at Dan Jikyeon, who was far from his healthy self yesterday. Dan Shan, your illness. Dan Jikyeon waved his hand. It's nothing. Just strained my back a bit. Rest for a few days and I'll be fine. Zuin knew Dan Jikyeon was deliberately concealing the seriousness of his condition and didn't press further. Dan-non walked over with a cup of tea, and after thanking Zuan, Dan Jikyeon couldn't wait to speak. Zu young master, how's the situation outside now? Is Ma Loa looking for us? This was Dan Jikyeon's biggest concern. Zuin shook his head. No. Dan Jikyeon sighed in relief. That's good. That's good. But then he sighed lightly. Zu young master, I thought all night last night and felt that it's not safe here. Even if Ma Loa isn't cunning now, he will eventually find us. So I think we need to move. I think we need to move too, Zuin responded. So where do you think is a better place to move to? I'm just an old sick man. But Zi-che. Move to my place. I've rented a whole floor at the Chanyu Inn in the city. Enough for you and your daughter to live comfortably, Zuin suggested. Chanyu Inn? Isn't that Ma Loa's property? Dan Jikyeon exclaimed. Although he was just a wanderer, the Chanyu Inn was very well known. Even he had heard of it. Hence his surprise. Yes. Any problem with that? Zu. And smiled. Just then, a commotion came from outside. Dan Jikyeon immediately became extremely nervous. Who's outside? Zu. And calmly said, it should be Ma Loa's men. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Dan Jikyeon looked at Zuin in disbelief. Did you betray us, Zu? And raised an eyebrow slightly. Betray? Why would I betray you? At the same time, Dan-non grabbed a flower spear from the corner of the wall, full of embarrassment and despair, and thrust it towards Zuan. The attack was swift and direct, aimed at his throat. But in a split second, the spear stopped at Zuan's throat, the tip even touching the sweat on his skin. Despite the close call, Zuin didn't even flinch. Not only did he not evade, he didn't even blink, just smiling at the furious Dan-non. Why didn't you dodge? Dan-non's voice was hoarse. Zi-che, stop it. Dan Jikyeon shouted from the bed, but Dan-non remained unmoved, just staring at Zuin intensely. Why should I dodge? I have nothing to hide, Zuin replied. You want to hand us, father and daughter, over to Ma Loa? Is that what you call having nothing to hide? Dan-non's rage intensified, but this anger seemed to add a different charm to her. Who said I want to hand you over to Ma Loa? Zuin cried helplessly. Dan-non was taken aback. Zuin then calmly said, come in. Hearing Zuan's words, Ma Loa cautiously walked in. He saw Dan-non holding a spear at Zuan's throat and was surprised. But considering Zuan's strength, he understood and then smiled broadly, apologizing to Zuan. Sir, this morning I heard my men say you left Dan and I knew you must be looking for this gentleman Dan. The previous misunderstandings led to an unpleasant situation, so I prepared some gifts to come and apologize. Ma Loa called out from behind, get them in. His men carried in large and small boxes, quickly filling the already small room. There's even more. They couldn't fit, so they're temporarily in the courtyard, his men said. Ma Loa waved his hand, then turned to Dan Jikyeon on the bed with a smile. I hope Sir Dan Jikyeon will be gracious and not treat someone like me rudely. Dan Jikyeon was dumbfounded. He never dreamed Ma Loa would come to apologize to him. So when he heard Ma Loa's words, he was at a loss for words. Dan-non was also stunned. She had been truly angry just now because she felt betrayed. For her, who had lacked a sense of security since childhood, this was completely unacceptable, especially since the one betraying her was a man she had developed feelings for. So, she had really wanted to stab Zuan with the spear just now. But when the spear was at Zuan's throat, She stopped abruptly. It was the sincerity in Xuan's eyes and his lack of evasion that made her pause. However, what happened next took her by surprise. "Can we put down the spear now, Zhu?" and smiled. Dan Non quickly retracted the spear, blushing and looking at Xuan. Xuan gestured with his hand and stood up. "The place is cramped here and not conducive for Sir Dan to recover. Send some people to bring a few carriages to take Sir Dan and these things to the Qianyuan, and have them taken care of." "Yes," Malaa promptly responded. Then Xuan turned to Dan Non. "Miss Non, would you like to go outside with me if you have time?" Dan Non's face reddened and she stammered. I. At that moment, Dan Jiqian said, "Go, Ziche. You don't have to worry with the young Zhu here." Dan Non then muttered, "Okay." Malaa personally led his men to pack up Dan Jiqian's belongings, while Xuan took Dan Non outside. The neighbors in the courtyard were all peering from corners. Seeing Zhu, and bringing Dan Non out, a bold auntie among them smiled. "Is Non going out to play?" Dan Non blushed and nodded shyly. "This young gentleman is really handsome." Standing next to Non, they are a perfect match. Dan Non felt nervous, stealing a glance at Xuan, who remained calm, which eased her tension. Xuan smiled politely and bowed to these neighbors. "Thank you all for taking care of father and daughter." Translation: "What? Are you still afraid I'll sell you?" Xuan turned around and smiled. "Of course not." Dan Non blushed and stubbornly replied, "And no one can sell this girl either." Dan Non then waved her fist in a threatening manner. "Hehe." Xuan chuckled, then turned to look ahead. "Just follow me, I'll take you somewhere." Dan Non nodded, then silently followed Xuan. As they walked, the surroundings became more desolate. If the overcrowded compound where Dan Non lived before could be considered a slum, then this place was even poorer than a slum. Dirty and messy streets, children playing happily in tattered clothes. The adults with numb eyes sitting against the walls. Many of them, just by looking at their eyes, one could tell that they wouldn't live much longer. Because their eyes had lost their shine, they were merely walking corpses. These horrifying scenes made Dan Non shudder, involuntarily moving closer to Xuan. This place. This is the lowest corner of the city, where the people living here are abandoned outcasts, Xuan explained calmly. Shock appeared in Dan Non's eyes. She thought she had suffered enough, but when she saw these people, she realized what true hell was. "What are we doing here?" Looking for someone. Dan Non was puzzled but didn't dare ask, so she continued to follow Xuan. At that moment, the children playing on the street all hid by the roadside, looking at Xuan curiously. Dan Non felt uncomfortable because the innocence and curiosity in the children's eyes starkly contrasted with the harsh environment around them. Suddenly, Xuan took out a small bag and approached the children. "Here. This is for you to eat." Although most of the children had been scared off, a few brave ones remained. When they tasted the candy, their eyes lit up. Then all the children rushed forward to grab the sweets. Xuan didn't get angry, just took a few steps back and sighed slightly. "You shouldn't have given them the candy," Dan Non suddenly said. Xu, and nodded. "I know." Before tasting the sweetness of candy, they didn't know how hard their lives were. Dan Non fell silent. That's exactly what she thought. "Actually, I used to think like you, but after seeing these children, I suddenly changed my mind." It's not their fault for not having candy, so instead of making them adapt, the world should change, Xuan said softly. Dan Non didn't fully understand. In fact, Xuan didn't intend for her to understand as he took Dan Non to the heart of this area. The situation here was even worse, with an indescribable stench permeating the air. One misstep could lead to trouble. Dan Non carefully walked, unable to understand why Xuan brought her here to find someone. Suddenly, Xuan stopped and whispered, "Close your eyes." Dan Non didn't understand but obediently closed her eyes. A glint appeared in Xuan's eyes as a strand of spiritual awareness entered Dan Non's forehead. Immediately, Dan Non felt the world around her vividly in her mind. This strange sight was something she had never experienced before, leaving her astonished. Xuan's voice came in her mind. "Don't panic. I've opened up your spiritual awareness channel. Now, feel if there's your father's presence around." This was the purpose of Xu, and bringing Dan Non here. While he had Malauer investigate the flow of goods in the slums, he was also occupied. Because single Zhejiang's soul has been captured by the star worshipper, finding his soul is equivalent to finding the base of the star worshipper. So he brought Dan Non to the most suspicious slum area to search for clues. However, after a while, Dan Non shook her head. "Nothing. Okay. Open your eyes. Zuan was not discouraged. He expected things wouldn't be so easy. Dannon opened her eyes, and the visions in her mind quickly faded, as if it were just an illusion. But Dannon knew it wasn't an illusion because she had just seen a dying old man in a nearly collapsing house nearby. Even the flies on the man's body were clearly visible. This made Zuan's figure in her mind even more mysterious. Dannon followed Zuan out of the slum, unable to resist asking, "What just happened earlier?" "A trivial trick, nothing to worry about," Zuan replied casually. "But let's go. You must be hungry. Let's go eat first, Zu." And interrupted Dannon. Dannon had to close her mouth and obediently follow Zuan. At the same moment, on the top floor of a nearby very dilapidated building, a masked man watched Zuan's departing figure in silence. After a while, a subordinate came to report, "Chief, the person has left. I've sent a few trusted men to watch them from behind. Also, someone has suddenly started investigating the flow of goods in the slums today. Should we be cautious?" "No need. It should be the same group of people. But let them investigate. Everything's already in place. The great star god is about to awaken. By then, the entire old world will be buried. No need to worrying about these small matters." Yes. However, the people on the small building were unaware that at the moment they were talking, Zuan, who had walked away, subtly smiled. The snake finally showed its head. "Sir? Is it you?" A hearty voice came from behind. Zuan turned around to see that the person speaking was the rickshaw driver whom he had met earlier. "It's really you, sir. I saw your back and thought it was you but didn't dare to recognize you. Are you going to have a meal?" he exclaimed with Joe. Zu, and smiled and nodded. "Yes. Why are you still pulling the rickshaw?" "Heh, I don't have any other skills. What else can I do besides pulling the rickshaw?" "Sir, come up. I'll take you over." "Are we heading to Judakang?" Hia said warmly. The gold leaf Zuan had rewarded him with before had proven to be a great help. Now Hia had not only repaid all his debts but also saved a small sum. Hearing Zuan's words, Hia immediately laughed and said, "This must be your wife, right?" Dannon blushed and quickly lowered her head. "No," Zuan replied decisively. Hearing this, Dannon trembled slightly and lowered her head even further. Hia didn't dare to ask any further, so he could only smile and say, "Please wait a moment. I'll go call a fellow rickshaw driver to take you and this young lady over there." Without waiting for Zuan to refuse, he quickly left. Sure enough, within moments, Hia returned with another rickshaw. "Sir, please get on with the young lady." This time, Zuan did not decline. He turned to Dannon and said, "Let's go. It'll be faster by carriage." Dannon softly responded with a low clearly feeling down. Still, she obediently got into the second rickshaw. Zuan, on the other hand, sat in Hia's rickshaw. "Sir, hold on tight. We're heading off now," Hia said cheerfully as he pulled Zuan toward Rue de Lou. By the time they arrived at the restaurant's entrance, the shopkeeper and the waiters had already come out to greet them before they even stepped down. "Mr. Zu, you're finally here. I've been missing you these past few days," Liu Sen said with a smile. Zuan chuckled and turned back to Hia, saying, "If you have nothing else to do, wait here for a bit. After we finish eating, you can take us back." Hia nodded. "Don't worry, sir. We'll be right here waiting." Zuan nodded in acknowledgement and then walked into Rue de Lou. The shopkeeper eagerly led them to a private room on the second floor, where an array of exquisite dishes was soon served. This was Dannon's first time dining in such an upscale establishment, so she was visibly nervous. Noticing this, Zuan smiled. "Relax. No need to be so tense. If you need anything, just ask them directly." Looking at the lavish decorations in the room and the extravagant feast before her, Dannon couldn't help but exclaim, "This meal must cost a fortune." Liu Sen, who was serving them, chuckled upon hearing her words. "You're joking, miss. This is the most expensive meal in our restaurant, priced at 100 taels of silver." "What? 100 taels of silver just for one meal?" Dannon was utterly stunned. Even when she and her father worked hard all day at their stall, they only earned a few chien of silver. This meal alone cost more than a year's worth of their income. "Just eat. The food's already here, and the money's already spent," Zuan said casually. Hearing this, Dannon finally snapped out of her shock, lowered her head, and started eating heartily. Zuan, however, only took a few bites before putting his chopsticks down. Liu Sen quickly stepped forward. "Sir, Is there something wrong with the food? Zuan shook his head. The food is well prepared. Then, call your shopkeeper over. I have something to ask him. Yes, sir. Feeling a bit uneasy, Liu San hurried off. Customers like Zuan, who spent lavishly, were not to be offended under any circumstances, that he had been careful in serving them, so there shouldn't have been any issues. Thinking this, Liu San brought the shopkeeper over. Upon hearing that Zuan wanted to see him, the shopkeeper couldn't help but feel a little nervous. However, he still stepped forward respectfully. Mr. Zhu, is there something unsatisfactory about our service? No need to worry so much. You've done a great job. I just have a question for you, Zuan said. Please ask, sir. Does your restaurant offer food delivery? The shopkeeper let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Of course. Everyone in Wei City knows that DRIZZLE's delivery service is second to none. Oh, how so? Our food boxes are specially designed with a compartment in the middle where hot water can be added just before delivery to keep the food warm. Also, our delivery staff are carefully selected. They know which dishes must be eaten fresh and make sure to prioritize them. That's why the taste of our delivered food can reach up to 80% of what is served in-house, the shopkeeper said proudly. Zhu and nodded. Then let me ask you, if you deliver food while ensuring its taste, what is the farthest distance you can reach? The farthest we can go is the western part of the city. Why? Does your residence need food delivery? Zuan smiled and suddenly pulled out a gold leaf, tossing it to the shopkeeper. I have a friend who orders from here often, but this friend of mine is rather mischievous and keeps playing hide and seek with me, so I have no idea where they live. I'd like to trouble you to help me find out their exact address. The shopkeeper's face showed a look of realization. Oh, I see, so this friend must owe you money. Huh. Zuan chuckled. You could say that. We do have some unsettled accounts. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment. Normally, such information wasn't supposed to be disclosed casually. But this Mr. Zhu was clearly a wealthy patron, and he had already given him a gold leaf. Just for the sake of this generous tip, he couldn't simply claim ignorance. After some thought, the shopkeeper finally made up his mind and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Zhu, it's not that we don't want to help, but we deliver so many meals daily. How could we possibly know who your friend is? That's easy. This friend of mine has a habit of living in the slums. The poorer his neighbors, the happier he is. And he never orders from outside XE district. As soon as Zuan finished speaking, Liu San, who had been standing nearby, blurted out, that must be the old master in the small building in the West City. Zuan's eyes lit up. Oh, you know him? Liu San nodded. Of course. I deliver food to that old master all the time. Then do you know the exact location? Of course. Great. Draw it out for me. Liu San glanced at the shopkeeper, who gave him a slight nod. He then grabbed some paper and a brush and sketched the location of the small building. When you delivered food there, did you notice how many people lived inside? Liu San shook his head. I don't know. Every time I deliver, I just leave the food at the door. An old man, so old he barely looks human, comes out to take it. All right, thanks. Zuan casually tossed him another gold leaf. Liu San hurriedly caught it, feeling as though he were holding a piece of burning coal. He never imagined that just saying a few words would earn him such a generous reward. Zuan, however, paid no mind to this. He glanced at Dan Non across from him. Are you full? Dan Non nodded. Good. Let's go. With that, Zuan led Dan Non downstairs. Kia, who had been weighing, immediately stepped forward. But instead of getting into the rickshaw, Zuan handed him the paper with the location. This is a small building in the western part of the city. Can you find it? He took a look and then nodded. Yes, I can. Notify her that she is also a person with a tragic fate, even more miserable than Jia Sanyang. At least Jia Sanyang was married, only to be driven out after her husband's death. But this young lady was sold into the red light district since childhood, until she was no longer of value due to age, and was then kicked out. Jia Sanyang remembered never seeing a smile on this woman's face. But tonight, when this woman informed her, her expression was excited, as if she was about to do something big. Jia Sanyang remembered the address, then began to groom herself. After that day, she never engaged in the business of entertaining clients again. The school would send her rice and supplies every month, and she lived on that. Although she didn't know what she would do today, Jia Sanyang vaguely felt that things wouldn't be that simple. but she harbored no resentment, not even a trace of panic during grooming. She had long been completely hopeless about this world. Debasing religion was the only light that penetrated her dark life. She was willing to give up everything for it. And Jia Sanyang didn't know that at the same time in various corners of the Viking, there were many people like her. Everyone was preparing, with only one goal in mind. Meanwhile, Hee-sen was sitting across the street covertly observing the small building. By now, he had changed his appearance and leaned against the wall like a nonchalant beggar. He didn't have a cart because no one would be riding in this area. Therefore, no rickshaw puller would be foolish enough to come here to look for passengers. At the same time, Hee-sen remembered Zuan's instructions and continued to observe the people coming and going from the small building. After sitting there for half a day, without any result, Hee-sen began to feel anxious. Just then, a woman appeared in front of the door of the small building caught his attention. Hee-sen had roamed the streets of Viking since he was young, and had worked as a rickshaw puller, so his observation was sharp. Despite the woman's makeup and decent clothes, Hee-sen could tell she was a secretive person, the lowest of the low, probably running one of those shady establishments at the docks. Standing in front of the small building was Jia Sanyang. She looked up at the unassuming building, then softly knocked on the door handle. In just a moment, the door opened, revealing an extremely old face inside. Jia Sanyang felt a bit flustered and was about to explain when the old person simply moved aside to let her in. Hee-sen felt somewhat excited. This was the only discovery he had made the whole day. He was debating whether to send someone to the Chanyu and to deliver a message to Zuan. Just then, many people came walking from both sides of the street. These people were dressed differently, but they all seemed to be from the lowest rungs of society. They all entered the small building. This scene astonished Hee-sen, and suddenly he thought of something. He leapt up from the ground and ran towards the Chanyu Inn. No one noticed him because at that moment, the street was bustling with people entering the small building, and the dark entrance seemed to be silently devouring everyone. Only a person on the second floor of the small building watched Hee-sen run off and chuckled lightly. Hee-sen had never run so fast before. Even when pulling his rickshaw, he always kept his dignity, but this time he pushed himself to the limit. Onlookers on the road stared in amazement as the beggar rushed past. Within the span of a cup of tea's time, Hee-sen had run to blocks and arrived at the front door of the Chanyu Inn. By the time he reached there, Hee-sen was out of breath. The guard at the door was about to stop him when Hee-sen gasped out a few words. "Master Zhu sent me." The guards immediately stepped aside, allowing Hee-sen to enter the inn. No sooner had he stepped inside than the old man led a group of people inside as well. With such a commotion, it didn't go unnoticed, especially when they heard that these people were heading towards a small building in the slums. Ma knew that the situation tonight was serious, so he immediately rushed over with his followers. This was not because he was incredibly loyal to Zuan, but because Ma was afraid of Zuan's methods. Especially the mysterious Qiu Dao made him tremble in fear. Hee-sen, of course, recognized this famous gentleman from the Chansha area, and seeing him there made him secretly nervous. At that moment, Zuan descended the stairs and entered the hall of the inn. "Sir." "Mr. Ma." Hee-sen and Ma both exclaimed. Hee-sen took a step forward, looking anxious, and said, "Sir, something's wrong. The place you had me watching suddenly has a lot of people gathering. They ... Ma didn't want to be outdone. I received reports from my men that there was a sudden increase in personnel movement. It seems like the followers of the Baizan religion are moving." Zhu and nodded. "I know." Then he turned to Hee-sen with a smile. "You did well." Hee-sen breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to ask something but hesitated. Zuan then went outside the inn, looked up at the sky. "Is it going to rain tonight?" Ma was taken aback by the question and looked up at the sky, seeing a clear moonlit night, with no signs of rain. "I don't think so." "I don't think so either, but someone wants it to rain. What do you think we should do?" Ma was about to speak when Zuan turned around and said, "Miss Shan and her father are inside the inn. You bring people here to protect them?" "Yes," Ma responded, feeling relieved. This seemed like a risk-free task. He didn't want to get into a fight with those impoverished folks. He didn't want to risk his own life. Zuan was about to leave when Hee-sen couldn't hold back any longer. "Sir, where are you going?" "Let me come with you." Zhu and glanced at him, seeing Hee-sen's sincerity, and smiled. "Have you thought it through? What I'm about to do next is very dangerous." After a moment of hesitation, Hee-sen straightened his chest. "Sir, The rewards you gave have been enough for my whole family's livelihood. He-san, am not ungrateful. I'm willing to give you myself, over 100 pounds if that's what you need. Zuen suddenly chuckled, then patted He-san on the shoulder. Good. In that case, come with me. Zuen left the Chanyu Inn with He-san towards the small building. At that same moment, in a room at the Chanyu Inn, single mon, bound hand and foot, lay on the bed shedding tears. Qiu Dao floated in the air, sighing, Miss Shan, I know you must hate me, feeling that I've obstructed you, but that's the master's wish, and I can't go against it. What is he going to do? Single non struggled to ask, but she also knew that she was powerless, so all she could do was silently shed tears. At the same time, Zuen had already brought He-san to the front of the small building. Looking at this plain-looking small building, Zuen's expression gradually became serious. What should we do now, sir? He-san asked. Are you afraid of death? Zuen suddenly said. He-san patted his chest. Didn't I say before that I would sell myself to you? Sir, these over 100 pounds, life and death are beyond my control. All right, then come with me. Zuen took a step forward, and the originally tightly closed door collapsed with a crash. Then Zuen walked proudly into the courtyard. The spectacle shocked He-san, but he only paused for a moment, then quickly followed. At the same time, a layer of mist, seemingly emerging out of nowhere, shrouded the entire block. The nose of people disappeared, and only a small building stood alone. He-san had never seen such a bizarre scene, and couldn't help but turn pale. Sir, what's going on? Zuen didn't look back, just said coldly, you just stay close behind me. Don't speak too much, and don't look around. Yes. He-san swallowed his doubts. At the same time, Zuen kicked open the door of the small building, walked in quickly. He-san followed closely behind. Then he saw a scene that left him wide-eyed. The small building, which looked unremarkable from the outside, was surprisingly spacious inside. And in the vast hall that seemed endless, countless people were gathered. These people were the same ones who had entered the small building earlier, seen bowing and worshipping devoutly towards the high platform. With each bow, a faint light would fly out from these people's bodies and drift towards the stone placed on the high platform. The stone was extremely unique, like a flawless crystal. However, its surface naturally formed countless facets, causing light to refract inside, so at a glance, one could only see the stone reflecting numerous strange and colorful scenes. After absorbing the light from the people's bodies, the brightness of the stone itself increased, gradually gaining vitality. Yes, it radiated life force. Even though it was just a stone, it gave the impression of a living being. This bizarre sight left He-san speechless. Zuen appeared as if he had anticipated this, his gaze coldly fixed on the platform. Standing next to the stone was a man wearing a mask. Upon seeing Zuen, he couldn't help but smirk. You indeed have come to witness the descent of the great star god. You are also considered fortunate. The speaker was the leader of the star worship sect. So, are you going to sacrifice all these people present here? Zuen asked coldly. Ha, I thought that the strong ones who came from beyond the sky would be different, but it seems you are just like the rest, all the same. What do you mean by sacrificing them all? Their lives were originally saved by me. Now I'm just taking them back. What's wrong with that? And then? Zuen was not swayed by his words. Instead, he questioned. And then, the great star god will revive. Tear down this hypocritical world. Change the heavens and the earth. At that time, I will be the god of the new world. The leader of the star worship sect said excitedly. Zuen shook his head. You are too foolish. Do you really think that reviving it will give you free reign? Isn't it? Ha. Have you ever thought that the reason you have these thoughts is because of it? What do you mean? The leader of the star worship sect was puzzled. It was at this moment that He-san heard a voice in his ear. Stay where you are and don't move. Then a burst of light flew out, and Zuen dashed directly to the high platform, ignoring the leader of the star worship sect, instead, striking the stone with a blow. I knew you would try to strike when I least expected it. The leader of the star worship sect sneered, and at the same time, the light around the high platform surged as the people who had long been concealed around the platform launched an ambush against Zuen. But how could these people be a match for Zuen? Without even fighting back, Zuen's eyes flashed with a powerful sword intent. Sout. A muffled sound reverberated as these people all perished without a chance to even groan. Meanwhile, Zuen's hand had touched the surface of the stone, but at that moment, a brilliant light burst out directly from inside the stone, its force sending Zuen flying. This delay caused all the worshippers present to stop their worship and stand in confusion, looking around. The leader of the star worship sect couldn't help but get furious at the sight. "Dare to spoil my plans? Go to hell." As he said this, the leader of the star worship sect's body suddenly began to swell, tearing apart his clothes in an instant, revealing a smooth body covered in scars underneath. "I already knew you had been tainted by evil, undergone a mutation, Zhu," and sneered coldly. "Do you even consider yourself human now?" Faced with Zuan's mockery, the leader of the star worship sect roared to the sky, and countless tentacles, like withered branches, extended from the large mouth of his mask, striking towards Zuan. Wherever they passed, the air was contaminated, but Zuan didn't dodge. Instead, he moved forward. If he dodged, those people behind him would all die. Zhu, and casually grasped the sword intent, forming it into a longsword, and struck out at the tentacles. But as soon as the sword made of sword intent touched the surface of the tentacles, it quickly darkened and disintegrated in an instant. Not only that, the aftermath of the impact caused Zuan's skin to rapidly blacken and wrinkle, as if aging rapidly. The leader of the star worship sect let out a vague laugh. "This is a true curse, a gift from the star god, and no living being can survive in front of him." But unexpectedly, flames suddenly rose from Zuan's body. Under the scorching flames, his blackened skin quickly recovered, and he directly faced the withered branches with his body, boldly charging towards the leader. Doom! The withered branches kept retreating from the flames, but Zuan's speed was too fast, and in an instant, he had charged onto the high platform. With nowhere left to retreat, the withered branches attempted to return to the leader of the star worship sect's body. It was too late. Zhu, and held the longsword made of flames and thrust it into the leader of the star worship sect's chest. The leader let out a piercing scream. Then his whole body began to emit flames. The withered branches struggled as if alive and emitted a creepy and unpleasant howling sound. But everything soon came to an end. The flames ultimately consumed everything. A calm voice rang out. "It seems my foolish core has finally shown some wisdom for reaching an agreement with you." With those words, a faint figure materialized on the rocks like a wisp of smoke. She turned out to be an extremely beautiful woman, with a radiant aura that was exceptionally alluring. She looked at Zuan and said seriously, "You must be Zuan. You know my name?" Zuan was slightly surprised. "Heh. When our master created us, most of the memories were left with me, so of course I know your name," the woman replied. Changing the subject, she continued, "Are you here to destroy me?" "Yes." Zuan didn't hide his intentions. "It must have been my core that made the agreement with you." "Let me guess. He said that by eliminating me, he would be free, right?" The woman said sarcastically. "Yes." Zuan confirmed. "He really is a fool. He thinks that by killing me, he can gain freedom, but he doesn't realize that we are one entity. If I die, he can't expect to live either." The woman sneered, then looked up at Zuan. "Since that's the case, why don't we cooperate this time?" "Oh, how can we cooperate? Honestly, I don't want to be at odds with you. What happened before was the actions of that little guy. I also know what you want. I can take you to see the master. You can find him." Zuan was taken aback. Of course, the woman proudly nodded. "In fact, compared to the parasite relying on survival, I am the true core. That guy, surviving through parasitism, is just a waste. He cunningly sealed me in this world, thinking that he could be carefree, unaware that I had no intention of leaving because I knew you would come. I've been waiting for you." "Why? How did you know I would come?" Zuan fell silent for a moment, then asked. "Because the master had told me," the woman replied naturally. "And I can tell that you've come from an ancient era, using ancient technology to cross over, and my essence can help enhance that technology, so we can find the master later." "What's the point of you doing this?" Zuan couldn't help but ask. "Point?" The woman laughed and shook her head. "It seems you still don't quite understand the thinking of us abominations. My core desires freedom, so he sealed me in this world then convinced you to destroy me. But I just want to find the master because that's the mission he gave me when he created me." "I know what you're thinking. Do you think that leading you to find the master is equivalent to betrayal? No. You're mistaken. The master doesn't care about these things. He is the truly great creator. Actually, I don't care either. I really don't want to be against you. In that case, I would surely die. So, it's better to cooperate with you, take you to see the master, and then whoever lives or dies between you two is none of my concern." The woman was very straightforward, as is the habit of abominations at her level. They no longer bothered with hiding or lying. As she said, this matter had no negative consequences for her. But Zuan didn't agree. Instead, looking at the people beyond the light screen, the woman noticed Zuan's gaze and said, "You are indeed different from ordinary people. At this point, you're still concerned about these people. Of course, I care about them. If I were to harm others recklessly while seeking the truth, how would I be any different from you? Know that those who carry out evil under the guise of righteousness are the evilest." Zuan said. Shrugging, the woman said, "It's up to you. But since entering this world, I've been in a state of slumber." Later, I don't know how I was discovered by these people. Because my spiritual power leaks during slumber, they regarded me as a deity, hoping to awaken me, which ultimately led to this method. In fact, the so-called power of faith had minimal effect on me. I woke up because of you. I'll return this power of faith to them later. Is that all right? Zuan remained noncommittal and suddenly asked, "What about the transformation of the leader of the Star Worshipper sect? This person was devout, so I once bestowed him with a bit of power during a brief awakening. That's all." Furrowing her brow, the woman asked, "So, is it possible or not? If not, then we'll have to fight, even though I know I can't beat you. But I can't just sit and wait to die." Zuan deeply gazed at the woman, then nodded. "Cooperating is fine, but how will you face your core once we leave this world? Don't worry, he's eager for you to take me away so he can achieve his long-awaited freedom. As for whether I fought or die, he doesn't care at all." The woman sneered. This time, Zuan didn't hesitate and nodded. "In that case, I'll cooperate with you once. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly." The woman immediately started to leave. Zuan shook his head. "Wait a moment, I have some things to attend to." "Do as you please, I'm not in a hurry." The woman removed the barrier indifferently and returned the power of faith. The congregants present were still puzzled, while Zuan flew out of the building and arrived in the sky above the city. The bustling city below was full of joy, sorrow, and the oppression of the innocent. At this point, Zuan had no need to conceal his strength anymore. With a flash of light in his eyes, countless sword energies appeared in the sky above the city. Waving his hand, "Purge the evil." With that command, a downpour of swords descended, covering the entire city. In an instant, numerous wrongdoers were cut down by the sword energies. In Qianyuan, the old man was lost in thought, even contemplating how he would play with Danon if Zuan didn't return the next day. He had been pretending to be innocent these past 2 days. When he was at the peak of his scheming, a sword energy burst through the room, instantly beheading him. At the same time, his brother, as well as his henchmen, were not spared either. In the face of the purging sword, all evils were exposed. The city beneath gradually became soaked in blood. The woman appeared by Zuan's side and remarked, "Your actions will ultimately have no effect. Soon enough, new evils will sprout because that's the nature of your human race, unchangeable." The woman gave Zuan a deep look. "Your idea is very interesting, but it is also a feasible method." At this point, the fighting below had stopped, and the sword energy dispersed. Zuan said lightly, "Let's go. After meeting someone else, we will leave." Qianyuan. The sudden sword energy that descended from the sky stunned everyone. It wasn't until a moment later that someone looked at the bodies on the ground and screamed. But more people were secretly pleased, because it was Maloa and his lackeys who died. It was not a pity at all. Instead, it made people feel relieved. Meanwhile, Zuan arrived at the Qianyuan and met Shannon. By this time, Qiuda had already untied the restraints on Shannon. So when she saw Zuan, she immediately ran over. It was only until she almost reached Zuan. Then she stopped abruptly, carefully examined Zuan, and seeing that he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you okay?" Shannon asked softly. She was so worried just now, even thinking that Zuan might not come back. Thank goodness, he was safe and sound. Shannon secretly felt fortunate. Zuan just smiled lightly. "I'm fine. What about your father?" "He's in another room. Take me to see him." "Okay." Shannon led the way happily, not understanding why the woman following Zuan couldn't see her. However, the woman suddenly laughed. "This girl meets the standards of your human race quite well. Are you willing to let her go like this?" Zuan didn't even look at her and just said lightly, "I have a wife and child." "So what?" The woman was unimpressed. "I find your human race interesting. It's just a combination for reproduction, but you invent so many boring things like marriage and family. It's really meaningless." "So you're not human?" Zuin spoke and walked into the room. Meanwhile, Shan Jikyong was lying on the bed. The condition of this room was naturally much better than the large courtyard, but Shan Jikyong's condition was worse. His cheeks visibly sunken, his eyes dull and lifeless, only struggling to sit up when Zuin entered. Master Zhu. Zuin walked to the bedside and placed his hand on Shan Jikyong's shoulder. Brother Shan, no need for this. Lie down quickly. Shan Jikyong half leaned against the head of the bed, feeling relieved. I was worried when Zia Che told me that Master Zhu went to do something important. I'm glad you returned safely, but in the future, you must not take risks lightly. Though the words were casual, Shan Jikyong wasn't so calm earlier. When he heard that Zuin had gone to trouble by crossing sect, Shan Jikyong was almost outraged, nearly spitting blood. In his mind, Zia Che was already with Zuan. If something happened to Zuan at this moment, what would happen? So his words were also a kind of warning. Zuin smiled and pretended not to understand the meaning of his words. This time, I did gain something from by crossing sect. With that, Zuin opened his hand, revealing a small ball of light. This is what I found in by crossing sect. It is the soul fragment you lost, Brother Shan. Shan Jikyong shook visibly, incredulously widening his eyes. What? He couldn't even dream of getting back the soul fragment he had lost. Did that mean there was a cure for his illness? At that moment, Zuin pointed with his hands, and the ball of light flew into Shan Jikyong's forehead. Shan Jikyong trembled, feeling instantly clear and awake, as if a fog had been lifted from his mind. He quickly sat up from the bed. Zuin smiled. Now that Brother Shan's illness has been cured, the previous agreement can be considered void. I bid farewell. With that, Zuin turned to leave. Wait. Shan Jikyong and Shan Non both called out to Zuan, but the expressions on their faces were different. In fact, since Zuin had found the lost soul fragment for Shan Jikyong just now, Shan Jikyong understood his intentions. Considering he found his soul fragment from by crossing sect, he realized the strength of this Master Zhu was far beyond his imagination. And with that understanding, Shan Jikyong realized his previous thoughts were nothing but wishful thinking. Shan Non, on the other hand, was different. This girl, who dared to love and hate, had tears in her eyes as she stared at Zuin intently. What did you mean by what you just said, Zhu? And paused for a moment, then sighed lightly. Miss Non, you are a goat. Don't say any more. Just go. Before Zuin could finish, Shan Non turned cold and then turned away frostily. I don't want to see you again. Zuin stood quietly for a moment, then softly said, I'm sorry. And then he turned and left. After he left, tears streamed down Shan Non's face. Shan Jikyong sighed deeply. Silly child, we were wrong before. The identity of this Master Zhu is beyond our imaginations, so you better give up on this. Shan Non wiped the tears off her face, nodded silently, but had already made up her mind. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qianyu Inn, Zuan met a panicked He-san. When he saw Zuan, He-san was relieved, then collapsed to the ground. Master Zhu, and nodded. You don't need to say it, I already know. Just remember today's events in your heart and don't tell others. Yes. Then, until we meet again, Zuan said, and took a step to leave. Wait a moment. He-san suddenly gathered courage and stopped Zuan. Is the recent incident in the city related to you, sir? He-san asked nervously. Zhu, and smiled. What about it? Nothing. It's just a casual question. That's right. It is related to me. Upon hearing Zuan bluntly confirming it, He-san was shocked, his face showing all. Zhu, and shook his head with a smile, then turned and walked out of Qianyu. The entire city was in a frenzy at this moment. The sudden massacre had wiped out all the heinous criminals in the city. Those who finally realized what had happened started celebrating joyously. Firecrackers and cheers rang out. As for those who had committed wrongdoings but didn't deserve death, they shivered in their homes, not daring to show themselves. Zuan was satisfied with this outcome. He said to the woman and Qiu Dao, let's go. The woman nodded. Let's go. With the help of this woman, their departure was smooth. Zuan didn't show too much surprise about this. After spending some time with them, he had found that these higher evil beings were actually selfish to the core. Dealing with them did not require any concerns about social constraints. It was all about discussing interests. For example, this evil being parasitic on the planet. Their agreement originally was for Zuan to eliminate this woman, for which the evil being was willing to give up even its own life force to Zuan. But once things changed, the evil being simply fled. No need to ask, The life force it gave to Zuen was definitely not real. Zuen just smiled at this. These kinds of evil beings didn't pose a threat because they always prioritized their own interests, which prevented them from becoming insane. He casually released Kayutao from the spiritual space. All right, your mission is completed. Even the evil being that once harmed you is now gone. Soon, this world will return to normal, and I won't pursue what happened before. You can leave on your own. Upon hearing this, Kayutao's expression became complex. In the beginning, she had resented Zuen. After all, he was the one who killed her and turned her into this strange, ghostly figure. But after this incident, she not only stopped hating Zuen but also felt gratitude towards him. Because of him, she was able to drive away the nightmare from her childhood. So Kayutao looked at Zuen with a complicated expression. Are you leaving? Yes, I'll be leaving soon. What about the other people in the city? Kayutao thought of Guyan. Zuen shook his head. No need to tell them where I'm going. If you have the ability, take care of them. Kayutao nodded vigorously. Yes. Zuen turned to the woman. Let's go. Saying that, Zuen chose to return directly. The woman was intangible and formless, lightly chuckled, then turned into a stone and followed Zuen back. This time, there was no settlement by the system because, according to the system standards, Zuen didn't complete the mission. Zuen didn't care about this. Right now, he just wanted to quickly find the mastermind. In the blink of an eye, the vision of the crossing disappeared, and Zuen opened his eyes to see the familiar system pod. He opened the pod door and came outside. He glanced at the clock on the wall out of habit and realized that this time the crossing took longer. Over 3 hours had passed. Zhang Qianyu and Yang Fu came over. How was it? Zhu. And smiled and nodded. It was a good harvest. With that, he took out the stone from the spiritual space. By now, the stone had consumed the previous one Zuen had obtained. What's this? Yang Fu widened his eyes, looking surprised. This is my biggest gain this time. It will help me find the ultimate mastermind. Hearing this, both Zhang Qianyu and Yang Fu became serious. What should we do next? Zhang Qianyu asked. Just as they were discussing, the stone flashed with a light, and the woman appeared in front of them. Zhang Qianyu and Yang Fu were not ordinary people, so they were more curious than surprised, observing the woman who transformed from the evil stone. However, the woman's attention was entirely focused on the main divine component. She circled around it, expressing admiration before finally standing in front of the component and exclaiming repeatedly, I must say, the creativity of your human race is astonishing. This is the first time I've seen such an indescribable alchemical component. In some aspects, it's downright terrible, but at the same time, it embodies incredible wisdom. Hearing the woman's appraisal, Zhang Qianyu was fine with it, but Yang Fu couldn't stand it. After all, this main divine component was the most important and proud creation of his life. Where is it terrible? I didn't notice any shortcomings. Hey, still unsatisfied. The woman glanced at Yang Fu and calmly said, let me point out one thing. How many people can this thing transport through time? Only one. Isn't that the biggest drawback? A truly great component can simultaneously transport many people through time and space. You're just relying on Zuan's strength. Otherwise, what's the difference between sending him to his death? Yang Fu was left speechless and embarrassed. Zhang Qianyu, on the other hand, brightened up. Have you seen similar components before? Of course, when the master created me, he instilled a lot of information in me, so I have naturally seen other components. How can we transport many people together? Suddenly, the woman pressed a button on the component, and the compartment holding the sleeping gourd slowly emerged. Looking at the gourd inside, the woman marveled. Your technology may not be great, but you are lucky. You actually acquired such an ancient wonder. She is the key to upgrading this component. The woman then gently pointed at the slumbering gourd. Thus, a light tremor. The light blossomed into shockwaves spreading to the side. The woman withdrew her hand and calmly said, all right, she should wake up in about a day. By then, your component will be upgraded. With a yawn, she added, I'm tired. I'll go rest. Saying that, she transformed back into a stone. Yang Fu stepped forward to observe the gourd. He noticed a faint shimmer on its body, different from before. This one has some skill. Zuan, however, paid no attention to these developments. He turned and left the compartment, returning to where Yan and her daughters lived. Despite all these events, for the time dimension, It was only just past one night. When Zuan entered the living room, the two little girls had just woken up. "Good morning, Dad," the two girls exclaimed in unison. "Good morning, Zu," and smiled. "Dad, are you going for a walk?" "Yes, Zu," and patted the heads of the two little girls and said with a smile, "HMPH, you don't even ask us to go with you." "I went, but you weren't awake yet. Can you blame me for that?" At that moment, Enyan walked over. "Xiang and Xinyan, go brush your teeth quickly." After they left, Enyan asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet." "Then I'll make us some breakfast." Enyan didn't ask Zuan what he was up to. She just went to the kitchen. Although they were on Mars, the facilities were excellent. Zu and sat on the sofa, contemplating many things. For Xinyan and Xiang, only one night had passed, but for Zuan, it had been a long time. This time discrepancy made him uneasy. Zuan is not here. He has always held a viewpoint that whether becoming immortal or attaining enlightenment, one must not forget their original intentions. Even though the earthly world may seem mundane, it can soothe one's heart. For example, now, when Zuan was eating noodles with a gulp, the weariness from before gradually dissipated, and Yen propped her chin with her hand, silently watching. It wasn't until Zuan finished the bowl of noodles that she gently asked, "Is that enough? Should I serve you another bowl?" Zuan shook his head, then leaned back on the sofa, murmuring softly, "I'll take a rest." "Okay." Zuan did not enter a meditative state for cultivation, but fell asleep like an ordinary person, and Yen cleaned up the bowls and utensils, and when she returned, Zuan was already emitting a faint snoring sound. And Yen sat beside him, watching Zuan with aching heart. She knew what Zuan had been busy with recently. It seemed like just one night, but he might have experienced things that ordinary people couldn't imagine. So, Yen kept silent, just quietly staying by Zuan's side. Just then, two little maidservants also came over, and upon seeing their father sleeping, they immediately lowered their voices. "Mom, Dad is asleep." "Yes, Dad has been very tired recently, let him rest more." And Yan whispered softly, "Okay." The two maidservants lowered their voices, tiptoed back to the bedroom to watch TV. At this moment, Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu, this mischievous duo, burst in unceremoniously. As soon as they entered, Zhang Xiaoyu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Let's go, hurry, out." The two little maidservants rushed over, one covering his mouth and the other pinching his neck. "Wah wah wah." Zhang Xiaoyu widened his eyes, looking puzzled. "Don't shout, Dad is asleep. If you wake him up, watch out for your head." Think said menacingly. "Wah wah wah." Zhang Xiaoyu struggled harder, still making noise. At this moment, Zisha suddenly whispered, "If you don't let go, you might strangle her." Think suddenly realized and quickly released her grip. Zhang Xiaoyu panted heavily. "Oh my, you two have a strong grip, almost choked me to death." "Hey, wait a minute, don't you seem to be a clever octopus? How could you be strangled to death?" Think suddenly realized. "Yeah, I was just wondering." Nine also chimed in. Zhang Xiaoyu slapped his thigh. "Right, you guys almost made me forget I'm a clever octopus." Zisha helplessly shook her head. She had already gotten used to the playfulness between Zhang Xiaoyu, Think, and Nine. She glanced at Zuan lying on the sofa in the distance, and Yen sitting opposite him. Lowering her voice, Zisha said, Let's go out quickly, not to disturb the adults and ladies' rest." "Okay, let's go out and play quickly." Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly agreed. So, the two strange pairs left the room. The sky outside was completely different from Earth, appearing iron red. However, this didn't hinder Think, Nine, and Zhang Xiaoyu's playfulness. Zisha did not join them. She found a stool to sit in front of the door, watching Think, Nine, and Zhang Xiaoyu play, while pondering her thoughts. How did the adults suddenly fall asleep? With their strength, they shouldn't need to sleep. And Lady was accompanying them. Could it be? A thought flashed through Zisha's mind, and the more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She then looked meaningfully at the room. It seemed she needed to watch the door closely. Just as she was thinking about this, suddenly, Fen Menshu and Tang Zhuaner walked into the courtyard. "Wow, Aunt Zhuaner, Aunt Menshu, why did you come?" The two little maidservants ran over upon seeing them. When Zuan led everyone to the Dragon Clan ancestral land to resurrect Aoyi, Fen Menshu and Tang Zhuaner stay on Earth to guard so they did not follow. Therefore, they did not attend the later wedding of Hui. It wasn't until they heard the news of everyone's return to Mars this time that they hurried over. "We're here to see the two little beauties," Fen Menchu said with a smile. "Where's your mother?" Tang Juaner asked. "My mother is inside," Think answered. The two women didn't doubt and wanted to go inside. Just then, Zisha, sitting at the door, stood up. "Elder sisters Juaner and Menchu, sorry, you can't go in." "Why?" The two women looked surprised. Because Zisha suddenly didn't know how to explain. "Because the adults are sleeping inside, and lady is with them." Zhang Xiaoyu blurted out. Tang Juaner and Fen Mengsu's faces suddenly turned red. "It seems we came at an inconvenient time," said the two women as they turned to leave. Just then, a voice full of helplessness came from inside the house. "How did a harmless sentence become so awkward coming from your mouths?" And Yan walked out and said to Tang Juaner and Fen Menchu, "Don't listen to them. Kezuan is indeed sleeping, but it's because he's tired." Fen Menchu and Tang Juaner's expressions became even stranger. Zhang Xiaoyu muttered quietly, "Isn't that the same thing?" And Yan couldn't help but laugh with exasperation. Fortunately, at that moment Kezuan walked out of the house. "You're here." His appearance immediately broke the awkwardness. Fen Menchu and Tang Juaner nodded. "Yes, we heard you came back, so we hurried over. Come in and have a chat." The group walked into the house. After sitting down, Fen Menchu and Tang Juaner felt a bit awkward. In fact, they had no business coming. They just heard news of Kezuan's return and came to see for themselves. Seeing that Kezuan was safe and sound, looking energetic, they couldn't help but feel relieved. "How has Earth been during this time?" Kezuan asked. "Everything is normal, with Yan Jian, Nezo, and Jushin Juanu guarding. Earth is as safe as can be," Fen Menchu said. Kezuan nodded. Tang Juaner, however, caught a hint of weariness in Kezuan's eyes, but she didn't say much. She just paused, then smiled and said, "I heard that Hui got married. We missed it because we were busy. When we see him next, I'll have to give him a red envelope." "No need to wait. Take out the red envelope now." A relaxed voice came from outside the door, and then Hui ran in excitedly. No one expected Hui to suddenly arrive, which caused Fen Menchu and Tang Juaner to become quite embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment Hui walked in from outside and said, as she walked, "Hui, can you please be a bit more stable and not act so carelessly all the time?" With that, she gave a smile of apology to Fen Menchu and Tang Juaner. "I'm sorry, his temperament is just like this. You don't have to be like him." Fen Menchu and Tang Juaner naturally weren't upset, but rather looked at Aoyi with admiration. They had both heard of Aoyi's deeds and knew that this woman had willingly faced death for Hui, so they admired her greatly. Just then Yan walked over with a smile, holding Aoyi's hand. "Only you can manage Hui." Aoyi chuckled. "Don't say that. Actually, Sister Ruer can also handle him. It's just that Sister Ruer has a good temper, unlike me who dares to speak up. By the way, where is Ruer?" And Yan asked. "She refused to come, saying that this is my first trip with Hui after getting married, and she didn't want to be a third wheel." At this point, Yue King Huan, Xu Jingchu, and others also arrived after hearing the news. The room instantly became lively, and Yan said, "Let's go to the back and talk." The group of women finally left. Hui let out a sigh of relief and then sat on the sofa as if he had lost all strength. "I'm so tired." Zuan couldn't help but laugh at the sight. "How did you get so exhausted right after getting married?" Hui gave a bitter smile. "Don't mention it. My life nearly ended during the wedding." "What happened?" Even though Zuan didn't like gossip, he couldn't help but show interest. Haya's face was full of frustration. 3 days. I couldn't sleep at all for 3 whole days. Zuan immediately became very interested. "Oh, that intense. Young people should also know how to moderate themselves." Huya finally came to his senses and looked helplessly at Zuang. "Here I am, going through fire and water, and you're still making jokes. Is that a joke? I'm just concerned about you." Zu and chuckled. "Do you know what we did for those 3 days?" Zuan showed a knowing smile. "What else could you do? It was completely different from what you're thinking. Aoyi gave me lessons for 3 days." Huya held up 3 fingers in dismay. "For 3 whole days. Do you know how I survived? She really didn't let me sleep. Whenever I dozed off, she woke me up and continued to lecture me." "Oh. What did she lecture about?" "She talked about the great truths of life. She said I had been too irresponsible before, leading to mediocre achievements despite all these years. She wanted me to work harder and be a positive and proactive fox in the future. Isn't she right, Zoo? And laughed. Huya was almost in tears. But if I really become like that, would I still be Huya? Even my loyal readers wouldn't like it. So what? So, Zushe, you have to save your buddy in dire straits. Huya suddenly became energetic and rushed up to Zuan, hugging one of his legs and looking at him with pleading eyes. Brothers stick together, right? I've already called you bro, you can't ignore me. How should I help? Should I instigate a fight between you who have just gotten married? I can't do that. Zuan shook his head resolutely, then patted Haya's shoulder. Bro, if someone bullies you, don't worry. I'll beat them into a pulp without you having to say a word. But now, you are newlyweds with Yi. What can I say? What should I do? Huya looked up with tears in his eyes. Zuan sighed. Just endure it. Life is short and will be over soon. Huya cried. But with our cultivation levels, we can easily live for another 100,000 years. Don't worry. By then you won't be sad anymore. Why? Because by then you'll be used to it. Zuan said very seriously. Huya. Then he suddenly became fierce, holding on to Zuan's leg tightly and refusing to let go. I won't let go. You have to help me, otherwise I won't leave. Let go first. Impossible. If I let go, you'll run away and I won't be able to catch up. Huya resorted to being unreasonable. Zuan was at a loss. What he had just said was from the heart. He really didn't want to get involved. Yi's intentions were good for Huya, and they were the closest couple, so even though he was friends with Huya, there was no reason for him to interfere. But now, Huya had become like a sticky plaster, which made Zuan quite a headache. He could only coax Huya, saying, if you have something to say, let go first. It would be too awkward if someone walked in on this scene. No. Tell you, old Zu, if you don't help me today, I won't let go. Huya was persistent. Zuan couldn't help but laugh and be exasperated. He had promised himself that he wouldn't interfere this time. Because Yi's intentions were good for Huya, and they were a married couple, even though he and Huya were close friends, he had no reason to meddle. But now Huya had turned into a bother, which made Zuan also quite a headache. He could only coax Huya, saying, let go first. It's better to not have an onlooker witness this. No. Tell you, old Zu, if you don't help me today, I won't let go. Huya was persistent. Zuan couldn't help but laugh and be exasperated. He had promised himself that he wouldn't interfere this time. No. Tell you, old Zu, if you don't help me today, I won't let go. Huya was persistent. Zuan couldn't help laughing and feeling exasperated. He had promised himself that he wouldn't interfere this time. No. Tell you, old Zu, if you don't help me today, I won't let go. Huya was persistent. Zuan couldn't help but laugh out of frustration. It was at this moment that Yang Fuxing ran in hurriedly. Zuan. There's movement at the little Gord's place. As soon as Yang Fuxing entered, he saw Zu, and sitting on the sofa, while Huya sat in front of him, holding onto one of Zuan's legs in a rather ambiguous position. I'm sorry, Yang Fuxing said, as he turned to leave. Stop. Zuan shouted impatiently. Yang Fuxing stopped in his tracks, but didn't dare to turn around. I didn't see anything. My eyes suddenly went blind. Yang Fuxing said very seriously. Zuan was at a loss and first patted Haya's shoulder. All right, I'll help you. Is that good enough? Really? Huya looked up with a face full of surprise at Zuan. When have I ever lied to you? Many times. When we first met, you claimed to be single, which led to my sister not finding anyone till now, Zu, and felt embarrassed. That's all in the past, and I promise I won't lie to you this time. Huya stood up contentedly. Then Zuan said to Yang Fuxing, the thing that just happened. What happened? Yang Fuxing asked earnestly. Zuan, feeling helpless, knew that explaining further would only make things worse, so he just said, what did you say about little Gord? Oh, just now little Gord suddenly grew much larger and started moving frequently. It's about to wake up. Wow. Is this thing really made by you guys to travel through time and space? Fox Knight exclaimed in amazement. At this moment, this main god component had been through several iterations, and it was quite different from the original. First, the exposed pipelines were almost gone, and the lines became smoother. Not only that, the Yushin mirror embedded in the center became even more radiant, dazzling to the eyes. Impressive, right? This was all painstakingly put together by me and old Zhang, screw by screw, Yanfu said proudly. At that moment, Zuin walked up to the component and asked softly, "How is it?" Zhang Qianyu wiped the sweat off his forehead, set down the tool in his hand, and nodded. She should be waking up soon. With that, he gently pressed a button, and the chamber of the main god component slowly opened, revealing the little gourd lying inside. However, at this moment, she had already shed her childlike appearance and transformed into an elegant young lady. It was apparent that her chest was rising and falling slowly, indicating that she was breathing. Fox Knight approached with astonishment on his face. "I never would have thought that the little girl we casually took in would turn out to be the key to time travel." Zuin glanced at him and then chuckled. "Weren't you troubled by what Aoyi was teaching you? Why not step inside the main god component now and let it send you out into the world to take a break?" Fox Knight's eyes showed strong curiosity, but hesitated slightly. Can this really work? "Of course, I've traveled through several times already without any issues," Zuin said, enticingly. "I can't compare to you," Fox Knight responded. "Well then, I can't help you. You find Aoyi's teachings annoying, yet you're not willing to take any risks. There's no such thing as a perfect scenario in the world." Wait. Okay, I'll give it a try." Fox Knight forced out those last few words through his teeth. Truth be told, he was indeed curious about the wondrous scenes of time travel that Zuin had described. However, as he truly entered the chamber, watching as the hatch closed slowly and the entire main god component began emitting a buzzing charging sound, he couldn't help but feel nervous. "Old Zu, why don't you come with me? I'm scared," Fox Knight shouted in a trembling voice. However, all he received in response was Zuan's smile and a gentle wave of his hand. Then the chamber closed completely, and a surreal scene of time travel unfolded before his eyes. Sweating profusely from fear, Fox Knight closed his eyes, praying for a safe journey ahead. Meanwhile, Yang Fu and Zhang Qianyu gathered in the hall. "Is he really going through time now?" Yang Fu asked Zu, and nodded. "Although my brother may seem lazy at times, he's reliable when it counts." This is quite a breakthrough, considering you were the only one who had used this component before. He's the second user, and if he returns successfully, it would be of significant meaning," Yang Fu remarked. "Don't worry, he will definitely return safely," Zuin said calmly. "Why do you say that? Misfortune has lingered for 1,000 years." Zuan's words left Yang Fu and Zhang Qianyu speechless. In truth, Zuin was quite confident. After all, he had completed the most dangerous maiden voyage, and the system had undergone several iterations, significantly reducing the risk. This time, Zuin was preparing Fox Knight for the next step. He couldn't continue to fight alone and had to utilize every resource to pave the way for the final battle. And Zuin had a feeling that day was not far away. At the same time, Fox Knight had adapted to the initial discomfort and opened his eyes to curiously examine the colorful and bizarre space around him. "This is time travel. How amazing!" Fox Knight marveled. Just then, a dark red planet appeared before him, rapidly expanding in his view. In an instant, Fox Knight felt as though he was immersed in it. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a rusty sky above and heard a series of prompts. Receptor 2 selection confirmed. Establishing connection. Connection established. World successfully accessed. Identity adaptation successful. Language synchronized. This is an extremely harsh environment where the eternal scorching winds make survival impossible. Objective: survive for 7 days on this planet. Mission reward: return. After hearing these prompts, Fox Knight was taken aback. What did this mission mean? Survive for 7 days. And the final reward was just a return. Was this a joke? Lost in thought, the once rusty sky quickly changed color like a fallen palette. Various colorful and bizarre hues emerged, while the temperature rose rapidly, reaching unbearable levels in a blink of an eye. Though Fox Knight had decent cultivation, he couldn't bear it and quickly ran behind a nearby hill. Meanwhile, distant roaring sounds of rage could be faintly heard. Teeking out, Fox Knight was dumbfounded to see a red tide-like wave rushing from the distance. The air was so scorching it was hard to breathe. Fox Knight screamed, "Old Zu, you deceived me." But it was too late. The scorching wind arrived in an instant. The seemingly tall hill Fox Knight had taken cover behind was flattened in seconds by the terrifying winds. Fox Knight could only use his skills to create a protective shield, gritting his teeth to endure. Half a day passed before the scorching wind slightly subsided. Looking at the panting Fox Knight, who looked as if he had just emerged from water, he seemed ready to collapse. Yet the trial was far from over. Following the scorching wind came a deluge of sand and stones, more than imaginable. After the wind settled, the falling debris created mounds, forming hillsides. Fox Knight had to constantly evade the falling debris to avoid being buried alive. And just as he barely escaped one wave, the scorching wind picked up again. Frustrated, Fox Knight cursed Zuen in his mind, while giving it his all. Time seemed to stretch on forever, as he had never felt it drag so heavily before. In comparison, the 3 days of lectures from Aoyi felt like paradise. Finally, when Fox Knight finally staggered out from within the main god device, only 10 minutes had passed in the hall. "How do you feel, Zhu?" and smiled. Fox Knight weakly waved her hand, indicating she didn't want to talk right now, then went straight to the table, picked up the water kettle and started drinking. After finishing a whole kettle of water, Fox Knight finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped into a chair. "Lao Zhu, you're ruthless. You almost killed me, you know. How could that be? If you encounter an irresistible danger, the main god device will forcibly intervene and bring you back. Then why wasn't I brought back? It's simple, because the danger you encountered wasn't dangerous enough." Zuen chuckled. "So, do you think this method is useful? Doesn't Tao Yi's grumbling feel more tolerable now?" Fox Knight had no words and could only extend her middle finger to express her displeasure towards Zuan. Just then, Zhang Jianyu suddenly shouted, "She's awake." The two turned around and saw the main god device emitting a brilliant light, and the little gourd slowly stood up from inside, opened her eyes and looked at everyone. The little gourd now looked like a normal 15 or 16-year-old girl, but her eyes were filled with a cold, then, indifferent insight, devoid of the previous innocence. Fortunately, this feeling was fleeting, and when she saw Zuen approaching her, she blinked, and a human glint gradually appeared in her eyes. "Sir?" This was the first thing she said upon waking up. Zuen nodded with a smile. Before he could say anything, the stone radiated light, and the woman transformed back into her human form. She circled a little gourd a few times before exclaiming, "I never expected to see such a high-quality miracle creation after so long." The woman seemed to be somewhat resistant to the girl's gaze, causing her brows to furrow slightly. But soon, the woman turned to Zuan. "She woke up faster than I imagined, which means her level is high enough. This gives us more confidence in our future actions." Zuan remained noncommittal and gave a deep look at the little gourd before asking, "What kind of place is it that you have to wait for her to wake up before continuing the implementation?" This question actually stumped the woman, and after pondering for a while, she said, "How to describe it? If we liken the world we are in and the world the main god device can reach to an ocean, then the world we are heading to is land." This description was abstract, but Zuen understood. However, he quickly remembered something else. "If that's the case, I have a friend who seems to have come from the land." "Impossible. Without my coordinates and the help of this main god device, no existence can break through the barriers to come to this world," the woman said firmly. Zuen smiled and then turned to Fox Knight. "Go call Xu Jingchu over." Although Fox Knight was reluctant, she knew it was crucial, so she got up and left. Moments later, Xu Jingchu and Yue King Huan arrived. When the woman saw Xu Jingchu, she trembled all over, looking at her in disbelief. How is this possible?" Xu Jingchu didn't know what was going on until Zuen explained it to her, and then she became excited. "You mean to say that this machine can take me back to my world?" "Yes." Zuen nodded. Xu Jingchu had long given up on going back, and over the years, she sometimes even felt that her past experiences, or just a dream, never truly existed. So, upon hearing that she could return from Zuan, her inner excitement was beyond words. At this moment, the woman stepped forward. "How did you get here?" Startled by the woman's question, Xu Jingchu hesitated, as her urgent tone made her seem like a predator closing in on prey. "Don't be afraid. She just wants to know how you came to the high-dimensional universe." "Tell her the truth," Zuen said calmly. Xu Jingchu then recounted her experience from back then. The woman became even more excited upon learning that Xu Jingchu was just a regular college student who happened to buy something from a young man in a ghostly market and ended up crossing into the high-dimensional universe. "What did this young man look like? And what did he say to you?" "He looked..." Xu Jingchu hesitated for a long time. Not that she forgot the appearance of the young man. In fact, she often dreamt of him over the years, recalling his gentle and refined demeanor. She just didn't know how to describe him. Not exactly handsome, yet exuding a warm and gentle air that left a lasting impression. He had a certain air about him especially bright eyes. As for what he said, he asked if I wanted that mirror. I nodded, and he said to pick it up because the mirror might be waiting for you. After I picked it up, the young man disappeared. The woman persisted, questioning Xu Jingqiu further about the young man's behavior and speech, then furrowed her brows. Strange. It sounds like this young man is not the owner. In fact, Suan had also been curious about who gave Xu Jingqiu that piece of Zhuanyuan mirror. But one thing was certain. That young man was definitely extraordinary, perhaps even one of the insiders. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gifted Xu Jingqiu such a divine object as the Zhuanyuan mirror. No matter who he is, we will find out when we get to that world. Zuan said, right? Since that's settled, when do we leave? The woman seemed more eager than Zuan. Not so fast. Let me prepare. Give me 2 days, and we'll set off then. Okay. With the discussion concluded, the woman returned to her stone form. Yang Fu was very excited. Is this to explore the true mystery of the world's construction? Zhu. And smiled. You could say that. Good. Good. Yang Fu repeated several times. That's the maximum value I've constructed this main god for. I'll go check the machine with Lao Zhang again now to make sure everything is in order. Yang Fu said, pulling Zhang Qianyu with energy. Zuan was about to leave with Xu Jingqiu and the others, when the little gourd suddenly spoke. The world that woman mentioned just now is very dangerous. Oh. Zuan stopped in his tracks. Do you know about that place? What is the true horror? The when Zihulu was asked further questions, he shook his head indicating that he didn't know. Zuan had no choice but to return to the residence first. After a brief commotion, everyone returned to their own rooms. After only Zuan and Anyan were left in the room, Anyan looked at Zuan and suddenly said, Are you leaving again? Zuan didn't hide it. He nodded directly. Yes. Take us with you this time, Anyan said softly. Although her voice was not loud, her tone was very determined. Zuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. All right. Anyan smiled brightly and then leaned her head on Zuan's shoulder. Husband, kiss me. Meanwhile, in another room, Aoyi glared at Fox Knight. Where did you just go? Fox Knight gulped down a bucket of water and then said, Nowhere, really. Nowhere? Then why did you start gulping down water as soon as you came back? Nothing. I just suddenly felt very thirsty. Aoyi looked at Fox Knight with suspicion, and Fox Knight grinned. Wife, let's discuss something. Say it. In a few days, I plan to follow Senior Zhu out. Go ahead. Do you really have to tell me? It's like I've become a mother tiger. It's not like that. This time we may be out for a long time. If it's troublesome, you can return to Chinku first. No need to wait for me. Aoyi looked Fox Knight up and down. Where do you plan to go? Fox Knight said frankly. Just following Zuan out for a simple trip. There may be delays along the way, so I'm telling you in advance to prepare mentally. Of course, everything may go smoothly, and we'll be back soon. Aoyi nodded. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait for you here. All right. Dear wife kiss. Get out. This trip was different from previous ones because Yan and Xian also wanted to follow along, and they didn't know how long they would be gone. So Zuan bought a large amount of supplies to put into the Fu Bao building. In addition to the 2 little maids wanting to go, Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu naturally had to follow. Therefore, there were many things that needed to be taken care of. After handling all these matters one by one, a day had already passed. Zuan had just prepared to rest for a while when a surge of sword intent fell directly on the sparks. The 2 little maids cheered and ran towards the newcomer. Master. The person was Shen Suiqian. At this moment, her aura was even more extraordinary. Although she was simply standing there, she was as sharp as a drawn sword, making people feel a chill just by looking at her. But the 2 little maids were not afraid of her at all, and instead were very intimate, cuddling up to her. Shen Suiqian also really liked these 2 little maids, and after exchanging a few words with them, she came to Zuan. You're leaving? How did you know? Zuan was somewhat surprised. This matter shouldn't have spread so quickly. Shen Suiqian smiled. If I say I deduced it, would you believe me? No. Boring. Can't you fool me once? Shen Suiqian said somewhat plaintively. Zuan was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. I am indeed leaving, but I should be back soon. Hehe. As soon as you say it, you're trying to fool me. Shen Suiqian laughed. Zuan. ... Shen Suiqian's expression turned serious. I'm not here for any other reason. Just to let you know that I will accompany you when the time comes. Don't be surprised. I know what you're going to do. and I'm also very interested in what you're going to do. Besides, this is not just your responsibility. As a member of the heavens, I also have a part to play, Shen Suiqian said firmly. Then without giving Xuan a chance to retort, she turned and walked away. Xuan looked at her back and suddenly smiled. Thank you. Shen Suiqian paused for a moment. Thank you for what? I'm just curious about what kind of existence would make you so cautious. After speaking, Shen Suiqian left. Xuan stood there and murmured softly to himself, cautious, very cautious. A voice full of complaints came from behind. Xuan sighed inwardly and turned to look. Indeed, it was Fan Manchu speaking. Tang Zhuan stood beside her. Although Tang Zhuan didn't speak, her eyes said it all. You also know, Fan Manchu nodded. Actually, Xuan wanted to explain something, but Fan Manchu suddenly said, you don't need to say. We both know your good intentions, but we don't intend to accept this time. We used to listen to you, but this time we both want to be willful. Xuan looked at Tang Zhuan. She was usually the most obedient, but at this moment, Tang Zhuan also nodded slightly, indicating that she agreed with Fan Manchu. Xuan couldn't help but sigh deeply. All right, then when the time comes, you two will also enter the Fubao building and go with me. Fan Manchu and Tang Zhuan then left. After they left, Xuan stood silently for a moment, then suddenly said, aren't you going to say something? Yue King Huan emerged from the shadows and said calmly, what can I say? Those are your confidants. I have no right to say anything. Xuan felt a headache coming on. Seeing Xuan looking helpless, Yue King Huan suddenly chuckled, feeling too popular all of a sudden. Isn't it uncomfortable? Xuan sighed helplessly. It's getting late. I'm going back to rest. What time are we leaving tomorrow? Xuan remained silent for a moment. Noon. Okay. See you at noon. Yue King Huan turned and left without delay. After she left, Fox Knight suddenly appeared from somewhere. Xuan was angry as soon as he saw him. Grabbed his neck. Speak. Did you leak the information? Fox Knight almost choked and said, let go first. Let's talk nicely. Only then did Xuan release his hand. Fox Knight took a few deep breaths and helplessly said, I didn't deliberately leak it, it's just that they kept pressing me. What could I do? Xuan glared at him irritably. Then why are you here now? Fox Knight shrank a bit, then said bitterly, I accidentally slipped up when talking to my sister just now. Xuan's eyebrows shot up instantly. What? Say it again. Everything has been done, so there's no point in saying anything further. Besides, Fox Knight did it with good intentions, so Xuan just gave him a small lesson and then began to wait. Several hours later, Fox Ying arrived. Upon seeing Xuan, her first words were, I want to go too. Xuan had anticipated this, so he didn't say much, just nodded with a wry smile. All right, then come along. Anyway, all this trouble was caused by your brother. My brother? Is he here? Where is he? Fox Ying looked around, and gestured towards the back of the living room. Fox Ying got up and looked back, only to see a bruised and swollen Fox Knight sitting obediently on a small stool. Seeing her sister, he grinned. Yinger. Oh. You're here. Fox Ying looked puzzled. I deserved it. I didn't want you to know about this in the first place, but your brother couldn't keep his mouth shut and blabbed it all, so I had to teach him a lesson. Xuan explained as he approached. Fox Knight appeared to be extremely aggrieved. I did it for your own good. And glared, for my own good. Now that your sister is involved, don't you feel remorse? Fox Knight dared not speak. Fox Ying, upon witnessing this scene, suddenly felt some resentment. She looked at Xuan and said, if my brother hadn't told me about this, were you planning not to inform me at all? And nodded. Of course. In fact, I didn't intend to inform anyone. After all, this isn't a vacation. Why notify so many people? He concluded, not minding the resentment building up in Fox Ying's eyes, turned around, and said, since we're going, let's get ready quickly and set off early tomorrow morning. With that, Xuan left. Watching his departure, Fox Ying's eyes welled up with tears. Brother, is Xuan angry with me? This time, Fox Knight, unusually serious and without his usual playful demeanor, said, he's not mad at you. Then, is he mad at you? Not at all. He just lacks assurance. Lacks assurance? Fox Ying was somewhat bewildered. Looking towards where Xuan had gone, Fox Knight whispered softly, the enemy we're about to face this time must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cautious and not want to alert anyone. If even the usually confident Lao Zu lacks assurance, it shows that this matter is very serious. At this, Fox Knight suddenly looked at his sister Fox Ying. I regret it now. I was worried that if you knew about this, you would blame me for a lifetime, but now I feel you shouldn't go. It's not possible, Fox Ying stated firmly. Regardless of the hardships ahead, I want to be by Zuan's and your side. Fox Knight had already expected this reaction from his sister and couldn't help but sigh. I knew you wouldn't listen, knowing. Yet you still said it. I said it out of concern for you. Seems more like concern for yourself. At this point, Fox Ying suddenly thought of something and looked at her brother. Brother, why don't you stay behind? After all, you just recently married a Sao, and Rosao is waiting for you at home. Don't say any more. Based on my relationship with Lao Zu, he wouldn't have me face the enemy alone, Fox Knight said seriously. But what about Ro Yi Sao? Does she have no say in this? Fox Ying directly didn't ask Roa, because she knew that Ro Knight would be infinitely accommodating no matter what Fox Knight decided to do. She wouldn't dare, Fox Knight said coldly. As the head of the family, whatever I decide to do, I don't need to consult with her. Fox Ying looked at her brother, smiling but nonchalant. Wow, brother, you're quite formidable. Of course, Fox Knight replied, looking pleased. Sister-in-law, when did you arrive? Fox Ying suddenly called out warmly to Fox Knight. Fox Knight's expression changed instantly. Without turning, he immediately changed his address. Ro Yi Sao has given me so much. Naturally, I must respect her. He quickly turned to look behind. Only then did he realize that there was no one there. Instantly understanding that he had been tricked, Fox Knight laughed and ran off, shouting as he ran, Brother, is this what you call being the head of the family? What were you looking back at earlier? Fox Knight found his sister's antics exasperating. Go on. Children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. That was about respect. Heh. I don't believe you. Tang Juaner and Fen Manchu weren't surprised by Fox Ying's arrival. In fact, they would have found it odd if she hadn't come. Fox Ying behaved very politely, first meeting Nyan and then returning to talk with Tang Juaner and Fen Manchu. Yue Qinghuan locked herself in a quiet room, busy with something unknown. Chu Jingchu was very nervous. This nervousness mixed with a lot of fear and uneasiness, making her restless. Compared to her, Shen Suiqian was much calmer. She even had the energy to teach the two little maids wordplay. However, as the time drew closer, the atmosphere at Huaxing Base inevitably became oppressive. Zuan tightly controlled the flow of information, so aside from the people present, the outside world had no idea what Zuan was about to do. Just as the world was calm, Zuan led the group of people to enter the Talisman Tower and then proceeded to the hall. At this moment, the stone woman was already waiting there, and she smiled upon seeing Zuan. Are you ready? Yes, Zu, and nodded. Shall we depart? Wait a moment, I have a few things to explain. Saying this, Zuan took out several pieces of jade stones with information written on them, and handed them to Zhang Qianyu and Yang Fu. If I don't return within 7 days, give these jade stones to Yue Shifang of the Yue family, Neza Yanjian guarding on earth, the Sword Palace Master Li Jingxing, and the elder of Qinghu Fox Country. Looking at Zuan, who seemed to be entrusting them with a heavy burden, Zhang Qianyu suddenly hesitated to accept. Maybe it's better to forget it. The other party has already gone beyond the light cone universe and won't have any impact on our world. So, Zhang Qianyu tried to persuade Zuan to reconsider. Hearing this, Zuan smiled. Rest assured, this is just in case. Nothing will happen to me. And I swore from the beginning to expose the mastermind behind the scenes, even if they escape to the ends of the earth. I won't hesitate. Looking at the determined Zuan, Zhang Qianyu knew there was no use in saying more. He nodded, took the jade stones from Zuan, and replied, Don't worry, I will follow your orders. Good. Zuan wasted no more time, turning to the woman, asked, Ready? Little Gord nodded, Give me the coordinates. Although she didn't want Zuan to go to that world, as an alchemical being, obeying orders came first. So since Zuan insisted on going, she had no choice but to comply. The stone girl extended her finger and lightly touched the little Gord's forehead, and a massive amount of coordinate information instantly flowed into the little Gord's processing center. After a moment, the stone girl took a step back. Done. The little Gord stood in place, without speaking. It took her more than a minute to process all that information. Once it was processed, she turned to Zuan and said, Okay, you can enter the cabin, Zhu, and nodded and stepped into the cabin. To save energy, even though he had already entered the talisman tower in advance, so only he entered the cabin. Then the stone girl transformed back into a stone and fell into Xuan's hands. With everything prepared, the cabin door slowly closed, and the little gourd also entered the core of the main god component to start up. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the main god component suddenly erupted with a strong light, too dazzling for Zhang Qianyu and the others to open their eyes. After the light dissipated, when Zhang Qianyu and Yang Fu looked again, the cabin was empty, and Xuan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Did he really leave? Yang Fu asked seriously. Zhang Qianyu nodded. He really left. At the same time, Zhang Qianyu silently prayed in his heart, Xuan, please return safely. Meanwhile, Xuan was undergoing a long journey of crossing. Countless celestial bodies swiftly passed by in front of him, and the starry sky became more unfamiliar and desolate, but there was no sign of the crossing stopping. In short, just as Xuan was beginning to feel numb to the sights before him, his body suddenly shook, and then everything came to a stop. The surrounding celestial bodies, the pervasive cosmic dust, and even the omnipresent light all stopped in that instant. This stagnation lasted for an unknown period, maybe a second, maybe a year. Then everything collapsed with a bang, and Xuan was pulled into an unknown place. When Xuan opened his eyes again, he saw the slightly dazzling sunlight and a bustling street. Pedestrians continuously passed by on the street, each dressed in the latest fashion with relaxed expressions on their faces. Adjacent to the street were skyscrapers, with electronic screens displaying advertisements. This was a bustling city, and the level of technology was similar to Earth's. This was Xuan's initial judgment. Then Xuan raised his eyebrows suddenly, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Because he discovered a terrifying fact: there was no trace of spiritual energy in this world. It was not so surprising, as in the vast universe, there are worlds without spiritual energy. However, the key point was that not only was there no spiritual energy in this world, but it also did not allow any spiritual energy to flow, including the spiritual energy in Xuan's body. Some powerful and unimaginable force of rules had completely suppressed the flow of spiritual energy within Xuan's body, sealing it off entirely. Furthermore, Xuan couldn't even use his mental power, meaning he couldn't even open the talisman tower in his sea of consciousness. This discovery shocked even the always composed Xuan. He had never encountered such a domineering force of rules before. In the past, even when encountering special heavenly laws while traveling through worlds, Xuan could contend with them based on his strength. However, the rule power he encountered this time was so terrifying that even Xuan had no way to resist and was completely sealed off. Just when he arrived and encountered this situation, Xuan took a deep breath, knowing that the situation he was about to face could be much more severe than he had ever imagined. However, having endured countless trials and tribulations, Xuan remained calm and collected even when faced with this dire situation, quickly regaining his composure. He didn't believe that the mastermind behind this had such power. Otherwise, they could have directly killed all their opponents without going through all this trouble. The most pressing matter at hand was to understand the situation in this world and then find a way to lift the seal on himself. As Xuan pondered his next plan, he saw someone he never thought would appear in this place. A man in casual attire, wearing sandals as if just returning from a vacation at the beach, passed through the crowd and approached Xuan. Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered a name. Zhu Kang. The old man in front chuckled. Zhu, young friend, long time no see. Xuan was filled with shock. What could be more surprising than just crossing into an extremely distant world and encountering an acquaintance right away? However, a picture suddenly flashed in Xuan's mind, back at Huyi's wedding, where he met the descendants of the Zhu family, Zhu Benzang and Zhu Zhuanqing. The two had spoken a few words with Xuan, mentioning that their ancestor had gone to an unknown place. Xuan had kept that in mind and had even planned to find Zhu Kang when he crossed beyond the light cone, using the main god component. He suspected that Zhu Kang might have also ventured beyond the light cone, given the mention of going to an unknown place. However, he never expected Zhu Kang to have gone so far, eventually arriving at his destination. Sensing Xuan's astonishment, Zhu Kang smirked. There's no need to be so surprised. I know you have many questions. Let me take you somewhere where all your questions will be answered. Xuan quickly calmed down, deeply glanced at Zhu Kang, and nodded. Good. Now at a critical moment, even if there were mountains of swords and seas of flames ahead, Zuan was determined to push forward. Zhu Kang smiled, turned around, and led Zuan to the other end of the street. They didn't walk far and arrived at a bustling commercial area after crossing the street. The area was filled with tall buildings, most of them housing headquarters of major companies. Zhu Kang brought Zuan to the tallest building in this area. Downstairs, a young man in a suit was lazily smoking on a flower bed. When he saw Zhu Kang leading Zhu and back, he immediately flicked out his cigarette and leapt down from the flower bed. "Old man Zhu, is this the person the boss has been waiting for?" His voice was sharp, and he seemed fidgety during the conversation, as though wound up like a clock can never stopping. Zhu Kang nodded. "That's him." The man scrutinized Zuan up and down. "Seems to be a talent, just a bit too young, but just like me when I was young." Thinking back to how Zuan looked at the man in confusion, because from his words and actions, Zuan vaguely guessed his identity. Just then Zhu Zhang reached out and patted Zuan on the shoulder. "Let's go, the chairman is waiting for you." Zuan snapped out of his thoughts and suddenly became very interested in the chairman mentioned by Zhu Zhang. He followed Zhu Zhang into the elevator, going straight to the top floor of the building. When the door opened, they saw a monk standing in front of the elevator. Upon seeing Zuan, the monk smiled faintly. "Guess Zhu, my disciple hasn't troubled you downstairs, right?" Zuan immediately understood the monk's identity and clasped his hands together. "Greetings, master. The great sage has not troubled me. Ha ha. Please come in," guessed Zhu. The monk stepped aside, smiling. Zuan entered the office, followed by Zhu Zhang closing the door behind him. The office was spacious, with a large French window facing the door. Standing in front of the window was a young man. When he heard the door, the man, without looking back, asked, "Did you have a smooth journey?" Zuan took a deep breath, controlling his excitement, and nodded. "Everything went smoothly, thanks to the shard of the Zhuanyuan mirror you gave to Xu Jingchu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it here." The man smiled and finally turned to face Zuan. He was a very handsome young man, with a gentle and jade-like temperament, resembling a student. "You are indeed quite intelligent." Zuan was intrigued internally, but didn't show it on the surface. "Please, have a seat." The man gestured, Zhu, and sat on the soft chair in front of the desk, and the man poured him a cup of tea. At this point, Zuan was no longer in a hurry and slowly sipped the tea. The man stood across the table, quietly observing Zuan. After Zhu and finished his tea, the man spoke. "I know you have many questions." "Indeed, I do have many questions." The man smiled, then changed the topic suddenly. "I founded this company, and as you have seen, the employees here. Initially, I just wanted to give them something to do, but they unexpectedly grew the company, turning it into what it is now." Zuan looked at the man and asked the first question since entering. "So, you were the one who saved them back then?" The man didn't conceal it and nodded frankly. "Yes." "Was it also you who secretly protected me before?" "Yes." The man admitted again. Zuan took a deep breath. Despite anticipating it, he felt excited when the man confirmed it. "What is your name? Do you really want to know?" "Of course." "Song Ming." Zuan was taken aback. This name surprised Zuan not for any special reason, but because of its ordinariness. Zuan had thought that the one who saved so many powerful Huazu beings and orchestrated all of this would be some ancient powerful figure with an extraordinary name. The name being ordinary felt out of place, like finally learning the name of a goddess you've long admired, only to find out it's something commonplace. It felt jarring. The man sighed helplessly. "Don't doubt it, that is indeed my true name." Zuan let out a breath. "So, who are you really? Why did you do all this? And who is the mastermind behind the massacre of Huazu and inciting calamity?" Zuan fired off multiple questions in succession, expressing his doubts. In fact, he was confused as he came following coordinates provided by the stone girl, seeking the mastermind, but encountered those missing Huazu beings and their rescuer. Song Ming, as he called himself, smiled. "Don't worry, I will answer all your questions one by one, starting with who I am." Song Ming gazed at Zuan. "Look at me carefully." Zuan did as instructed, gazing at Song Ming. After a moment, Song Ming smiled. "Well, how do you feel now?" Zuan was a bit bewildered. When he stared at the man, he felt an indescribable sensation. It wasn't the pressure of facing a powerful figure or anything else. It was a strange familiarity, as if this man was intimately familiar with all his secrets. This made Zhu uneasy. Do you feel an inexplicable familiarity? Zhu nodded. Yes. That's right, because you were created by me. When this statement came out, Zhu found it both amusing and absurd. I am created by you. I know you don't believe it now, but wait, I will make you believe it. Song Ming spoke without haste, continuing, you asked me why I rescued these Huazu spiritual beings. It is because I wanted to rectify my mistakes as much as possible. What mistake? A trace of sorrow appeared on Song Ming's face. An unintentional mistake that led to severe consequences. Zhu started to feel impatient. He sensed something abnormal in the man's spirit. In fact, from the moment he claimed to have created Zhu had this inkling. Seeing Zhu's impatience, Song Ming chuckled. I apologize. It's a habit I've developed over the years. After all, one must leave suspense to engage others. Now, I will answer your third question. Who the mastermind behind the scenes is? He is also created by me. Before finishing his sentence, Zhu lost all patience and stood up to leave. Song Ming remained unrushed. He never hurried, especially when facing Zhu. Just as Zhu reached the door, Song Ming spoke leisurely. Do you know, to bring you before me, I laid the groundwork for a whole year. A cold smile played on Zhu's lips. He had seen enough of these cryptic people and situations. Even if this being did save the Huazu spiritual beings and one sought shelter with him, Zhu wouldn't be easily swayed. But as he was about to push the door to leave, a calm voice came from behind. What do you see here? Zhu turned around, only to be struck motionless by what he saw in Song Ming's hand, a miniature glowing tower model. The symbolic treasure tower. But wasn't this symbolic treasure tower in his own mind? How did he obtain it? And why did Zhu feel nothing? Inside the symbol treasure small building, there were own lover, daughter, and friends, which made Zhu even more desperate. No need to panic. I won't do anything to them. Song Ming saw Zhu's fear and smiled slightly, flipping his hand. Here, it's back to you. The symbol treasure small building disappeared, but because the spiritual power inside Zhu was sealed, he couldn't sense it at all. Look, I forgot that you still have a seal. Song Ming laughed and then waved his hand lightly. Zhu immediately felt the spiritual power inside his body returning to normal, and he immediately sensed his sea of consciousness. The symbol treasure small building was still there. Zhu's heart eased a lot, then stared at Song Ming behind the table firmly. His cultivation had reached its peak. Who are you after all? Although Song Ming displayed enough strength to crush him, Zhu showed no fear. Over the years, he had been through countless battles. Some beings were far superior to himself, but he had never succumbed, instead winning battles after battles to reach where he was now. Today would be no exception. Song Ming applauded. Good. Truly a character I created. Just this resilience is already astonishing. Now let me answer your question again. I am your creator. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu directly launched an attack. With swords like rain, he aimed straight for Song Ming behind the table. However, Song Ming didn't even move, just smiled in response. When the sword energy approached, it disappeared without a trace. About to make another move, Song Ming said, "That's enough." With his words, the spiritual power inside Zhu emptied once again. But Zhu still refused to give up, stepping forward like a tiger pouncing. But by the time he reached the table, Song Ming was no longer there. He stood in front of the window, sighing lightly. All right, calm down. Let me finish what I have to say. Indeed, I am your creator. In fact, not just you. This world, and all the worlds you have experienced were created by me, Zhu. And sneered, you think I will believe that? If you have such great power, why wait here for me in this place? You think I am omnipotent? Well, in this world it seems so, but that's just surface, because I also need to adhere to something called logic. I racked my brains, spent countless sleepless nights, laid the groundwork with so many words to bring you before me, not to make you obey me. In fact, even if I did create you, from the moment you appeared, you were already an independent individual. I respect you, which ultimately means I respect myself, Song Ming said. Zhu and hesitated, because suddenly, the words from Song Ming seemed somewhat believable. So, who are you exactly? If all the worlds are created by you, what is your purpose, Zhu? And asked in a stern voice. Song Ming spread his hands. See? We're getting to the key point here. Come, sit down and let's talk slowly. Zhu sat back in his chair, and Song Ming sat across from him, furrowing his brows in thought for a moment before speaking. How can I explain to you? I created you and all these worlds, partly out of my interests, but more so for survival. For survival? That's right. To be honest, I am a writer. Well, perhaps that's just my wishful self-designation, because where I come from, people like me are collectively known as writers. Song Ming's face showed a touch of melancholy as he continued. We make a living by selling words. As long as we create stories that sell, we make money. It sounds good, but in reality, it's extremely brutal because there will always be someone in this world with better writing skills, talent, and faster typing speed than you. In fact, when I created you, I hadn't had an income for years, relying solely on doing odd jobs online, writing some insipid articles to get by. Before creating you, I was thinking, let's try one last time. If it doesn't work out, then it proves I'm not cut out for this, and I would have to completely give up and go find a job. With this kind of desperate attitude, I started conceptualizing your character, appearance, experiences, and everything else, and then began to write. Unexpectedly, this time it succeeded. Many people liked you and were willing to pay for you, and thus I survived the financial crisis. Zuan listened as if reading a revelation, and he suddenly said, in a hoarse voice, "So, I am a character in a book." Across from him, Song Min nodded. "That's right, and I am the author of the book." If someone had told Zuan before today that he was merely a character in a book, created by someone else, he would have scorned it. But now he couldn't help but believe it. He stared blankly at Song Min, silently digesting it all. Song Min did not rush him, instead sat there quietly waiting. After a long time, Zuan slowly said, "So everything I have experienced is fake, even those I care about, including." Zuan's voice began to tremble, including Yanner, Xiangxian, and even Xuaner. They are not real? Song Ming seemed to have anticipated that Zuan would ask this, so he shook his head decisively. Of course not. Light gleamed in Zuan's eyes, as if a drowning man had caught a life-saving straw. As I said earlier, from the moment I created you, you were already an independent individual, including your lover, daughter, friends, and everything you have experienced are all real. Song Ming smiled. If something looks real and feels real, then it is real. At the beginning, when I created you, I didn't have this feeling. I just treated you as an ordinary character, but everything changed afterward. Song Ming's expression turned serious. I don't know if others have this feeling, but I truly do. Everything about you is something I couldn't control, including the direction of your story, the characters appearing around you, the interactions that will occur. I cannot control any of it. It may sound exaggerated, but it's the truth. Before typing, I didn't even know how today's plot would develop, yet when my hands touched the keyboard, everything would naturally start to unfold, including the interactions between those two little girls with you, the appearance of Huya, the subsequent plot. I had not pre-designed, yet they appear. He looked at the being in front of him, who could be described as the creator, and slowly asked the most crucial question. So, what's the deal with that evil entity? That came from one of my mistakes, Song Min confessed honestly, with a look of regret on his face. In the end, all plots are ultimately driven by contradictions, and my industry is no exception. At that time, I didn't realize that everything I wrote was actually real, so I created the evil entity as an antagonist. At first, I just wanted to make the plot more smooth and attractive, but then the plot began to spiral out of my control. The history of the world was forcibly changed, with the Huazas suffering a great calamity thousands of years ago, and all the gods perished. I was shocked when I read this passage, because you see, the earth I created is highly consistent with the world I inhabit. I am also a Huazu. How could I allow such a plot to happen? Readers would curse me, so I started to make changes. But a strange thing happened. No matter how much I revised, the course of history couldn't be changed. Song Ming chuckled bitterly. So what happened? So I knew at that moment that I might be facing supernatural events. To be honest, I was a bit excited because the world I inhabit is just as boring as this one. Boring? Exactly. Boring. There's no cultivation, no spiritual energy, only technology. Everything can be explained scientifically. Everything is so mundane and tedious. And that's why our profession exists. After all, reality is so dull. Many people seek excitement in the world of novels, and as a writer, my head is filled with all sorts of fantastic ideas, and I have a strong resistance to supernatural phenomena. So when I discovered this, I wasn't afraid. I was actually quite excited. To avoid being cursed by readers, I patched things up by forcibly introducing a mechanical god descent to save most of the Huazu gods in a critical moment. But as the plot progressed, things became even more bizarre. The evil entity became increasingly uncontrollable. Various subplots collapsed one after another, and I was running myself ragged. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was when I began experiencing bizarre events in real life. Song Ming's eyes flickered with fear. At first, I was chased by the evil entity in my dreams, only to wake up the next day with physical injuries. Then it escalated to the point where I could see the evil entity during the day, hunting me down. I thought I was having mental issues and went to see a doctor. The doctor diagnosed me with schizophrenia and prescribed many medications. Instead of improving, my condition worsened after taking them. Finally, after almost being killed by the evil entity, I was terrified. I decided to forcefully conclude the book, end it all. But what happened next? Song Ming swallowed hard, recalling the terrifying image. Then, the keyboard automatically typed out two words, "No escape." I was truly terrified at that moment. I frantically smashed my laptop, trying to end everything. But the next day, the laptop appeared intact on my bedside. That's when I knew things were serious. If I continued like this, I would surely die. To save myself, I meticulously reviewed the plot and made a discovery. What did you discover? I had created a subplot about a mysterious mastermind, but at that time, I didn't pay much attention to it. I just regarded it as the ultimate boss character. But when I revisited the plot, I found that this character had vanished. It was my own fault, really. Because the ultimate boss I had created was aware of being in a book, and he even knew of the author's existence. And when he was no longer part of the plot, I suddenly realized something, that everything I was experiencing was orchestrated by this character. He wanted to kill me to change his own ultimate fate. As per the plot I created, you are the absolute main character. Invincible, all the way. No matter how powerful this boss is, he would ultimately die by your hands. It was his fate, unchangeable. And only by killing me could he gain his freedom. In other words, the character I created now wants to kill me. After saying this, Song Ming looked at Xuan. Do you understand? Xuan's emotions were like riding a roller coaster, fluctuating dramatically. At first, he didn't believe a single word Song Ming said, but as the story unfolded, Xuan gradually began to comprehend, and now he believed most of it. So, what's the deal with this world then? This isn't your world, right, Xu? And asked. Maybe you're a character I created, and quite clever at that. Yes. This world is not my world, but a buffer zone I created. Realizing that this boss was secretly hunting me, I understood that if I didn't intervene and let things continue, I would undoubtedly die. So, I racked my brains to come up with a solution. In the end, I understood one thing. To defeat magic, one must use magic. So I tried my best to conceive a place in the book that was completely consistent with my world, which is here. I arranged for those rescued Huazu gods to come here and brought myself in through them. This place is my creation, and I am essentially the creator here. Therefore, here, I have unlimited power, and it wouldn't be so easy for that boss to kill me. So, is this still the world within the book, Xu? And inquired. Yes. Then why didn't you just come to me directly and tell me all this? I wanted to, but there were limitations. Didn't I mention earlier that even when creating you and this world, I still had to abide by logic? It took a great deal of effort just to enter this world, and as the absolute main character with immense fortune, I couldn't just meet you or disclose this information without a proper setup. Even before you obtained the main god component, I couldn't let you venture beyond the light cone, as that would be illogical. If I forcefully appeared before you out of thin air, it could shatter this painstakingly constructed world in an instant. The consequences would be unpredictable. So, in order to maintain coherence, I created the character Xu Jingqiu in this world and gave her the fragment of the Zhuanyuan mirror, guiding her to find you. The purpose was to make the logic as reasonable as possible. Xu, and nodded. I think I understand. Good that you do. So, why did you bring me here now? Just to tell me the truth of what's happening? Of course not. After all the effort I've put in, I'm not here to chat with you. I want you to help me. How should I do it, Xu? And asked directly without hesitation. This trip was originally for this purpose. And no matter what this man who claimed to be the author said, he only wanted this mastermind behind the scenes dead. It's very simple. This villain boss absolutely dares not see you, because in my setting, you are his absolute nemesis. No matter how powerful he is, the ultimate ending is being killed by you. Therefore, he is hidden away in a certain place. What place? The world I came from, said Songming, each word enunciated. Zuan was somewhat surprised. He actually went to your world. Isn't it ironic? As the author, I entered my own book, while the characters in the book went to the real world. Songming said with a bitter smile. But indeed, this is the best choice for that villain boss, because only that real world can avoid meeting you, if not for me. Songming's face showed a hint of mockery. This villain boss calculated everything possible, except for one thing, which is being too impatient. He thought that after entering this world, I would lose control over the plot, so he dared to send his henchmen recklessly to kill you. But he doesn't know at all. The author is still the author. Even this world is created by me. How could I possibly not leave behind a back door? Songming said, as he opened a drawer and took out an old notebook, then carefully opened it. The old fin started to whir, taking over a minute just to boot up, until finally reaching the desktop, with only one document visible. Songming opened it, revealing densely packed words. See this? This is the beginning of everything. My rough draft, something that the villain boss has been longing to obtain. Zuan looked at the text on the screen, feeling a strong sense of unreality. Suddenly, he had become a character in a novel, facing the manuscript that created him. There was nothing more bizarre than this. And then, Zuan asked slowly, then I will modify the text, temporarily connecting this world with the world I came from, so that you can go there. Songming replied, is it that simple? It's just that simple. Aren't you afraid that I will battle him in your world, ultimately causing the collapse of your world? Songming smiled at the question. Don't worry, that's not possible, because that world does not allow the appearance of any supernatural powers, so even if you go there, you will just be an ordinary person. But wait, if that's the case, what about those dangers you encountered before? Zuan asked. Good question. I have also pondered this question. Later, I discovered that the dangers I faced were actually targeted at myself, and all of them occurred within my own mental world. In other words, they have absolutely no interference with the real world, which is how that guy succeeded. All right, I will go, Zuan said directly. Songming was not expecting Zuan to agree so readily. You don't have to rush, you can rest for a few days first, and then go. No need, I just want to end all of this as soon as possible, Zuan said firmly. All right then, let me start now. Songming began editing the text. When a line appeared in the document, the world suddenly trembled slightly. This feeling was extremely subtle, imperceptible to ordinary people. Only Zuan felt something was happening, but aside from that, nothing else occurred. There was no glowing door, no other phenomenon. Zuan furrowed his brows and looked at Songming. Songming just smiled. Okay, go push the door open now. Behind the door is the world I came from. Zuan did not hesitate, immediately got up and walked to the door, ready to push it open. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Songming. What about Yen and the others? Don't worry, they, like you, have absolute luck. Nothing will happen to them, Songming assured him. Zuan no longer hesitated, pushing the door and walking out. When he arrived, Zuan remembered that there was a long corridor outside the door, but this time when he emerged, he found himself in an alley. The ground was filled with sewage and trash cans emitted a strong stench. However, Zuan didn't pay attention to these details. In fact, from the moment he arrived, his gaze had been drawn to a person sitting next to a trash can in the corner of the wall. It was a filthy beggar. His clothes had not been washed for who knows how long, disheveled, holding half a sesame pastry in his hand and eating it with relish. But despite being an extremely dirty beggar, he had a pair of clear, water-like eyes. He seemed to have long anticipated Zuan's arrival and cherished eating the pastry slowly, even picking up the sesame seeds that fell on his clothes to eat. Then he looked up and smiled at Zuan. You've finally come. Let's not talk for now. Let me guess what he told you. Did he say that you and I are characters he created, and you are the protagonist while I am the behind-the-scenes mastermind you've been searching for? Zuan nodded. Hey, you really haven't progressed one bit, the beggar sneered before continuing. Did he also tell you that this place is the real world he brought you to in order to eliminate me? Zuan affirmed. You're wrong. This place is not the real world he speaks of. It is a prison. You have been deceived by him, the beggar said nonchalantly. Oh, if that's the case, Then who are you? Zhu. And raised an eyebrow. The beggar didn't speak, but reached into his pocket and pulled out an identity card. Here, have a look, he said, tossing the card over. Zhuan took it and saw 3 words written on it. Songmin. Zhuan was shocked, looking up at the beggar. How's that? Quite unexpected, right? Yes, I am the true author. And who is he then? Zhu. And inquired. Haven't you figured it out? The person speaking to you is the true villain boss, the mastermind behind the scenes that you have been seeking. Zhuan's expression gradually turned stern. I know you don't believe, but that's the truth. What about the notebook and manuscript on the computer? Therefore, Zhu, and paused, then continued. What was the significance of what he did? The homeless man stopped his sorrowful voice and sneered. Don't you understand? The reason he did this was to strip you of your protagonist's luck. In my original conception, you were the absolute protagonist, and this antagonist was destined to die by your hands. But he was not content, so he schemed, even fooling the original author, me. And as long as he finds a way to eliminate you and me, he can gain supreme luck, thus obtaining the highest authority. In other words, he will become a godlike creator. Do you understand now? Zhuan looked at the homeless man in front of him and suddenly began to laugh. His laughter grew louder and louder, causing the entire street to tremble. What are you laughing at? The homeless man asked bewilderedly. I'm laughing at how cleverly you all thought you were plotting. Laughing at how you really believed I would fall for this nonsense. Zhuan stopped laughing and said coldly. What do you mean? I don't understand. All right, then I'll explain it clearly once. If I'm not mistaken, you and that Songmin were originally one. The world I experienced before, as well as the world in front of me, are all false. In other words, the mastermind I seek and the entity that once protected me are actually you. You orchestrated a grand scheme, deceiving everyone, with only one purpose, to make me believe it was real, so you could escape your fate, right? The homeless man's expression gradually stiffened. I still don't quite understand. Why would it be to escape fate? It's simple because you want to break free from your destiny. You want to be the player, Zhuan said coldly. You weren't completely lying about one thing, that I could really be within a book, and you are indeed the ultimate antagonist of this book. So, you were not satisfied, and, through some means, glimpsed the secrets within and painstakingly set up this scheme just to make me believe it was real and then eliminate one of your avatars, thereby changing your fate. The homeless man shook his head. I admit your imagination is rich, but don't you think that reason is too far-fetched, Zhu? And shook his head. Is it far-fetched? I don't think so, because reality sometimes is far more magical than you can imagine. You are clever, knowing that lies are bound to be exposed. Therefore, the things you said to me earlier were mostly true, so they would be deceptive. But you forgot one thing. I have independent thinking. If there really is an author, he must now be conflicted because he can no longer control my thoughts. The homeless man fell silent for a moment. You are indeed clever. I underestimated you. But do you think this is the end? I have worked so hard on this grand scheme, even deceiving the author. Did you really think I hadn't anticipated being found out by you? At this point, the appearance of the homeless man instantly changed back to what Zhuan had seen in the office. Truth be told, from the moment you began transmigrating through the main god core, you entered the game. I've claimed autonomy over the plot through this method, and the original author is powerless to change it. The manuscripts you saw in the office were indeed the original drafts. I can freely modify the plot lines. The reason I didn't eliminate you through the plot was because I didn't want the entire plot to collapse, which would serve no purpose for me. But now that things have progressed to this point, you have no way out. So, you might as well accept your fate. But before you die, there is one more thing. Songmin flicked his wrist, and the talisman tower reappeared in his palm. Do you see? In the next moment, it will be destroyed completely, and everyone inside will perish with it. Saying this, Songmin looked smugly at Zhuan, expecting to see a hint of panic in his eyes. Unfortunately, Zhuan remained completely indifferent, as though the talisman tower had nothing to do with him, and instead, he looked at Songmin with a wry smile. Songmin felt a tinge of doubt, quickly reviewing all the events in his mind and finding no oversight. He then said coldly, "Why are you smiling? Aren't you afraid that both you and your daughter will die?" "I'm not afraid because I know you can't actually do it." "Can't do it? Hey! Now that I am essentially half the author, do you still think I can't do it?" Songmin smirked coldly and was about to destroy the talisman tower. Just then, Zhuan suddenly spoke. I know you've been observing this matter. If you don't want a character you created to replace your position, then transfer all your authority to me." Song Ming was stunned. Meanwhile, a faint voice echoed in the void. "Okay." In an instant, a radiant light shone on Xuan, a sign of the luck rapidly converging towards him. Not only that, Xuan's authority quickly escalated. Song Ming finally understood what was happening. His expression changed drastically, and as he was about to crush the talisman tower in his hand, it vanished. At the same time, Xuan looked at Song Ming with a faint smile. "Next, it's your turn." Suddenly, Song Ming felt a hint of fear, and the next moment, Xuan had already appeared behind him, saying calmly, "I detest when others threaten me with those I care about, especially when it's happened twice. So, you shall perish." With those words, Xuan struck with a punch. Song Ming tried to dodge, but found himself unable to move, as the awakened Xuan had reached the peak of his protagonist's luck. With the help of the original author, his authority far surpassed Song Ming's. The punch landed squarely on Song Ming's head. With a loud thud, Song Ming's form shattered, but he certainly wouldn't die so easily. His figure instantly reappeared elsewhere, but as he did, Xuan arrived as well. Another punch was thrown, and this time, Song Ming was crushed to dust. He had no power to fight back, and the protagonist's luck radiating from Xuan kept him pinned down, unable to lift his head. He screamed in frustration, but it was in vain. After dozens of attempts, his resurrection slowed noticeably. Real fear gripped him, and he began pleading, "Xuan, please stop. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to abandon this narrative thread and be a mere background character from now on. Spare me, will you?" Xuan was unmoved and continued delivering blows. Eventually, Song Ming teetered on the brink of collapse. In his hysteria, he shouted, "Xuan, don't think that killing me will bring you peace. Since the author created you, he will never give up control over you. At best, you are just a dog to him." After dozens of killings, Xuan's protagonist's luck reached its peak. This time, instead of striking again, Xuan unleashed the plot kill. Poof! Song Ming vanished completely into nothingness. Simultaneously, the altered plotlines swiftly returned to their normal state, and the world in front of them began to crumble. Xuan found himself back in the world where the Huazu deity resided, but this time, they had entirely forgotten about the chairman. They were unaware of what had transpired. Moreover, they couldn't see Xuan at all because he had ascended to a semi-author state, surpassing any level of power. If he so wished, he could easily destroy all the worlds with a snap of his fingers. Yet, Xuan chose not to. Quietly, he glanced at the deities, then turned and returned to Earth. The plotlines across the heavens underwent vast changes. Countless parallel worlds began to develop concurrently. Xuan witnessed different versions of himself in various worlds. Some ended up with Fan Manchu, some with Tan Zhuaner, but many were with Yan, living peacefully without venturing into the heavens as in these timelines. Xuan finished watching all the parallel worlds, smiled faintly, then opened the talisman tower. By now, many people within it had vanished due to the shifts in the plotlines. Only Yan and their two daughters remained, and Yan could sense the complexity of the situation. So, we were all characters in a book after all. Yes, but from today onwards, we no longer are. We are going to control our own destinies from now on, Xuan stated calmly. Huh? And Yan was still puzzled. Xuan initiated a conversation directly with the void. All plotlines have returned to normal, and the main antagonist has died. Now, I want to make a deal with you. Let us go to the real world. Give us true freedom. How about it? The void remained silent, but after a brief moment, a huge vortex formed. Beyond the vortex, a radiance shimmered. A brand new world. A faint voice emerged. "All right, this is the doorway I've opened for you. Come over." Speaking was the true author, the author of the Sunlight. This book accompanied me for over 3 years. I nurtured it little by little with the keyboard, watching it grow into a towering tree. Now, it has fully matured, so it is time to bid farewell. I thought I would feel sad and lost, but at this moment, I am nothing but calm. I know I cannot surpass myself anymore. Looking at the updates in these recent months, the plot has reached its end, and I am no longer able to sustain it. Instead of dragging on with superficial content to pass time, I choose to let Xuan move towards true freedom. I really like Xuan because he is the perfect version of myself in my imagination. Strong, handsome, and unafraid of any challenge. I poured countless emotions into him, so I am now happy for his rebirth. I know this ending may disappoint many, but to be honest, I had already planned this storyline a year ago. I want Zuin to break free from his role in the book and truly control his own destiny. I even hope that he can truly come out of the book into the real world, so we can become true friends. I want to practice with him, and I also want to live forever laughs. Although this book has finished, if the opportunity arises, I will write some extra stories in the future and share them for free when the time is right. With all that said, I deeply bow to all the readers who have supported my book,